Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Pakistan says its new defence pact with Saudi Arabia and Turkey is not aimed at any specific country. And Trump says the US is low-keying it with Iran as Tehran sets conditions to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Pakistan says that its new defence pact with Saudi Arabia and Turkey is not aimed at any Pacific country. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif says the Mecca agreement, which was signed on Friday, is entirely defensive and not aimed at aggression. Sharif also says the alliance is open to other countries in the region. For more on this, I'm joined by Dr. Hesham Al-Ghanam, scholar at the Malcolm H. Kerr Carnegie Middle East Centre. Dr. Hesham, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your time with me today. First of all, tell us how significant this deal is and how important it is to all three signatories.
Thank you for having me, Leigh Ann. Frankly and objectively, I think this is the most serious Muslim majority defense pact in a generation. It unites, in my opinion, three distinct powers or capabilities. So we have Turkey's military industry, we have the Saudi financial and geography power, and also we have Pakistan nuclear deterrent. So all of these are combined into one collective shield. For each, I think it's for each signatory, it fills a gap that no bilateral deal could fill alone. However, I must say that the Mecca agreement should be and best understood as a long-term strategic investment. So in the sense that thinking about it as an immediate military solution, I believe is the wrong way in dealing with it, or trying to analyze it in this lens would be a great mistake.
Well, a lot of attention on the deal we've seen over the weekend. Some analysts and also Turkey's foreign minister have been comparing it to NATO's Article 5. Do you think that comparison is actually fair?
Well, this is a very important question. The answer is not simple or straightforward. But what I can say is that the words are almost identical. But words and architecture are two different things. And Saudi Arabia signed collective defense agreements before with Pakistan, with the GCC states, and none of them ever produced an automatic military response when tested. So what this pact really delivers, in my view, is not a guaranteed trigger. It's rather, in my opinion, a credible threat of one, which is, in deterrence terms, can be just as powerful. You can, Leigh Ann, you can call it ambiguous solidarity, so that this would be enough to make an adversary pause without forcing any member state into a war they did not choose. Which is very important.
Thank you so much. Yes, like you say, that is very important. And Pakistan's Prime Minister has said that this deal is entirely for defensive purposes, not aggression. Just what you said to me there. Why do you think it's so important to highlight this? Because there has been some questions over exactly what this deal is.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, in a nutshell, because the region is already on fire, no one wants to add fuel to it. So Turkey and Pakistan have avoided direct attacks so far, and both need regional calm to protect their own economies. Calling it defensive also shields all three, in my opinion, from pressure. So it tells Washington, Tehran, and Tel Aviv that this pact closes a door of violence. It does not open one. And I believe that the word defensive is doing serious diplomatic work here, and it's very crucial and important to emphasize always.
So defensive is very important to emphasize, as you did say. The United Nations envoy for Yemen is calling on the Houthis to stop their attacks. What do you make of the Houthis' latest escalation in the region?
Well, in my opinion, the UN call matters, and this time it carries more weight than before, definitely, because for the first time, it is backed by a serious defense agreement between three powerful nations. So the Houthis are escalating, but that escalation may itself be a sign, in my view, of anxiety. They see the Mecca agreement as a genuine threat to their freedom of action. And honestly, Leigh Ann, history showed us that the Houthis adjust when the balance shifts against them. And the Mecca agreements, I think, shifts this balance meaningfully. So we have Turkey's drone capabilities, Pakistan military experience and expertise, and also the Saudi resources together represent a deterrence package the Houthis have never faced before until this moment.
So it's anxiety from the side of the Houthis. So what do you think that this joint pact will bring to the escalation we're seeing in the region? Do you think that we could see retaliation, or do you think that the Houthis will just eventually take their place in society again?
Honestly, the Houthis are now the pact's first live test. And Riyadh knows that Saudi Arabia has come under repeated attacks from Iranian-backed militias this year. And I think that the Houthis remain the most persistent and low-cost tool Iran uses to attack the kingdom without direct confrontation. What this pact changes is the cost calculus. So again, with the capabilities of the three states, the Houthis now are under pressure. I mean, their supply lines and logistics, in a way, Riyadh did not and could not sustain alone. And the Houthis, I think, will watch this sign very carefully, because now we're in a very qualitatively different era in terms of deterrence in the region, and especially when it comes to Saudi Arabia.
Dr. Hesham Al-Ghanam, as always, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for your time with us today. Let's continue this conversation with military expert Murat Aslan, joining us from Ankara. Murat, thank you so much for your time with us today. Can I just begin by asking, where does Iran stand on the Saudi Arabia, Pakistan and Turkey defense agreement?
Thanks for having me, Leigh Ann. You know, Iran is a very strange country because they have a double system, as you may know. They have a head of state. On the other hand, the leadership is purely in the hands of clerics. So that's why their reactions to such sort of formations are very mixed, because we know that some parliament members reacted unfavoring such sort of pact. On the other hand, their official statement circulated is pure about the need of a solidarity in the way of building a regional stability. So I think they will calculate exactly which this pact will go where, and then they will react. So I think we should wait and see exactly how Iranians will take a position in the coming days. We know that they are attacking the Gulf countries right now. So such a pact will deter once they start any attack directly to Saudis. So they will start using, for instance, Houthis in Yemen through asymmetric means. So there will be a test from the Iranian side. In my opinion, we should wait what sort of test they are planning right now.
So wait for a possible test that they're planning. But let's just bring it back to Turkey, because Turkey is expecting Egypt to join the Mecca agreement with Saudi Arabia and Pakistan in what it calls the next phase. Does Turkey see Egypt as a natural partner for the alliance?
Foreign Minister Fidan explicitly informed public that Egypt should be a member of this pact. On the other hand, you know, Egyptian situation is a bit different because once they become a member of this POC, they don't want to irritate or harass or, take a position directly against Israel because they don't want to give a wrong message. Why? Because they have some sort of interactions, like they are trading gas. They have projects regarding the processing of natural gas in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. And in the meantime, the United States is a reference point. In this sense, they will first wait exactly this pact will go where, and then they will decide it. On the other hand, we must be aware of another thing. Once something happens in the Middle East, doesn't matter if it's in Levant or Maghreb or whatever, Egypt is usually under the huge impact of any development together with Turkey and Saudi Arabia. In this sense, they can't remain as it is. I mean, they can't remain isolated at the north of Africa. That's why I'm expecting a sort of turning point from the Egyptian side that they should collaborate with this pact either way, either as a member, maybe as a partner country.
And Turkey is already protected by NATO. So what does the Mecca agreement with Saudi Arabia and Pakistan give Turkey that NATO cannot give them at the moment?
NATO is a very institutionalized organization in the frame of collective defense, and maybe the largest organization on earth, even though it's a regional organization. So NATO can be a sample case for this new pact, but this pact is brand new. First, there must be an institutionalization, and we know that they will build an headquarters in Riyadh, and then there must be further steps like the doctrine sharing, capability sharing, and in the meantime, it will expand to diplomacy and also foreign policy and also economy. In this sense, NATO is an organization Turkey is heavily embedded with, and this pact will benefit it. So I see both as complementing each other. And if NATO is out in a problem arising directly threatening Turkey, this pact is another option, by the way.
And do you think the renewed Houthi attacks threaten not only Yemen, but also Red Sea security and international shipping, making Saudi Arabia's role right now even more important? And what assurances can this pact actually bring?
Well, the Red Sea is really important for both Turkey and Saudi Arabia. Think that Saudi Arabia has great ports at the shores of the Red Sea and also exporting oil and gas. On the other hand, Turkey is currently drilling at the shores of Somalia, currently existent in Sudan, and think that Turkey does have an investment only in construction business in Africa, like $77 billion. In this sense, free navigation of all vessels in the Red Sea is very important for both countries. And Turkey will participate to Saudi Arabia in securing the Red Sea. But I think once we are talking about Yemen or Houthis, we should go beyond, passive defense measures like action and reaction cycles. I think in Yemen, there must be a resolution that all parties are interested in sharing power, and Turkey may play a role because Turkey is out the overall process up until now. So I believe that the Red Sea issue will be beyond taking military measures or security measures, but being involved in Yemen through different means like intelligence, diplomacy that Turkey is always conducting with the regions that they have a problem.
Morat, and as we know, Turkey has one of the largest armed forces in NATO. What else does Turkey bring to Mecca's defense agreement?
Well, pact does not only mean, defense or security or buying and selling weapons or ammunition. For sure, Turkish defense industry is well developed, and Saudis and Pakistanis are also producing, and also they have a sort of their own needs analysis to buy and to sell something. But the issue in here is to have an ecosystem of defense complementing each other. So why not? Saudis are in Khan jet, 6th generation jet production as a partner, or Pakistanis. On the other hand, we should expect more in the field of economy, maybe joint investments in differing strategic sectors, or sometimes solidarity, because I know that President Erdogan always circulated the idea of Muslim solidarity all across the globe. In this sense, this pact is actually the solidified, reflection of Erdogan's vision. I believe that this pact will go further and will cover the most Muslim countries in future. So we are just observing the baby steps.
Murat, it was great to have your analysis on the show. Murat Aslan, as always, thank you for your time with me today.
Thank you.
And let's now turn to journalist Ahmed Qureshi joining us from Islamabad. Ahmed, great to have you on the show. I just want to begin with asking, why is this agreement so important for Pakistan, and how could the country's military actually benefit from this?
Yes, exactly. Well, thank you, first of all, Leigh Ann. It's good to be with you. So for Pakistan, basically, this is an opportunity to sort of revive and restore Pakistan's traditional role in the Middle East, which frankly receded over the past, let's say, 3 decades. So this is, again, an opportunity for Pakistan to show that it can play a role. And Pakistanis are basically looking at this opportunity to be translated into economic benefit. So yes, in the short term, obviously, it's conflict, it's talks, it's brokering peace, and of course, signing joint defense agreements. That's in the short term. But in the long term, Pakistan is hoping that this will be translated into economic benefit for Pakistan, and also restoring the role that Pakistan used to play in the region during the Cold War, and stop doing that for multiple reasons. So it's a great opportunity for Pakistan, and at the same time, the military is now industrializing itself. It's well advanced into weapons production, and it is looking for markets. And obviously, Middle East is a major market that Pakistan already has some tremendous relationships in that go way back 3 or 4 decades. Pakistan helped, for example, the military actually helped the Jordanian army stamp out an insurgency back in 1970 that was related to the PLO, the Palestinians. It was involved with Jordan and Syria in preparing these militaries, and even Iraq preparing these militaries in their own battles or wars with Israel, and also helping the Gulf states deal with communist insurgencies back in the 60s and 70s in Oman and in Yemen. So Pakistan does have these relationships, would like to now position itself as an exporter of arms and weapons. And we have seen some initial signs of that, with Libya, with Iraq to a certain extent, and also with Gulf states, and would like to also revive its standing, and would like to translate all of this political and diplomatic standing that it has developed in recent months, translate all of that into economic benefit.
Yeah, Murat, fascinating. Ahmed, fascinated talking about the economic benefits there. But the agreement quite clearly says an armed attack on one member would be considered an attack on all 3. I've said this before to the guest before you. This is so similar to NATO's Article 5. But do you also think, away from the economy and military side of things for Pakistan, do you think that this could also give them a bigger diplomatic standing in the region? Because obviously we've seen Pakistan heavily involved in the negotiations between the US and Iran.
Yeah, that's a good point, Leigh Ann. So Pakistan is actually very used to playing military roles in the region. So this joint defense agreement, for example, it's not some abnormal. We're very used to this. This is the ecosystem that Pakistan has lived in this wider Middle East region for many, many decades. What's new for Pakistan is actually to play the role of a peace broker. That's new for Pakistan. Pakistan did, a lot of people don't know this, that Pakistan did try in the very first few weeks of the Iran-Iraq war that began in 1980 in September. Pakistan did try to sort of mediate between Iraq and Iran, and there was a shuttle diplomacy for the army chief back then in 1980. Shuttle diplomacy between Tehran and Baghdad did not succeed, and Pakistan withdrew, from that role, playing that role as a peace broker in that war. For Pakistan to return to playing this role now again in Iran, it's something new for Pakistan. There's no question about it. So I'm quite sure the Pakistani military is sort of adjusting to this role, because we've been involved with military cooperation and maybe a few conflicts in the Middle East, but we have not been really involved with peacemaking. So this is a new thing. It's going well to an extent so far. So it's a new territory for Pakistan, but I think Pakistan is completely embracing it, and I think it has complete support of countries like Saudi Arabia and other countries in the region, and most importantly, the support of Washington, the United States, and I see Pakistan really continuing to play this role. So I think it's a great opportunity for the Pakistanis, and they are making the most out of it.
Yes, indeed. Like you say, lots of opportunities, economic, military and also diplomatic. But Iran has welcomed the Mecca Joint Defence Agreement, saying we do not need any outside powers to intervene in our region. Is Iran right that regional countries should take the lead on their own security and can't rely on the US like they once did as the sole guarantee of security?
Well, Leigh Ann, we have to actually marvel, really, at this smart move by the Iranian Foreign Ministry to welcome the agreement, sort of deflect all of the speculation that the agreement is actually aimed at Iran, and sort of deflect it. And I see the Iranian media is basically discussing and saying, well, this agreement actually is against Israel and not against Iran. So, and we see a lot of interpretations, obviously. But the key point here, there are a couple of points here, Leigh Ann. One is, Iran never itself, by the way, a lot of people don't discuss this, Iran never shied away from inviting foreign interference in the region when it served Iranian interest. I recall back in 2004, Iran signed a defense cooperation agreement with India, which unsettled Pakistan, obviously, but it didn't stop Iran, for example, from proceeding with that military and defense cooperation with India. I recall again in 2011, Iran formally welcoming Russian military intervention in Syria, which unsettled many countries in the region. Many were not happy with that, but Iran welcomed it because it served Iranian interest. And I can give you a couple of quick other examples, from Afghanistan, from Iraq in 2001, 2003 initially. In both cases, Iran welcomed Western international intervention, military intervention, because it initially served Iranian interest. It went against them, of course, later on. So the point is, Iran, and that's a key point to keep in mind. So Iran did welcome foreign interference in the region when it served its own interest. And coming to this case right now, most of the foreign interference or meddling or whatever you want to call it is because of conflicts in the region where Iran is involved. Iran is the common denominator in all of the conflicts that invite foreign intervention in the region. In fact, one of the things that need to be said here is these three countries, Saudi Arabia, Turkey and Pakistan, already had very close military, intelligence, political, and diplomatic cooperation. They did not really need to have a joint defense agreement. They did partially because of the threat from Iranian proxies. Before that, let's not forget that Arabs and Israelis came together through Abraham Accords because of other reasons and many reasons, but partially one of them was Iran and Iran's role across the region. So Iran is part really of the problem. And if we are going to discuss foreign meddling in the region, we have to remember these 2 points. One, that Iran did welcome foreign interference when it helped its case. And number two, Iran is part of the problem if we we're talking about foreign meddling, it needs to offer solutions in terms of change in behavior for this foreign meddling to end. And somebody would laugh and say, well, thanks to Iran, we have Abraham Accords, and it's thanks to Iran that we have the Mecca Joint Defense Agreement.
Ahmed,
It's an irony.
yeah, it's an irony, but great to have you on the show. Ahmed Qureshi, really good thoughts, analysis and points. Thank you.
Good to be with you.
Now let's bring in Patrick Burry, Senior Associate Professor in Security at the University of Bath. Patrick, as always, great to have you on the show. So, Patrick, how do you view the Mecca Defense Agreement between Saudi Arabia, Pakistan and Turkey? And is it something that was actually expected, do you think?
Good evening, Leigh Ann. Thanks for having us on. Yeah, I mean, it is interesting in terms of it's been in the pipeline, as far as I understand, for about a year. And of course, the significance of where it's signed, you know, quite binding for all the leaders who did so, in terms of the moral and religious symbolism of that. I think really ultimately what you're going to find is the most important thing is the proof will be in the pudding. A treaty that is designed to bind nations together, an attack against one like NATO's Article 5 is an attack against all of us, is primarily, I would say, meant to be designed against state-on-state conflict. And of course, this gets really complicated straight away with the kind of threats, say, for example, the Saudis are facing from the Houthis. Does that really mean that if the Houthis, you know, conduct a drone strike in southern Saudi Arabia, that Pakistan is going to go to war with them? Would it activate different kinds of intelligence and logistical support? What would be the response, and where is the threshold? And again, this is something that the NATO, you know, the adversaries in NATO also face. You know, they test the thresholds, they test where the response is, they test the political commitment to this. And I think you'll find, given the security situation in the region and the different threats that, in particular, Turkey, in particular, Saudi Arabia face, I would expect this to be tested at a low threshold pretty quickly, to be honest with you.
Yeah, exactly. And that was kind of my next question. As we know, the Houthis are escalating their attacks. And there's been a lot of discussion over the weekend from many analysts across the board. How will this agreement actually work on the ground? So do you think that this is its first major test, this escalation we're seeing from the Houthis?
In part, we don't know. Certainly, if I was the Houthis, I would test it straight away, wouldn't you? You know, it's because you've got the chance about testing credibility, and obviously credibility and deterrence are really important. So the two of those go hand in hand. But we just don't understand if it's really designed as a sort of at a state level, and these states, you know, basically the principles are only really applying to state-on-state attacks. So designed primarily against an Iranian major, you know, war with Iran, or indeed, in Turkey's case in particular, conflict with Israel. So we don't know. We'll have to wait and see. My hunch is, you know, like we see with NATO, you can have stray Russian missiles falling into NATO territory. You can have incursions into airspace. You can have drone attacks. And, you know, especially those nations further to the west of those countries which have been suffered from those. You know, you see a great reluctance to actually declare Article 5. Indeed, that would be, for most people, that would be seen as an overreaction. Nevertheless, consulting and declaring Article 4 becomes much more, much more easy to build consensus around.
And talking about NATO, as we know, Turkey is already a member of NATO. How will this new defence agreement affect its role within the alliance? And could we see Turkey's allies slowly joining the pack? Is that what you expect in the future?
I wouldn't see Turkey's allies in NATO potentially joining the pack. I mean, what you have is an interesting situation where Turkey has always been a bridge into the region for NATO. And in the latter years under Erdogan, moving itself strategically and politically a little bit away from the West and its influence, of course, with, you know, its major influence in Syria, for example. I mean, that complicates the picture somewhat for the rest of NATO, and the potential for Turkey to find itself in some sort of conflict where it thinks it would be legitimate in, especially if it was attacked, in declaring Article 5. where it gets complicated is if something had happened where the other members of the Mecca agreement had declared it, and then Turkey, and we end up with this almost bandwagon chain ganging effect where you get pulled in as an ally. But I would suggest that that's been thought through and probably not the most likely outcome. What I do see, and what's really interesting about this, and we don't know the hand of the US behind this in terms of your former guest speaking to it, is that as US military power and economic power starts to recede, and its influence in the Middle East, as we know now clearly, is weakening, and there's a desire to retrench in the US, what you're going to see is like-minded nations, potentially at the behest and with the help of the US, actually bandying together to basically guarantee their own security, or an attempt to do that. You're seeing that in what we call our Europe, so the rest of NATO, our NATO. That's a very clear goal of the US, and it's happening at pace and scale now. And I would not be surprised at all if either with US help or as a result of the changing dynamics in this century now, that you're going to see these kind of agreements not only in the Middle East but in other areas as well. So the Far East, for example. I think you're going to see other nations having to militarize and having to have more of a burden in terms of collective security than they previously have.
Yeah, very interesting point, because as we know, we speak about NATO, but Donald Trump always wants the NATO countries to step up their spending on defence. But Patrick, Pakistan says the pact is not aimed at any specific country. Who then is this agreement mainly designed to deter, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Pakistan would say that because they are often in negotiations trying to help the US-Israel, crisis along with the Omanis. So it wouldn't be diplomatic of them to say, well, this is an agreement designed against the Iranians. The importance of Pakistan, of course, here is quite large, given the fact that they're, of those three nations, the only nuclear-capable nation, and the potential for them to bring that to the table. And I think that's useful, especially for the Turkish when they look at the Israelis, for example. So it's a function. This agreement is a function of the situation we found ourselves in the region since October 7th. Attacks, and then increasingly so since the conflict between US and Israel and Iran over the last year, the way that's intensified. And I think the lesson is, no matter what the state threat is, whether it's Iran, whether it's Israel, whether it's proxy networks, these countries think there is much more value in standing together and indeed being politically bound together in trying to stabilize the region, rather than dealing with these crises potentially where they could be picked off in their worst case scenario.
Patrick, I just want to ask you, we're getting some breaking news through from President Donald Trump, and I wonder if you could just give me your initial reaction to what he has been saying. Trump says Iran are asking for compensation for damage done to them during the last 5 months of military conflict. Trump says, I am likewise demanding compensation from Iran. What do you make of the latest comments from the US president?
Yeah, I mean, this is a ding-dong. It's been going on for ages at this stage. I think Trump has said the war's going to end, probably about 50 times. Unfortunately, I think a major general in the Iranian military said today, our real strategy is just to wait this out now. We've got the cards. We'll wait till at least after the midterms. He'll be under more pressure. At some point, will the Republicans start to pull the funding for any further US strikes? I mean, the US, there's reports in the New York Times, that burned through 80% of their interceptors, etc. So it's not a good result, is it really? I think the question now is the speed and scale of the impact of this on the US, at the end of the US empire, really, if you look at it strategically. How does it compare to Suez will be something that certainly academics like I and other international relations scholars will be looking at very closely.
Yeah, it's really interesting because Donald Trump, has he not just refuted those claims that they've burned through munitions? He's not buying into that one, he says. But yes, of course, Patrick Burry, as always, great to have you on the show with me. Thank you.
For having me.
Thanks. President Donald Trump says the US is low-keying it with Iran and is not planning additional military strikes for now. He says Washington is semi-negotiating with Tehran as it monitors Iran's economic situation. Iran is making the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz conditional on lifting the US naval blockade and other measures. For more on this, I'm joined by Republican strategist Adolfo Franco. Adolfo, as always, wonderful to have you on the show. President Trump says, no worries. Great to have you, as always. President Trump says the US is low-keying it with Iran. Is the softer approach a sign that Washington is really stepping away from military action and is actually looking for a diplomatic solution at the moment, do you think?
Well, first, Washington has always been looking for a diplomatic solution, and that's President Trump's nature and has been his strategy for a very long time. It's just been a problem on the Iranian side. Frankly, that's been the problem. So he has always been looking for a diplomatic solution. He's always used the military hammer as a threat, and that remains on the table. Keep in mind, Leigh Ann, that we have more assets in the region today than we've ever had. When the war started and during the course of the war. So we continue to build up our assets in the Middle East, including our 50,000 troops that we have in the area and our bases. But why the softening approach is not because of benevolence on the United States' part, because it's working. Iran's GDP has contracted 6%. Inflation is now running in Iran close to 100%. The rial has plummeted. And it's not able to import gasoline that it needs, other foodstuffs, and it certainly can't export oil and raise its revenues. So what does that mean? This is just a slow death for the country. Now, the reason this doesn't get a lot of coverage is because it's a dictatorship. And when you have a dictatorship, like countries in the West, the population can be forced to suffer horribly for a while. But there's a breaking point where a society just cannot function. That means it can't pay the troops, it can't pay the Revolutionary Guard. And developments in Iran, just in the last few days, 2 banks in Iran have been closed. One a consumer bank, and that's because there's been a run on the bank. So this is a dire situation in the country, and it's only going to get worse. It's a question of who can endure the longest. That's a fair comment. But the fact is, oil prices were $114 a barrel in May. They're now hovering around $78 to $82. When we talk about American gasoline and so forth, it's $4.06 a gallon. A year ago was $3.26. That's not a huge problem compared to what's going on in Iran.
So, Adolfo, I want to pick up on that a little bit, actually, because inflation in Iran is at 87.9%. That was the latest data we got out.
100% in the southern part of the country, but go ahead.
87.9% was the inflation data that we got out of Iran in July. But it's quite interesting that you spoke to me about gasoline prices, because I wanted to pick up on that with you. Oil prices actually jumped 3% today, and that's on concerns about negotiations over the Strait of Hormuz. As you say, this is pushing up gas prices in the United States to around $4 per gallon. That's what we're seeing in the US at the moment. I think that, look, it's not comparable to Iran, but it is putting domestic pressure on President Donald Trump. And I think, Adolfo, that's undeniable.
Well, yes, in a country that has a very low threshold point for pain, yes, anything. People want lower prices for everything. We also have a stock market that's at record levels. Now, most Americans are in the stock market because all their retirement funds are in it. What does that tell you? The economy is resilient. Our unemployment rate actually declined last month. We actually had job reductions because we stopped hiring government workers. So the American economy is resilient. That's key. Our interest rates have not gone up. So yes, people always want more, and they're judging with politicians of what have you done for me lately. Keep in mind, Leigh Ann, we've been on this program a long time. We had record inflation for 40 years under Joe Biden. Now he lost, so we don't want to repeat that. We had gas prices at $5.50. So you're right to draw the comparison. You cannot draw the comparison. The rial is worthless currency. The dollar is not. We're exporting oil. They're not. So that's the reality here. The question is, can Iran endure this, and how long can it endure it? The people are going to suffer greatly in Iran. The question is, when will the regime itself run out of money? And that is the current strategy. But the military option remains on the table. Lastly, I'll just say something about these midterms and midterms. No matter what happens in the midterms, President Trump the next day is going to have a Republican majority until January. So if Iran thinks that the military option is off the table because of midterm elections, they're going to be sadly mistaken. But this policy of economic strangulation is working. It just
Adolfo, you say
they're engaging in discussions.
Yes, you say it's working, but the reality is it's working slowly because Iran, a lot of people say, have the ability to endure so much pain and economic pain in order to keep itself alive. And we know that in the US right now, inflation is what it is at the moment. Obviously, the Fed has left rates on hold, so that's currently what's happening. Rates aren't going down. But Senator Chris Murphy says Trump has lost the war with Iran and that continuing the conflict is weakening the US while strengthening Tehran. Listen, Adolfo, from a Republican's point of view, how do you respond to that kind of criticism?
Well, I have no respect for Chris Murphy, who's running for president and has been a defeatist from the beginning of the war. He's been against it, and he doesn't see the threat that Iran poses. So I don't take that seriously. But I like to talk facts on this program, not slogans. You mentioned about inflation. Inflation is running at 3.7% in the United States. That's low inflation. Even in Europe, it's much higher than that, even before the Iran conflict. You ask about this going slowly. Well, it's all relative. How long has the war gone on in Ukraine? I don't think this will go on for 5 years. How long did World War II go on? How long did any conflict go on? I understand we live in the TikTok generation, and everyone wants instant pudding and everything done quickly. This war has lasted months. That's all it is. And Iran is a country of 93 people who's capable of carrying out terrorism, as it has repeatedly. Now, why this strangulation policy is important, and we had to be patient, is because it denies Iran the ability to attack its neighbors and infrastructure in the region, which would cause economic chaos in the world. And in fact, our next strikes in Iran, if they do come, will target dual function infrastructure, which means civilians will be suffering. They're not the targets, but they will suffer. And that's something President Trump has said. He doesn't want to hurt the Iranian people, but that's the next stage. So this quiet economic pressure policy is effective. We just need to be patient.
Patience, yes, indeed. But just one quick final thought from you, if I can, Adolfo. Iran says talks with Oman on the Strait of Hormuz are in their final stages, but Tehran wants the US to meet its demands. One of those demands is lifting its naval blockade. Can you see the US making any concessions to get the Strait of Hormuz flowing again?
Well, that's just one of a number of outrageous demands, as you know, war reparations, withdrawal from the region, and so forth, which are just silly, quite frankly. The Strait of Hormuz, the naval blockade, which has been lifted, as you know, Leigh Ann, in the past, would be lifted if Iran does two things. It opens the Strait of Hormuz without fees and without conditions that mean that it controls it, and it also engages in nuclear discussions that are serious, because this conflict started over uranium. It didn't start over the Strait of Hormuz. I know we have to address the Strait of Hormuz, but we need to get back to the core reason why this conflict even began. So they need to engage in those meaningfully. We have no idea what's going on in Axe Mountain, and that's very concerning to the United States. But the Strait of Hormuz, if it were open to free navigation, the United States would reciprocate, as it has in the past. Remember, we did that in the past and had sanctions relief temporarily. They did nothing in return. So the next steps are now on Iran. If it is serious about opening the Strait of Hormuz on conditions that are internationally recognized, not even the U.S., then we will seriously consider the naval blockade in goodwill.
Adolfo Franco, it's always great to have you on the show. And as you did say, yes, US stock markets all-time highs at the moment. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories. Pakistan says its new defence pact with Saudi Arabia and Turkey is not aimed at any specific country. And Trump says the US is low-keying it with Iran as Tehran sets conditions to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
An invasion or a peace operation? Reunification or a two-state solution? Cyprus's past is as complex as its future. The Mediterranean island has been divided for more than 50 years. But with a renewed push for UN talks, could a resolution be on the horizon? Stay with Al Arabiya English. That Counterpoints debate is coming up soon.
Now, in line with Vision 2030, Saudi Arabia is continuing to build on what is already a world-class tourism industry. Well, Adira Hospitality is a Saudi-born PIF-owned hotel brand which is seeking to reflect the kingdom's tradition of providing hospitality right across its property portfolio. Well, we're going to find out more about this unique combination of authentic Saudi hospitality with global standards. To help us find out more, we're with Stefan Lezer, who is the CEO of Adira Hospitality. Thank you very much indeed for coming in to see us, Stefan. I'd like to start by asking you to tell us about Adira and in particular your portfolio.
Yeah, well, Tom, thanks for having me. You mentioned it. I mean, Adira is born as basically a hotel operator, you know, basically to translate the vision of 2030 into reality. Because when I moved to the country, one of the things that was striking me is that there is great hospitality. There is great hospitality when you visit families, when you visit, you know, friends, and that's something that was very much surprising to me in terms of because it wasn't what I was expecting. But when when you walk around and then visit basically hotels, you see that there is very much an international standard, but there is not really a true Saudi hospitality reflected. And I think the vision and the translation of not only building the infrastructure, but then actually also showcasing what Saudi hospitality is from a Saudi-born brand was the idea behind of the creation of Adira. And since I'm not Saudi, I'm obviously here to facilitate that, but the content comes from my local colleagues. And the intention is to very much showcase to the world what this, you know, deep-rooted Saudi hospitality is and showcase that to the world. So the content is there, that's very easy. And on the other hand, there is a strong purpose because by not only building that infrastructure, it's also the intention that it will become a great workplace for Saudi talent. So Adira's mission very much is not only to showcase Saudi hospitality, but at the same point in time, become also a desired workplace for Saudi talent to make a career in that industry.
It sounds incredibly exciting, Stefan, right? And you've opened up loads of subjects that we could talk about, but let's stick to the portfolio for a moment because you've got some really exciting weeks ahead of you, haven't you? You've got your first property opening in the King Abdullah Financial District in Kaft. I want to hear a bit more about that. And I'd like you to tell us, by the year 2030, how many properties do you think Adira is going to have?
Yeah, we're aiming to have about 30 properties by the year 2030. That's a coincidence. And, the first one that opens up within the next few weeks is going to be in King Abdullah Financial District. It's a fantastic building. It's the first Saudi-born brand that will be operated in the King Abdullah Financial District, CAFT, and we're super proud of it. Obviously, Adira is not there to just operate within Riyadh. Our portfolio will be throughout the kingdom. We have projects in the east, in Khobar, in Dammam, in Dhahran. We have projects, on the west coast in Jeddah. We have projects in all kinds of areas of the kingdom. And then if you had the chance to travel, which I had, there are very, very different regions with very different opportunities. And also they will provide employment opportunities throughout the kingdom, and not only concentrating on Riyadh.
Tell us a bit more about that first property at CAF. What sort of size are we talking?
It's a 214 key hotels of 214 rooms with a high, what we call in the industry, a high suite ratio. We have 53 suites. It's obviously oriented primarily during the week to the business community. I mean, you have all the major headquarters in CAFT. It's the financial district. And it's going to be the combination out of providing a very appropriate, high-end business hotel, but at the same point in time, showcasing what I said earlier, the true Saudi authentic, hospitality. And as for example, the recruiting right now is basically almost completed, and about 70% of our colleagues are locals.
That's great. And one of the other projects you've got in the pipeline for 2030, one of those 30 hotels you were just telling us about a second ago, it's called the Rua Al Medina project. Tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, look, I had the opportunity to visit Medina, and I have to say, the destination or the location gave me goosebumps. Now we have the opportunity as a non-Muslim to visit basically Medina. And there is a big project going on where there is the extension to the Haram around the Holy Mosque. And part of that extension, there is also new, hospitality opportunities that are being built. And we are fortunate to basically operate one of our high-end luxury properties there. It will be fantastic. And everyone that hasn't visited Medina should use the opportunity, because it really is something that has a very, very special feeling. And as I said, I'm very happy to go there every time I have the chance to visit.
I can imagine you're really proud of watching all of this unfold, and a lot happening in the next 4 years for you. People will be wondering, another hotel brand, what sets you apart?
Yeah, I think the major difference is that international brands to come to Saudi Arabia, and they do some Saudiization to it, right? And that's usually, I don't want to mimic it, but that starts with the dates and the coffee. But it's not really truly reflecting what the Saudi hospitality, the origins of the hospitality that we all feel that have the opportunity to live in the kingdom, the generosity that is there. And we have built a brand that basically has this Saudi hospitality in its core. And as it is, my success would be that, years from now, when people basically walk out of one of our properties, say, that was a different experience, and I felt that I was in Saudi Arabia. And I think that's at the core of it. And to also basically create something that makes people, local colleagues, proud to join that brand. To say, this is my culture, this is basically my heritage, and I want to showcase that to the world.
And who do you imagine the person walking out of your hotel to be? Who do you think is going to be the typical client of your hotels?
Yeah, we have 3 brands in our portfolio. They range from mid-range over contemporary lifestyle to an elevated luxury brand. So the aim when we created that portfolio to basically capture about 70% of the demand. So you have very, very different needs for visiting very different of our brands and our properties. So the answer to your question is that basically very different clients, very different guests will visit us. They could be for a pure accommodation need in our mid-market brand, or for a holiday. And the first target group is obviously regional, local, but also serving to the international and more growing international public that comes and visits what is there to see in the kingdom.
We've established how this is a really exciting time to be, launching a chain or a brand of hotels in these different categories, as you've said, with 30 properties by the year 2030. It's also a very unusual time, given what's happening in the region. And I'm wondering whether you expect the geopolitical tensions in the region to have an impact on you, and if so, how you expect to mitigate that.
Look, I'm in tourism since 1987. And as you can imagine, basically, I have seen over time so many events and things. And what we're doing is not for the next 18 months. This is something that is basically here for the years and decades to come. And I think if there is one industry that is very stressed and very, stress resistant, that's tourism. We'll always bounce back. And at the moment, I see no impact on our plans.
Okay. Someone who leaves your hotel, what sort of an experience would you want them to walk away feeling like they've had when they walk out of the door of an Adira managed property?
Yeah. When you operate a hotel, or even when you create travel experiences, the only thing that I can do is we create opportunities for emotions to happen. And by the time you basically, either reach the airport or you reach your home, I hope that your background conversation says that was a different experience. That's what I want to go back to, because it felt different. It felt different than staying in just any other property around the world. It felt that I've, basically experienced the place that I'm visiting. And as I said, what we do is throughout our customer journey, we place those opportunities for those individual experiences, whether it has to do with scents or just rituals that are very, very different. But I'm not in your brain. I don't know what basically triggers within you an emotion that you would say at the end, that's actually the experience that I've never felt before, and I want to go back and re-experience it, if that makes sense.
You're making me curious now. I want to stay at an Adira managed property. Surely part of the success of your company is going to be partnerships, national, international partnerships with different firms, different brands. Anything you can tell us about in that respect?
Yeah, look, we partner, obviously, when it comes to education. We partner with, global institutes, especially also we have partnerships, agreements with Swiss institutions in terms of when it comes to hospitality schools, because a large part of our mandate is obviously also to provide career opportunities and demonstrate what career opportunities the hospitality industry has to offer. So we partner with HTMI, from Switzerland. We partner with Summit Education. We partner with EHL. And then on the other hand, we have memorandums of understanding with, Saudi Tourism Authority, the Ministry of Tourism in place. But also then its collaborations and big partners are some of the major projects that are happening here, like Qiddiya, Arua, Medina, and others.
Okay, and just last, you've talked quite a bit about recruitment and finding people. I don't know how easy that's been. Have you struggled to find enough of the right people that you need? Because you've got so many properties, but you're not the only operator, are you? There's lots of other people out there opening hotels.
That's very true. And to be fair, I was a little bit more concerned than I am right now, because what I noticed is that, especially the local talent wants to be part of creating that local hospitality experience. And so recruiting so far has been a lot easier than imagined. But at the same point in time, because of the growth trajectory, we will work on it in also making sure that people understand what great opportunity it is to work in hospitality. And there is one form of compensation that, people sometimes don't realize is the feedback, the guest feedback, the interaction is something that is very satisfying, if I can call it that way. And that's the message that, I'm trying to basically, contemplate to the talent that I'm talking to and motivating them to join. And because we're new, you have the opportunity to be part of a start, to be part of creating something, to be part of creating a legacy for the kingdom.
And that's probably very attractive, isn't it, to the young population here in Saudi Arabia, and they're presumably buying into this with a lot of passion.
That's my impression, and I hope that's going to be continuing.
All right, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. It's been a real pleasure having you with us. Stefan Lezer, the CEO of Adira Hospitality. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
An invasion or a peace operation? Reunification or a two-state solution? Cyprus's past is as complex as its future. The Mediterranean island has been divided for more than 50 years. But with a renewed push for UN talks, could a resolution be on the horizon? Stay with Al Arabiya English. That Counterpoints debate is coming up soon.
Now, as Saudi Arabia's economy evolves, simply creating jobs is no longer enough. The focus is increasingly on equipping people with the skills employers actually need and helping businesses and government to deliver better services. That's where Maximus comes in, working with public and private sector organisations to train people, improve employability and modernise customer services. Well, more than 600,000 people across the kingdom have completed its training programmes. So what does the next phase of workforce transformation look like? Well, we're joined now by Ali Hamid, who is the Vice President of Maximus Gulf. A very warm welcome. Thank you for coming to see us at Al Arabiya. I wonder if you could start by just telling us a little bit more about Maximus.
Sure. First of all, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure being here. Maximus has been in the kingdom for just over a decade now. The majority of our work happens quietly behind the scenes. We support governments and organizations with programs mainly focused around employability, skills, MPO strengthening, and keeping large national programs running smoothly. We support with job placements, we support with training, we support with surveys and analysis, and majority of other human capital programs.
Okay, so you've got a very important job to do, lots keeping you busy. We're now obviously very well into the execution phase of Vision 2030, aren't we? And I'm wondering from your perspective how this stage is changing expectations about delivery and, of course, results.
Sure. Vision 2030 has clearly entered the execution phase, where focus has now shifted from planning to deliverable real results. PIF's new 5-year strategy clearly emphasizes this shift, and the progress is already visible, where IMF reports that non-oil contribution is roughly around 76%. At the same time, fast-growing markets such as AI, smart mobility, fintech, and clean energy are demanding new roles and new talent. At our innovation labs, which we have created, we help governments transform ambitious policies into practical solutions and deliver results.
Okay, so you're painting a picture here of a market that's changing really fast. And of course, you work very closely with job seekers, employers every day. I wonder what you're seeing on the ground that's shaping how public services evolve.
Well, public services work best when they're built around real people's experiences. We see it every day. Finding a job is not just about skills. It is highly reliant on confidence, health, childcare, and sometimes even financial challenges. That's why public services need to reflect on the needs of job seekers, employers, and the community. It also starts with accurate data, because better information builds better decisions, stronger programs achievements, and greater social impact.
Okay, so I mean, when we talk about employment, obviously the focus is very much on the individual, but with a much wider ripple effect. And I wonder how you see that broader economic and social impact playing out.
Well, empowering one person creates benefits far beyond that one individual. When someone gets a job, they're becoming financially independent, their families become stable, and their future generations are less likely to go into unemployment. They also contribute more to the economy by becoming consumers. Saudi Arabia's increase in the female participation in the workplace has increased from 17% in 2017 to nearly 35% by the end of 2025, and which is a clear example of this transformation. And like you said earlier, we have supported putting 600,000 people into work in the last decade, contributing to stronger families, stronger economies, and a more resilient economy.
I mean, I suppose just thinking about it, the workplace has always been changing. The skill sets and the requirements have always been changing. When we see the third sector step into the much bigger role in the kingdom, from your vantage point, how are NPOs evolving and what kind of support do they need to really scale their impact?
The third sector is becoming a strong driver to the development of Saudi Arabia. Under Vision 2030, they are targeted to contribute roughly 5% of GDP. Now, in order for that to happen, they need to have strong governance, clear standards, and the ability to show return or social impact. As the kingdom focuses on stronger institutions, organizations need to support NPOs to become more transparent, more audit-ready, and better equipped to deliver measurable results.
Okay, and obviously there's so many shifts taking place. I mean, it's hard to know which shift to start talking about first, but one of them is obviously Saudi talent and massive national programs aimed at grooming up future talent. How is that changing the way transformation is delivered on the ground?
Well, Saudi talent is leading the kingdom's transformation with a deep understanding of the local culture and national priorities. With 70% of Saudis under the age of 75, this is a young, dynamic generation that brings in fresh ideas and a strong ownership for the country's future. And now, as they take on more leadership roles, it is important to invest in building up those capabilities. That's why we've established a Employability Excellence Center, where we do exactly that. We help government teams build the skills needed for the future today.
Very hard to read into the future, and there are obviously new industries emerging all the time. How do employers then rethink the sorts of skills they need, and how do they prepare their teams for what's coming next?
Yeah, that's quite simple. You can see it today. Employers are shifting from short-term hiring to long-term workforce planning. With growth in sectors like in AI, biotech, and fintech, companies are screaming for new talent today that can support them. And with the global demand for AI already being very high, and there's a shortage of roughly 1.6 to 4.2 million AI jobs still unfilled, that's why organizations, you see it today, are investing in the future of their employees today. We help employers build workforce systems that are adaptable, digitally skilled, and ready for continuous learning.
Okay, and with regards to capability building, what does that look like in practice? And why is it so important?
I think historically, capability building, people look at training an individual, but it's far beyond that. It's actually about strengthening organizations, developing the employees, and also improving the system that brings them both together. This supports the kingdom's effort to modernize education and prepare talent for future industries. Saudi Arabia is already improving in the global talent ranking, with more employers hiring directly from training programs and local boot camps. We help organizations build practical systems, clear processes, and enable assessment methods that create long-term sustainable results.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, clearly you've got lots of experience in this region. It's the region you know best. How does that enable you to do things differently when it comes to making policy work in people's daily lives?
With more than 14 years' experience in the region and a 98% Saudi workforce, we understand the local context as well as bring global best practices. This allows us to build programs that are Saudi-built, Saudi-led, and in line with the Saudi priorities. We work closely with our partners and other stakeholders to deliver successful programs that achieve long-lasting, sustainable results with the highest quality. In short, our goal is to turn policy into real improvement that touches people's lives, their jobs, their families, and their everyday lives.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you sharing that with us.
Thank you so much.
Exciting times indeed. Thank you, Ali Hamad, the Vice President of Maximus Gulf. Thanks for coming to.
Thank you so much for having me.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. The Trump name is a loaded one and carries with it both positive and negative traits, depending on your view of the current US president. For Fred Trump III, it's a name that has often created challenges because of his strained relationship with his uncle, perhaps even more so since Donald Trump returned to the White House. Fred is a passionate advocate for people with disabilities, as his younger son, William, now in his mid-20s, has serious communication and physical challenges. In his book published in 2024, All in the Family, The Trumps and How We Got This Way, Fred said that Donald Trump, in his first presidential term, had told him to let his son William die and move to Florida. Despite the rift, Fred Trump is still keen for his uncle to support his advocacy for disabled people. Although, as he told me, he believes Donald Trump's second term as president is a dangerous one. Fred, it's good to speak to you. It's been almost a year since we last spoke. And at that time, Donald Trump was campaigning. We discussed a lot about what would happen if he got into the White House again. Now, what did you make of what seemed to be, for a lot of people saying, is a decisive victory?
Yeah, I don't think it was decisive in terms of the numbers. For sure, it was a very slim majority that he won, which he did. But we've never seen anybody like him who will take a razor-thin majority and turn it into what he's turned it into. And you have to give him credit for that. I mean, I said it in my book all along. He is relentless, and he is going to do many of the things I said. You know, he is full charged, full of energy. And does he make mistakes? In my opinion, yes. He'll never admit that. But he's doing stuff that no other president does. Now, you either agree with it or not, but he's in your face every single day.
In your opinion, what defines this presidency of Donald Trump compared with his first term?
A couple of things. He surrounded himself with what you may call legitimate cabinet members and folks that were around him. Yes, we've all used the word, guardrails. I was with him often at the beginning of his first term, and you could tell he was not happy with it. He comes from the hard-charging New York City real estate world, and now all of a sudden there are people telling him that there are rules that have to be followed. Second term, all bets are off. No guardrails, no rules. He will take advantage of anything he can. And again, as a Democrat, and I am a Democrat, I've always, since I was able to vote, have voted Democrat. There's a little envy in me, and I have a little Twitter account that has, a few thousand people, and I'm just constantly saying, and it's hard to say, but Democrats have to stop being so principled. They have to learn how to fight like he does. And just selfishly, I was kind of disappointed that the Harris campaign didn't use me a little more, because I grew up in the same neighborhood Donald did. I'm from Queens, and we know how to fight. So and that to use a word that Donald uses almost every day, that campaign, in my opinion, was a disaster. It should have been a victory for the Democrats.
In terms of where things are for the Democrats now, where does it leave them? Because, of course, it was one of those situations where people said, well, this was an opportunity, but obviously it was lost.
Yeah, it was lost. Bad campaign managers for Harris. Yeah, listen, she was thrown into a very difficult position. But when she didn't sort of disavow some of the Biden policies that she was involved with, I grant you. But here's the way I look at it. Donald's constituents, his fans, if you will, love him. I mean, you saw the Madison Square Garden before the election. I mean, they love him. In fact, there was one guy that spoke I actually went to junior high school with, and he was telling a story that I remember quite well. But these people, they have their signs. They have Was there anyone that really would cry in the stands for Kamala Harris when she came out? There was no true enthusiasm, except if you throw Beyonce in there. That was tough. You can't. I mean, you have to match his energy if that's possible.
The thing is that it seems, according to the critics, that Democrats don't have anyone with real charisma now to take on someone like Donald Trump. I mean, irrespective of whether he's a good guy or bad guy, according to your position, he's got that presence that people seem to like, especially in America.
And I couldn't agree more. And if you don't mind, I'll throw out some names that I think are really ones to look after. Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland. Andy Beshear is the governor of Kentucky. This state senator from Texas, James Tallarico. Now, he should start off running for Senate. They're all really super smart. And Gavin Newsom, of course. I mean, you can't not have him in the conversation. But they're lacking that ability to attract passion from their people. I love Wes Moore. I think he's got a great backstory and all this, but I just don't know if he has the ability to go out there and take a knockout punch to his opponents.
We seem to live in a world, though, where, if you like, the strong guy seems to be the hero for a lot of people. We have Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel. He's pretty much doing what he wants. We have Vladimir Putin in Russia doing pretty much what he wants, and Donald Trump in America doing pretty much what he wants. It seems it's a time for these guys who are really strong to just plow their way through.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And I'm sure that list could be expanded by dozens. I keep saying, and I'm sure you're aware of what's going on with Texas, with the redistricting. And I was, again, on my Twitter feed saying, all right, Democrats, don't just say, oh, if they do it, we're going to do it. Why can't you, instead of being reactive, be proactive? Where's the smart guy in the Democratic leadership that says, hey, I got a great idea. Let's gerrymander 5 seats in California before they even think about it. But it's always, oh, they're doing it. It's terrible. So we're going to do it. We don't want to do it because it's really not the way our principles are. Yeah, I want to win is what I want to do. I want this party to win.
Isn't part of the problem, Fred, that politics, the world over actually, but particularly now in America, have become a case of whatever the other side says, we're going to oppose, even if it was originally our idea. It seems to be simply just negating what the other side says rather than coming up with original policies that might actually be bipartisan.
I couldn't agree with you more. Unfortunately, certainly in this country, there is very little appetite for bipartisanship. And as you know, my incredible advocacy and passion and wanting to get out there to speak on the rights of the disabled. I kept saying, it shouldn't be a partisan issue. Disability is going to, in one form or another, it's going to affect every family in this country. Yet there's no consensus on what to do about it. And it's a huge issue. And what I really was disturbed at with the Harris campaign, and again, I had a personalized letter sent directly to her and her chief of staff saying, I'm here. Let's forget, if you can, for a second, what being disabled means and the tens of millions. Let's put it in pure political terms. There are 60 million people in America that are afflicted with some sort of disability. That is a huge voting block. And believe me, I was involved with many organizations, and all of them are saying, we can't believe that the head of our party right now, Kamala Harris, and the vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, who has a son who's disabled, I didn't hear them use the word disabled once. So again, if you want to put it in truly political terms, disability is a major voting bloc.
Fred, I'm going to circle back round to that in a minute, but let me carry on with what Donald Trump's been doing since he's come into office and how much things have changed since January of this year. Now, a couple of things. First of all, what did you make of his various claims? You know, I'm going to stop wars in a day and so on. Of course, that hasn't happened. What did you make of the kind of broad brush statements he made?
Well, if there was anybody out there that believed that, but his MAGA base tends to believe stuff like that. Now we're 6-8 months into it, and we'll see tomorrow if there's any progress. I'm sure he's not thrilled with the fact that he's being played by Putin, as many people are saying. I think he's way too close, and trust me, I'm no expert on the Middle East, but as a layperson, political junkie, I think he's too close to Netanyahu with what's happening right now. I think when you start seeing him tout his stopping the war with Congo or Azerbaijan or that's him trying to make up for the fact that he's not having any success with the two big ones.
What about his what seems to be fairly big appetite for the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah, it's interesting. It really is interesting how that comes up all the time now. I think it's just going back to Barack Obama, who Obama sort of lives rent-free in his brain. Obama, and I disagree with this too, but Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize before he was even president. So I don't know how I think that really drives Donald nuts. And he wants it. There's no doubt. It's a mission for him right now. I've never personally heard him talk about it with me, but it is one of the most forward things in his mind.
Yet it seems that many leaders are kind of cozying up to him by nominating him now. It's happened 3 or 4 times where people seem to be wanting to win favor. Why do you think people are so desperate to keep Donald Trump happy?
Because he can make them very sad. If you get on his bad side, it could cost you. So I think we see it every time, except for maybe Zelensky. Everybody who goes into the White House, tries to curry favor with him in one way or another.
For a lot of people, he seems to be wielding power that seems to be way beyond what most people would have expected the US president to have, that there would be more checks and balances.
Yeah, I think those rules are gone for now. And I said early on when my book came out last year that, people don't care as much about the Constitution as they used to. I remember when I was in grade school, actually, Donald and I had the same teacher in high school, 17 years apart, who literally would read the Constitution and we would have to write it down in a green book. So we knew what the Constitution meant. Now it's, who cares about it anymore on the right side? I'm not going to necessarily say on the left, but yeah, he's taking advantage of everything he can. And he may lose some court battles, but, with temporary restraining orders, but in the end, a lot of it comes back to his favor. And I don't know if it's his great attorneys or what, but he has won some things that I wouldn't have even imagined 5 years ago happening.
There are those who have the opinion that the checks and balances, if not coming through the political system, will come in other ways. I've heard, for example, the financial markets end up as a check and balance against the president's action. When the tariffs were first being announced, there was such a reaction in the financial markets that Donald Trump had to kind of pull back. That perhaps it's the laws of nature, if you want to see them that way, might actually hold him back in some of his actions.
Yeah, I agree with you, but he has this masterly ability of starting off at a point and reeling it back in. And you definitely saw that with the tariffs. Was it April 2nd when and the markets just absolutely crashed? And I cautioned the Democrats saying, A, don't wish for inflation to come because that's just bad for the American people. But he'll find a way, as I said, to reel it back where what he said is not really what he means. And you saw the market is at an all-time high. We had a very bad PPI, producer price index number today. Markets reacted dismally right off the bat, and then they're starting to claw its back. So, here's the thing. He is always in somebody's ear. Okay, he'll dial up Goldman Sachs the other day. He'll dial up some other companies. He'll dial up somebody in the government saying, you better write this now, okay? And don't say it was a bad PPI number. It was Biden's number. It was a bad, statistic. He will always find a way to win, to make him look good. And it's a genius.
Do they listen? Do you think everyone listens?
Who is everyone?
Meaning the people he calls up. If he's in someone's ear, are they all obliged to listen?
I can only go back to an old anecdote in real estate. Now, I was in real estate for 35 years in the city, and Donald would always tout himself as the biggest landlord in Manhattan, which absolutely wasn't true. There were a number of real estate families that had been around for generations, and I knew a few of them pretty darn well. And they would basically say, you know what, when we see that in the newspaper, we just kind of laugh and say, let him have his fun. So yeah, I'm sure there are guys out there that are saying, "Oh, sure, we'll do what you want," because you don't want to be under his thumb.
Fred, as a journalist, I keep my opinions out of this, but I'm going to say what a lot of people say, and that is some of the statements Donald Trump makes. When he says it's complicated or it's something people don't understand, but I understand better than anyone else. That this actually masks a lack of knowledge. Now, again, your family, irrespective of your issues, and knowing him well growing up, would you say he is genuinely a smart person?
Yeah, I think he's a smart guy. Yeah. And he has a lot of smart people. Maybe smart different than, certainly in the beginning, Goldman Sachs smart. He had street smart guys. And that's what a lot of his knowledge, it's street smart. So when he says it's common sense, he truly means that. That's what he bases a lot of his decisions on. It's common sense. Like, who would have thought he would have gone up to Harlem last year during the campaign? He's not going to win. Well, guess what? He went up to Harlem, and he was a hero for going up there. And he wound up winning the younger black vote. Anyway, so to get back to your point, he may not have the knowledge of a MIT professor like his uncle and my Uncle John, who was in the news a couple of months ago. Donald put him in the news. But he just has a knowledge of so many things. I mean, when I hung around with him, his knowledge of sports, his knowledge of this, it's pretty amazing. And he gets that from his father. I mean, my grandfather used to pour through newspapers every time I saw him on the weekends. And, Donald's the same.
Now, of course, his claims are often disputed and often disproved through analysis. But there is a feeling that somehow he's managed to manipulate the system and enrich himself greatly through whatever measures are coming through, in his presidency. Of course, he's meant to be detached from those. What's your opinion on the way the family business has been run, irrespective of him essentially supposed to be hands-off?
I don't think he cares. I really don't. And he's got enough people that say, we don't care that you don't care. Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, would say, oh, the Biden crime family. Okay, but it was, at least Donald is saying it out loud. And, that was just brushed over. So I really just don't think they care. Let people say that it's crooked or it's this or it's that. We like making money. We're going to make money any way we can. And that's it. I haven't seen any real blowback from it.
Well, we spoke last year in September, Fred, actually just a few days before the anniversary of your father's passing. So I know you'll be commemorating that again in the coming weeks. At that time, your book had only been a couple of months old. You'd published in the summer, All in the Family, The Trumps and How We Got This Way. A lot of people at that time, and I questioned you on it, said it was designed to kind of disrupt Donald Trump's presidential campaign, that the timing was aimed at trying to push things the other way and kind of reveal his not so bright side or not so kind side. What sort of feedback have you had since then on the book? And in light of the presidential win, perhaps any feedback from your family?
Well, I'll say that the feedback was, yeah, I of course got the, you're just doing this for the money, but and that's fine. I knew that was coming. It was initially not written for that purpose. I thought it was a very well balanced book, and that is generally what most everybody says. They appreciated the fact that I tried to do it in a level-headed way. They knew that I would take shots from my family, but I thought that what was going to occur with Donald's second term would be a dangerous thing. And I turned out to be pretty right in most everything I said. Now, do I regret some of the things I said? I've been back and forth with one of my cousins, and we used to have a good relationship. It's very tense. I would like to get back in touch with Donald when the assassination attempt came. I wrote him something after the election. I congratulated him and said, look, I'm not congratulating you on your policies. I'm just congratulating you because you're my uncle. I hope to somehow get back to have some type of relationship with him. I said very clearly, I was actually in D.C. being interviewed by a few UK outfits. And I said, what I really wish he had done was say, okay, pal, I know how important disability issues are for you. So why don't you come down and let's figure out something to do. That never happened. And that was troubling. But again, yes, there were some things that people misconstrued that I regret saying about him. So I'm sorry for that. But I disagree with nearly everything that's happening right now. It's uncomfortable personally for me. My family, my direct family has been adversely affected by it, but that's the way it goes. I'm not whining about it. It's just the way it is.
Now, you did say, Fred, the book was written to basically honor your father and his memory as well, and also to explain your passion, your advocacy for people with disabilities. And I was going to ask you first, and it was something I should have asked at the top, I guess, of the show, is how is William doing?
Thank you for asking. William's doing well. He lives in a group home in a town right next to one my wife and I live in. Let me just tell you, this country is so ill-equipped to take care of people who need assistance like this. And it's not just what's going to occur with cuts to Medicaid, because that's coming and that's going to be devastating. It's also the immigration issue, where I'm going to say nearly every caregiver I know is not born in this country. And I mean, they're all here legitimately, but those who are on temporary protective status, we all have heard stories of ICE going after them. Now, these are people I've gotten to know. And when that Haitian thing happened last summer in Springfield, Ohio, I spoke out about it. I said, wait a second. Many of William's aides are Haitian, and you come and do that job. Okay. It is a tough, grinding job every single day. And they have to take care of their family. And they probably have another job because they're only getting paid $18, $19, $20 an hour. It's sick in this country that we can't figure it out. And I got to know a great old friend of mine, worked with Ingenuity at Pepsi for decades. And I had the opportunity to speak with her. And she goes, Fred, it's great what you're doing. And because my book was was out in India, she goes, you got to tell that story because it's rampant in India. It's rampant in Australia. Every country that I have had the opportunity to speak to, disability issues, and I don't get it. We're all going to be affected with it. I mean, I'm probably 10, 15 years away from needing home health care or something like that. We all are. We're all getting it. I just had a good friend who's had his third child, and she's going to be in the hospital for 2 months. And what effect will that have on the rest of her life? And who will be there to help? It's an issue that's just got to be dealt with.
It's actually interesting that in the Middle East, in general, there's been kind of a move to see people with disabilities not as being disabled, but having determination. So the term often used is people with determination.
100%. I mean, I've always said that about William. He's the most courageous person. Imagine being in a wheelchair, not being able to speak, not being able to bathe yourself or brush your teeth or do it, or tell people that you're hurting. Imagine the courage it takes to have somebody you don't know come in and start taking care of you. But yes, the absolute determination of these people, it's so humbling. It is a very small word to what it really is. I give everyone who lives with a disability, no matter what it is, this country looks down on those people, and they shouldn't. They should, and you make a great point. They should look to them with respect.
Well, we touched on last time how the story had come out, how your uncle Donald Trump had essentially quietly said to you, why he doesn't know who you are. William doesn't know who you are. Why don't you just leave him to die and move to Florida? That stuck with me, of course, and that's been quoted quite widely.
Yeah, no, he said it, and I wish he hadn't. I don't know if he wishes he hadn't said it. And that's just, that's just the way it goes. I've tried to make the case that, there's the lack of empathy. And empathy is what this country really needs a little more of.
Well, the reason I'd waited on this topic until now, Fred, is also because when we spoke last time, you talked about how many immigrants, you mentioned again now, how many immigrants are involved in the care services. And in the case of William, too, you said many of the people who have helped him are also from immigrant backgrounds as well, not born in the USA. And I'm wondering, since we last spoke, has there been any indication from what you know that any of those people have been affected? That obviously they're probably a bit wary now with the whole ICE agent situation.
Yeah, obviously I can't get into any specifics, but sure, yes, I've heard of situations, not just for the caregivers, but for their family members. So yes, it is out there.
I was going to say, are you sensing a general tension among the immigrant community where you are?
Sure. And by the way, it's not easy to have the last name Trump when this is all happening. It's not that easy.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Of course, it will always be something you carry. You had actually said earlier on in our conversation how you were disappointed the Democrats hadn't used you in the campaigning prior to the election. That would have been partly, obviously, or largely perhaps because of your Trump name, but then there's also that potential liability, isn't there?
The liability in terms of?
Well, meaning that, again, bringing a Trump on the other side, it becomes more again about the Trump name and perhaps would be counterproductive.
Yeah, I thought I had a great story to tell, but they thought otherwise. And okay. I also went into local races. There was a woman who was a representative from the town I went to school in, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. And I remember sending her a signed copy of the book before the election, way before. And I got in touch. I said, why don't you have me here? My dad went to Lehigh. I went to Lehigh. My son went to Lehigh. I know these people. Why don't you have me come down and at least talk? And they wanted no part. So, yeah, maybe they're smarter than I am. Maybe mine was more of an emotional thing. But
there is possibly the risk of retribution because there is a feeling that if you cross Donald Trump, that there's going to be some kind of outcome.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've had virtual, other than, people that I come in contact with, every now and then who will, there's no black and white. They either love him or they hate him. So if they know me and they're MAGA Republicans, they're going to let me know that my book sucked and sorry. And you shouldn't be doing that. He's the greatest thing in the world. Okay, that's great. That's their opinion. I have no problem with that.
You're not the only one who wrote about it, though, Fred, because obviously your sister Mary also was quite scathing in her opinion.
Yeah, I would say more scathing than me. Mine, of course, was based on real personal history with Donald, as opposed to Mary, who really didn't have a relationship with him.
Let me ask you about what's happening in the health sector as we're talking on this topic. One of the people I interviewed on my show during the presidential campaign, and he was running for president at the time, was RFK Jr., who then ended up as health secretary. What have you made of, well, first of all, your thoughts on him as a person, because he's also quite divisive, but then also on how the health sector is going and how it might affect the lives of your family members, including William?
Just very quick anecdote. The first time I met Bobby, he was in a battle with Donald. Donald owned a piece of property up in Westchester and wanted to put a bunch of golf courses, a golf course and a bunch of houses up there. And Bobby Kennedy was on his water, he was pro water. You can't use all this water. It's very important. And while that was going on, I flew down with Donald and my wife and my baby daughter. And Bobby Kennedy was on the plane. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Here they are fighting against each other, but take a ride on my plane. It did give me the opportunity to meet Ethel Kennedy, though, which was one of the great treats of my life.
But RFK Jr. seems to be stirring it up in the health sector anyway. How do you see the various things happening?
I think he's just a very dangerous guy, how anybody listens to him. Now, his healthier eating, okay, I get that. That's fine. But I don't want to rely too much on very, very smart people. But in this case, I want to listen to what the scientists have to say. And there's a large majority that think he's just a hack and dangerous. And I'm disappointed in Donald that he would put somebody in that position that is so important. And frankly, we may not know the effects of his policies for years to come. That's part of the problem. And look, I hope it all goes well. I don't want anyone to be hurt. I just think the way he goes about it is absolutely wrong.
There was a sense among some people that he has had to pull back a little bit, having taken on this role, the responsibility involved. And of course, he has to now work for everyone, that perhaps he's pulled back a little bit on some of his ideas.
Yeah, you don't hear as much from him these days. So maybe he's trying to serious up a little bit and getting a lot of blowback. I hope so.
Fred, the last time we spoke, of course, The Apprentice, the movie, the biopic on your uncle was coming out. You said you wouldn't see it. Did you end up going to see it?
No, I had no interest. I never watched the TV show, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I was thinking irrespective, just to see what sort of take they had on Donald Trump.
No, I honestly didn't care.
Now, you had mentioned also at the time your book might become a movie. What were the prospects of that?
Not very good. No, some people had talked to me, but it would just take too much, and it was too much, and that's fine too. That was more maybe my ego being stroked a little bit, but yeah, no, there was no real chance that was going to happen.
Well, certainly it wouldn't be the best time for it to happen now with Donald Trump in the White House, but it's possibly something that might get revisited.
Maybe.
What do you see in terms of the follow-up on the story? Do you see, I mean, obviously you've done this book as a tribute to your father and to William. What else do you see yourself delving into when it comes to the Trump family and what you might want to write about?
Oh, I don't know if I have another book in me. I just want to, again, say pretty much everything I said regarding Donald and his policies, Project 2025, have all pretty much come to fruition. And we have, 3.5 more years to go through. We'll see. Next November is going to be extremely important with the congressional races. Democrats should, if history shows the party out of power comes through, but I wouldn't put anything past Donald and his Republican colleagues of pulling something out.
Well, there has also been mention of Donald Trump seeing if the Constitution can be changed to allow him to take another term.
Well, again, if you remember, I did say that he will run again in 2028. And I think the Supreme Court decision last year giving wider sway in executive powers, maybe he'll just say, I'm going to sign an executive order making me president again. I certainly wouldn't put it past him. I laugh nervously, but I wouldn't put it past him.
There was also a film called Civil War that was made about America becoming so divided, and it was pretty grim. It was taking a journalist perspective on the story. In that sense, how do you feel about the way the USA is going in terms of its society, in terms of the divisions? Do you see the greater divisions that a lot of people talk about, and do you ever see those being healed?
I do see the divisions. I think they're obvious. They're unfortunate. I've said it before. I'm a huge Godfather fan, and one of the great lines is, it takes a war every 5 years, every 10 years. If the Republicans get clobbered next November, it'd be interesting to see what happens to the Republican Party then. Are they just going to finally say, we're done, we got to move forward? Or is Donald going to, do what he does? Just say, not me, we're moving forward. I didn't lose that election. It was you guys. It's going to be a combination of that and the Democrats getting a real leader in the party, because it sure isn't Chuck Schumer and it sure isn't Hakeem Jeffries, who I had great hopes for being a New Yorker. But I just don't see anybody with the pizzazz to really get out there and bare knuckle fight.
There is a sense, though, that the US also has lost its place as a global leader. What's your opinion on that?
You certainly, obviously, would know better than me, but I can't help but think that we're being ridiculed, just to put it into simple terms. We're not the great, sure, we're the great power for sure, but are we the moral compass? Are we the great leaders of the world right now? I'm not so sure we are, and that's really a shame, because nearly all my life we had been.
Well, as we wrap up, Fred, I was going to say, when we spoke last time, you'd said how your son William loved the song Road to Joy by Peter Gabriel. I did drop him an email. I never got to hear back. He's a very busy guy. But perhaps we can revisit that, and maybe you'll have a chance to connect there as well. Fred, always a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you for making the time.
Riz, thank you so much. Take care.
Well, Fred Trump III there discussing the second term of his uncle, US President Donald Trump. And that's it for this edition of the show. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments. And I'll see you next time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
An invasion or a peace operation? Reunification or a two-state solution? Cyprus's past is as complex as its future. The Mediterranean island has remained divided for more than 50 years. But with a renewed push for UN talks, could a resolution be on the horizon? You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. There's only one divided capital city in the world. Splitting it in two is the UN's longest-running peacekeeping mission. Now, your mind might immediately turn to the Middle East, but it's actually in the Mediterranean, the island of Cyprus. In 1974, Turkey carried out what it called a peace operation following a Greek-backed military coup. Turkish Cypriots now predominantly live in the Turkish-administered north. Greek Cypriots consider the military intervention an invasion. They're part of the EU and live largely in the south. Over 5 decades, 11 UN Secretaries General haven't been able to resolve the partition. But Antonio Guterres wants to give it another try.
I do believe that a solution in Cyprus is absolutely crucial, not only to preserve the interests and the peace of the Cyprus people, but also as a factor of stability in what is becoming a dangerously instable region.
The last round of Cyprus talks was 16 years ago, but Guterres is confident things can be different this time, in part because global conflicts are putting the Med under increasing strain. He made a rare visit to the island at the end of July and says confidence-building measures are underway, the first step towards formal talks. So, coming up, we'll ask our panel, what is the solution to the Cyprus issue? Should Turkey remove its military forces from the island? And in the absence of a diplomatic solution, is another conflict on the island a possibility? Well, joining the discussion is Euripides Evriviades, former High Commissioner for Cyprus to the UK and Senior Fellow at the Cyprus Centre for European and International Affairs at the University of Nicosia. And Professor Hasan Ünal is joining us, a professor at the Department of Political Science and International Relations at Bashkent University. Gentlemen, thank you for being on Counterpoints. More than 50 years on, and the Cyprus issue remains unresolved. The Greek side wants reunification for the whole island under a one-state solution model, while in the Turkish north, the push is for a two-state solution. 16 years after the last round of talks fell apart, there seems to be some subtle movement. The EU has appointed its first ever special envoy for the Cyprus issue, and the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres visited the island at the end of July, the first such visit in more than a decade. Could a resolution be on the horizon? Professor Ünal, let's start with you. A two-state solution or a one-state solution, to your mind, which is more viable?
Well, if there have been so many efforts to be placed into, to find a resolution to the problem, and nothing has come out. And so many secretary generals and quite skillful diplomats have got involved in finding a solution to the problem, and nothing has come out. It may mean that there is perhaps no problem to be resolved. So since 1974, there's been no conflict, no armed conflict, no clashes and nothing happening. And so, okay, there appears to be an issue diplomatically and politically speaking at the UN or at some other institutions from which some of the diplomats get their living, because they are paid to follow what is happening. But after all, basically, this is basically a post-colonial conflict whereby the colonial power leaves the island and the two communities, two nations basically, or extension of two nations, say to each other, I don't recognize your sovereignty, and I can't basically come under your sovereignty. And then you have a conflict, and the societies are torn apart. And the Turkish society suffered quite a bit from 1963 to 1974. And then the Turkish government intervened militarily in 1974, and on a legal basis, with all the rights that provided legitimacy for that intervention, through the international agreements that gave birth to the Republic of Cyprus. So basically, all we have is two working states on the island, and that those two working states need to be recognized by each other. If they don't need to be recognized by one side to the other, well, again, let it be.
Okay, all right. Mr. Evriviades, do you think that the status quo is workable, as the professor said, and that there is no problem that needs to be resolved?
Well, I would venture, and I would gracefully disagree with the analysis of Professor Yunal. I believe the situation on the island is not sustainable. I think it is a negative peace. It is maintained through the use of force. I mean, there are close to 40,000 Turkish troops on the island. And the agreed framework is indeed for a bicommunal, bizonal federal republic. That is the framework, the United Nations framework, which has been agreed by the two sides. I can share the professor's frustration and believe me, my frustration as well, that 52 years down the line, we still do not have a viable situation for both sides, for both communities on the island. We should also mention there are other communities on the island. There is the Armenian community, the Maronite community, the Latin community on the island. What we aspire is one country for one people, member of the United Nations. I know we will not be able to agree about the history of the past. I want us to be able to agree about the history of the future. And the future is none other than having Cyprus, which will continue to be a member of the European Union with or without a solution. Hopefully, of course, with a solution. As to the legal basis that Professor Unal, the distinguished professor, has said, I would also disagree because, yes, and as a matter of fact, I dug up the Treaty of Guarantee because I had a feeling it would come up. And Article 4 of the Treaty of Guarantee of 1960 specifically says that insofar as, I'm reading from the text right now, insofar as common or concerted action may not prove possible, each of the three guaranteeing powers reserves the right to take action, parenthesis, it doesn't specify which action, but take action with the sole aim of re-establishing the state of affairs created by the present treaty. Now, that took place, and of course, Turkey, unfortunately, did not leave the island. And what I say is really what the United Nations is saying, what the United Nations General Assembly has been saying, the Security Council, the European Parliament. And may I also say, and I will, and I don't want to obviously dominate, Resolution 3212 of the United Nations General Assembly, which was adopted in November of '74, in which Turkey voted for it. We have a positive vote on Turkey on that assembly in 3212, which calls for the withdrawal of foreign troops, which calls for the refugees to go back to their homes. And I have it here. I don't want to read it.
Yeah, because you're right. I don't want us to get too bogged down in the past, as you say, that's fraught with complexities, and we could do an entire debate about the history of it. But I like your sense of focusing on what happens now in the future. Professor, what do you make of the comments that Mr. Evriviades said there about that Turkey has maintained this negative peace through the use of military force? Should and could Turkey withdraw its troops from the island to allow for confidence building between the two sides to progress?
Of course, since 1974, Turkey has made it quite clear on every occasion that it is prepared to basically withdraw the big bulk of its troops on the island in case of a resolution, a lasting peace, and what have you. But that hasn't happened. And let me just give you, roughly, quite a number of UN Secretary Generals have worked on it. It started with Perez de Cuellar from 1984 to 1986, then carried on by Boutros Ghali with in 19 1992, then the famous Annan Plan with all the fanfare around it, which was roughly accepted by the Turkish side by about 66%, whereas the Greeks rejected it by 76%. And then 2 rounds of long negotiations on the island between the Greek side and the Turkish side, and involving Turkey and Greece to some extent, both in the island and in Switzerland. Nothing came out of it.
But if there's no immediate military concern, as what you were saying earlier, that there is no problem to be resolved, then why do you think Turkey isn't removing its military?
Why should it? Because now look at what the Greeks have been doing, particularly in connivance with Israel. They are bringing in the Israeli on their side. They are also signing certain agreements with a lot of countries, including France, you know, that is outlandish. And then they are trying to militarize the whole conflict. So without realizing that militarizing the conflict, both in Cyprus and in the Aegean, would in the end pay into the hands of Turkey if they want to. But on the other hand, if there is a two-state solution, Turkey would again bring down the number of its troops to a minimum. What would the minimum be? You can't tell right now, but you know, Turkey wouldn't have to basically keep large numbers of troops on the island. But given the complexity surrounding the island now in the Middle East and elsewhere, Turkey would need to keep its forces, although Turkey has a robust military with which it can easily reach Cyprus this way or the other. There's no question about it. At a time of multipolarity, the island has become even more important for Turkish security and for Turkey's interests across the Mediterranean. So those days are over, when you can say, oh, what about, you know, you basically make major concessions for a solution that would favor the Greek cause to a large extent under a European Union membership. And then in return, you might become a member of the European Union at some blah, blah stage. You know, there is no gallery to which you can actually sell those views anymore in Turkey.
OK, all right. Mr. Evriviades, I saw you shaking your head at some points during the professor's comments there. Give me your interpretation and what's in it for the Turkish side to be absorbed into one nation? And why is there such an opposition to a two-state solution?
It is all of it should be for the benefit of the Cypriots and not hyphenated Cypriots. I am a Cypriot of Greek ethnic background and I'm proud. I'm sure, and I know many of my compatriots, Cypriot Turks, that are Cypriots of Turkish ethnic background, and they are equally proud. The problem that we are facing is really indeed one of security. One side's security is the other side's insecurity. So we have to really solve this double security problem on the island without really militarizing more the island. I know the professor mentioned, you know, the cooperation with Israel, the cooperation with France. When we had the crisis, of course, Iran crisis, Netherlands was here as well. Not as a combatants. We have cooperation, but it's not an alliance. Nobody will come to our aid. Our aim remains to have peaceful coexistence with Turkey, which is our largest neighbor on the island. Geography is destiny. We cannot really change geography. So you know, we're not militarizing. We're far too small to play in the big league that Turkey is playing. At the same time, we cannot kowtow. We are Cypriots. I don't like to be hyphenated Cypriot, but that has been the story, you know, Greek Cypriots, Turkish Cypriots. And what the professor also said, and what people should also have in mind, is that if one really, Melinda, looks at the Cyprus question as simply an internal communal problem, it really begs the question. It has an international dimension, and it also has a regional dimension. That's why so many years after independence, since 1960, the United Kingdom maintains two sovereign bases on the islands. And when we talk about Cyprus, we should also know and have in mind that Cyprus, as a subject of international law, is all the territory of the Republic, east, west, north, south, except the two British bases on the island. That's no accident. What is happening in the region, the Cyprus question has been a function of what is happening in the region. It is a post-colonial conflict, as the professor has mentioned. And mind you, I do not take the British away from the divide and rule principles that they had. And if you want me to go further, I will say that the system that we had to guarantee our independence, territorial integrity, that we had with three so-called guarantor powers, Turkey, Greece, and the United Kingdom, all of them, in different ways and in different degrees, committed aggression against Cyprus. I'm not putting all of them on the same basket, and I'm not condoning, of course, Turkish invasion and occupation. No, I'm not. But I'm saying that such a system, in this day and age, 2026, when we are members of the European Union, really has to go, and no unilateral rights of intervention. No. Thank you.
I want to circle back to something that the professor said earlier and get you to respond to it, Mr. Evriviades, and then, Professor, I'll come back to you. At the moment, there's no skirmishes across the Green Line. There is relative peace and calm, and things have been like that for many, many years. Is this UN visit raking up the idea of talks again? Is it inflaming an issue that doesn't exist anymore and the status quo could continue indefinitely, Mr. Evriviades?
I believe that it is a negative peace. You have peace in the cemeteries, but it doesn't take away from the fact that they're cemeteries. We want prosperity for our people as a whole. And that prosperity comes through a bicommunal, bizonal federal republic. Each zone will be self-administered, of course, we will have a central government. No community is going to impose its will against the other community. Members of the European Union, and that's where the future lies. One Cyprus for all Cypriots. We want to decouple ourselves, mind you, from great power politics. We want to decouple ourselves from the antiquated system of guarantees, because it does not serve our own interests. Why should the security of Cyprus and all Cypriots be contingent on what happens between Turkey and Greece? If something happens between Turkey and Greece in the Aegean, God forbid, Cyprus is going to be, we're afraid there's going to be a victim. There are daily flights of airplanes violating airspace, daily challenges. It's an insecure environment, and we do not really need that insecure environment in this volatile region.
OK, Professor, respond to that directly. If there is one centralised government, should there be no need for these guarantor states that could perhaps be inflaming the issue?
Well, first of all, there are so many skillful diplomats and so many other people who got involved in the negotiations, basically. They all worked for that for decades and decades. Nothing came out of it. And the European Union membership as a catalyst was also used to bring about some sort of a formula, as Mr. Evriviades has described. Nothing has come out of it. It's because there is no Cypriot nation. There are two distinctly different nations who claim to have different set of cultures, different history, different version of what happened recently, and blah, blah.
A lot of countries, though, do have ethnic mixes, ethnic diversity, multicultural communities.
No problem, yes. But the trouble is, nothing has come out of it for 50-plus years. And it is obvious that the Greek side is using the European Union membership as a leverage to get something they want. And the Turkish side is not going to basically get into that trap. It's obvious. And the other thing is the European Union made a colossal mistake in letting the Greek Cypriots and the Cyprus government into the European Union. So they have a job. They made a mistake because of Greece's blackmail within the European Union trade-off of files system, and then therefore they want to rectify that mistake through this or that way, but neither the Turkish Cypriots nor Turkey is gonna basically accept any of that.
Can I ask you, Professor, do you think that being part of the European Union would be beneficial for the Turkish Cypriots in the north? Would it allow for more economic prosperity, more job opportunities? Would it not be better for them?
Well, why not? Why not having two independent states? Perhaps both being in the European Union, fully fledged independent, and then basically collaborating with each other. And if they can actually collaborate and collaborate as much as Mr. Evriviadis has claimed, then it may perhaps produce a positive atmosphere that Greece and Turkey may use in order to bring about a larger settlement to their dispute over the Aegean and what have you.
Okay.
So basically, all the prosperity talk, all the opportunity talk, all the other talk that the island could actually benefit from the European Union membership could be well achieved through two fully fledged independent states. The other thing is, for instance, Turkey has already taken fresh water to northern Cyprus, and northern Cyprus has been enjoying it, and now they're about to use it for agricultural purposes. And now Turkey is building a huge pipeline to take again natural gas to the northern part of the island, and also electricity. So all these things could be utilized through the two-state solution.
Okay.
Why do we insist on one single state at a time when we have seen states breaking up like Yugoslavia into many pieces, all of which have been recognized by the so-called international community, and all of them have been let into the European Union.
Okay, all right. Mr. Evriviadis, your response to that?
Well, the European Union is a peace project. It has solved the French and German question. I mean, it has solved problems by embracing them. I would not think, even contemplate for a minute where Cyprus as a whole would be without membership of the European Union. Turkey wants to join the European Union. And as a matter of fact, it may come as a surprise that Cyprus supports that, because we believe in a European Turkey, because a European Turkey, it will behave differently than what we believe it has. As to the fact that there is no Cypriot nation, there are many countries that they have different ethnic communities. They manage to live very well. And in fact, they are a quilt. The European Union Cyprus will remain a member of the European Union with or without a solution. We want, obviously, to have a solution, and that will be beneficial for all the people of Cyprus. Right now, the Cypriot Turkish community is receiving a lot of funds. They are slowly aligning themselves with the European acquis. It is not a trap for Turkey. The reason that Turkey is not joining the European Union, it goes beyond Cyprus and its size, its foreign policy orientation. Other countries, they have issues about Turkey joining the European Union. But a two-state solution, as described by the professor, two sovereign, independent states, one Cypriot Turkish state, one Cypriot Greek state, as two independent actors, I think that also spells disaster. Why? Because the friction. It will bring more rivalry between Greece and Turkey. There will be de jure borders. The demarcation line will become a de jure border. And then it will force us to militarize more. It will force us, and if anything, I repeat, happens between Greece and Turkey, then we will become victims. We don't play in the big league. And as the professor said, that even if all Turkish troops decide to leave tomorrow, what stops them from coming back? It's only 4 times flying time from Mersin to Cyprus, and Turkey is a regional superpower. It has all these drones. Can Cyprus ever be a threat to Turkey? Give me a break. Cyprus cannot be. And if that threat, they say it is for the Cypriot Turks or for Turkey, then we can demilitarize. We can find other formulas to allay the fears of our compatriots, the Cypriot Turks. But it should also be recognized their absolute security is our own absolute insecurity. So we have to find to find a system, and I'm not sure that Turkey wants to really. Professor, I need you to enlighten me on this. When they say a two-state solution, 2 separate, sovereign, independent countries that they are able to be an independent actors and sign their own treaties, and we'll still have to negotiate the demarcation line would be the border, compensation about property. So many the issues that we're discussing in the talks are also issues for a divorce. I mean, you're claiming for a divorce. So I think the cure will be worse than the medicine.
Mm. Well, first of all, the first thing is I talked about 2-state solutions with 2 independent, fully fledged independent states, as I said, sovereign and independent, within the European Union. So if you have 2 states within the European Union, why should you basically militarize on both sides, because there is less security? Because if the European Union basically boosts security on both sides, then it is going to do. But, forget it. That is an idealistic thing that is not going to materialize after all. But what it is let's think about certain things and put certain things into perspective. Does Turkey actually really mean 2 sovereign and independent states when it talks about 2-state solution? Yes, because this has been the Greek attitude, which has basically driven Turkey to that position. Because you have the Turkish Cypriot side and the Turkish governments, consecutive governments, have been involved in all these talks since 1984. A year after the declaration of independence by Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. Basically, nothing has come out of that. And then Turkey said, and the Turkish Cypriots also said, well, we don't want to negotiate anymore with the Greeks. So if they want to cooperate with us on environment, on certain other things, on economic relations, on trade and what have you, okay, let them do it. We are out for that. But other than that, let's get again around the table and repeat the same arguments, rinse and repeat, nothing comes out. And then, we have no time, particularly at a time of multipolarity. Why should we? And there would be new countries that would recognize Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, even perhaps Russia, in near future, because the whole world and the whole world's security is transforming into multipolarity. And the only thing, we are the only recognized government by blah blah number of governments, and therefore we are the only legitimate government. Those things don't really matter anymore. And when I talk to the European diplomats here in Ankara, they express, the minute we talk about the Cyprus question, they start expressing their frustration with the Greeks and the Greek Cypriot diplomats, because the only issue in their file is always Turkey. They talk nothing other than Turkey. And there is obviously no confidence between Turkey and the Greek Cypriots, and between the Turkish Cypriots and the Greek Cypriots. And therefore, I don't understand why we are going to try the same thing from scratch once again.
Okay.
So basically, it is now the whole world security setting has changed. And under the circumstances, for instance, no one can actually sell the European Union story to the Turkish public anymore.
OK. I'm going to move us on to our next section in just a moment. I just want to give you a brief right of reply there, Mr. Evriviades. I mean, just give me a shorter, abridged version of your response.
The short end of it is that to the degree that we are not monothematic. One cannot survive in the European Union by being monothematic. We exercise multidimensional, multilateral diplomacy, but one must really understand that we're dealing with an existential issue. For us, the issue is existential. When we have to get it right, it's a do-or-die issue. And like I said, geography is our destiny. I can change everything in life, but I cannot change my geography.
Do you have any more positivity than the professor that this can get a different outcome? I mean, the professor said rinse and repeat. We'll just keep talking and get the same.
Well, actually,
do you feel differently?
If one looks at the details, we have been moving towards a quasi-confederal structure. I mean, for me, what really matters is not so much the name as its functionality. So it has not really been static. It has not been static. It's just in diplomacy, we never put a full stop. We always have a semicolon or a comma, and we move forward. At the same time, one cannot take away the facts of invasion, occupation, massive violation of human rights, all these things. There has to be a sense of justice for all. All these things are not what I say so, is what the European Court of Human Rights says so.
Okay.
So we have to move forward on these on these issues, and I do believe, I mean, there will be a meeting between the two leaders of the communities on the 26th of August. I think we should wait to see what happens in that outcome. The Secretary General has put his full weight behind it. Let's see what comes out of it. If it will be another 5+1 meeting, 5 meeting, meaning the three guarantor powers, the two parties, the Cypriot Greek community, Cypriot Turkish community, and the United Nations. European Union does have a function to play. Turkey needs things from the European Union. It may not be full membership anytime soon. I think we can all agree to that. But there are visa issues, there are trade issues, there are so many other issues that the European Union can also help. It's not, the European Union is not anybody's instrument. I mean, the professor is giving us far too much power, too much power. So
okay. No, I'm not.
The short of it.
I'm not. I'm quite aware that neither Greece nor Greek Cyprus could ever basically take Turkey into the European Union. They are two small countries. But in terms of Turkey's relations with the European Union, Turkey basically gets what it needs from the European Union through bilateral relations. For instance, France is quite opposed to Turkey's membership, but France is the biggest investor in Turkey. Italy is confused about Turkish membership, but we don't need to discuss with the Italians Turkish membership, but we have extensive economic trade relations, including military relations. Later,
you have bought several Italian companies.
Okay, I'm just going to interrupt. I'm just going to interrupt.
It is also true of Germany and others. So we get what we want from the European Union. We don't need the Greeks to come in and then say to the others, well, can you please a little helpful about Turkey? The visa issue is a rhetoric.
Okay.
Neither Turkey nor the European Union take it seriously. Other than that, trade and what have you. And the last thing, Melinda, no one can guarantee the European Union will survive the strong currents of the multipolarity in the years ahead.
Okay.
So let's be realistic.
We might have to save that for a European Union debate a little bit later on.
Yeah, bring me on.
One comment on multipolarity, if I may.
Sure, please.
Yeah, just multipolarity does not mean cessation and separation. If every ethnic community, including communities in Turkey, I may add, claim multipolarity and self-determination, then we have chaos everywhere, because all countries in the world have communities that identify differently. So that I just wanted to put that on the table, and let's go on.
Well, what has happened in Cyprus is not secession nor separatism. Basically, as I said, the two communities have basically broken apart through violence that was mostly used to a great extent by the Greeks on the Turkish Cypriots from 1963 to 1974.
Okay,
Professor, I'm sorry to interrupt. How many victims, how many Cypriot Turks were killed between 67 and 74?
Well, the numbers are not so important all the time.
It is important because there was zero.
But pardon me? Hundreds of them were killed. But
no.
The Greek side pursued a policy of ethnic cleansing from 1963 to 1974. Just look at Makarios's own utterances in 1964 when the Turkish warplanes intervened in what we call Erenköy area. And he even had to say that the Greek Cypriots perhaps need to change their policy because their policy, the EOKB, was based on violence against the Turks. I mean, you can't basically dig up anything good out of that
Professor,
of history.
I'm not oblivious to reality, and I'm here to defend the country as a whole. Okay, I'm not going to deny what happened in the Christmas of 63, 64. We had our problems in nation building. Every single country in the world had its problems of nation building. It was a civil war. I mean, there were Cypriot Greeks also that were killed in 63. But between 67 and 74, in fact, in Mr. Clearidis, which I'm sure you respect, President Clearidis at the time, in his book, The Position, 4 volumes, basically says between 67 and 74, there were no intercommunal violence. We were really moving forward. And what blew it up, you're right. What blew it up was the EOKA B terrorist organization and the putsch against Makarios. But, okay, that's in the past. We're not going to agree about the past. Let's agree about the history of the future.
And again, why basically there was less violence between 1967 and 1974 was because Turkey threatened to militarily intervene in 1967. And then the American government this time round said to the Greek government, the Greek junta, that this time they could not stop Turkey from intervening. And that is why there was less violence. So the only language the Greeks at the time understood was deterrence.
Okay, I'm just going to put a pin in the historical debate. I've given you both a chance to express your points of view, but we are going to run out of time soon, and I want us to continue to look towards the future. You've both discussed the militarization of the island. Cyprus obviously occupies a geopolitically strategic position. You've got...
That's the root of the problem, Melinda.
Trade, you've got energy.
Not the Cypriots themselves.
You've got hydrocarbons, and now we have, as has been discussed, France signing an agreement to host its troops in the south, and we have tighter and closer defence relationships between Greece and Cyprus and Israel, which is very troubling to Turkey. Turkey views it as a coordinated threat. Professor, let me ask you, is Cyprus, along with its coordination with Greece, does Turkey view the Greece-Cyprus relationship as a direct threat?
Well, I just laugh when I see they all come together to sort of bring their militaries to present this as a threat to Turkey, because it's not going to work. It's not going to work against a country which is, well armed, that is Turkey, and militarily, certainly there would be no comparison and all that. But they do it, just as they did it in 1974 when they carried out a military coup, which led to the Turkish military intervention. So I just basically follow it, and I also get my academic writings and talking about all these observations, basically, the way they do it. Now, is Israel going to fight for the Greeks? Israel has never fought for anybody. Israel has always got others to fight for Israel. But get this to the Greek Cypriot leadership and the Greek leadership in Athens to understand, no, they are going to go along those lines again and again and again. Well, maybe in the next 2 to 3 years, Israel needs Turkey much more than the Greeks, and there would be a new Israeli government that would come round to say, well, can we basically repair our relations, mend our bridges, and that is going to come to that. So to militarize the situation is not in their interest, but it is not for me to say that. They should understand it. And in terms of, again, multipolarity and what have you, and now I can see quite clearly new countries will come round and recognize Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus because of Turkey's weight. Because each and every country needs Turkey. And from a certain point onwards, Turkey is going to make it a condition in its relations with many countries, saying that, why don't you recognize Northern Cyprus? Or why don't you treat Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus as if you have recognized it? Basically, you deal with it directly. You let direct flights, and you do direct trade and what have you. And it's going to come to that.
Okay, all right, Mr. Evriviadis, this defence alliance between Cyprus, Greece and Israel, particularly air defences being sold and used in southern Cyprus. Does that pose a direct threat to Turkey? Can you see why Turkey may find that provocative?
Of course not. Of course not. There is no... First of all, you use the word alliance. We don't have an alliance.
No official alliance. You're right. You're right.
No.
It's not an official alliance. It's a partnership and cooperation.
Yes. And actually we look forward to the day when we can have the same thing with Turkey. Because these partnerships, there are wider issues at play here. You're talking about corridors, you're talking of IMEC, you're talking about energy. There are a lot of issues that converge in the Eastern Mediterranean, hence the security and strategic value of Cyprus, hence its problems. I will continue to say this to my last breath, that if one wants to study the Cyprus question, one has to study the region because it's a function of the region and not just Cypriot Greeks and Cypriot Turks not getting together. But we put that on the side. No, it is not directed against Turkey. Turkey has been invited to join these corporations, and certainly we are not in any way, shape or form trying to militarize. The insecurity comes directly from the invasion and the occupation. I'm sorry to say, but Cyprus did not invade itself. Cyprus did not invade Turkey. It was Turkey that invaded Cyprus.
Russia
invaded Ukraine. Ukraine did not invade Russia. Occupation is occupation. Colonization is colonization. Violations of human rights. And I'm sure, as the professor said, when there is a new government in Israel or a new government in Turkey, for that matter, things are going to go sort of back to normal as they were. And even to this very same day, where Turkey is championing itself for many causes. There are millions and millions of trade that is happening between Turkey and Israel. So don't just pick up on Cyprus. We want to simply decouple ourselves and build Cyprus as a bridge, not a battlefield, and not anyone's aircraft carrier, and certainly not to have any overlords in this day and age, for heaven's sakes.
Professor?
How can Turkey occupy a piece of territory where the occupants, that is the people, are Turkish? And how can you call it occupation?
Professor, they are not Turkish. They are Cypriots of Turkish ethnic background, and they are proud. So I am sorry to say, because you think of Buyut, Turkey, of Greater Turkey, where every single person that speaks Turkish is Turkish. That's not the case. I'm sorry to say about Cyprus.
Well, I'm sorry to say that you are hostage of that narrative. If that was the case,
I am not a Greek. I am not a Greek, Professor. I'm a Cypriot.
You may not be. You may not be.
I'm proud of it.
You may not be. Don't have to be. But the people, we are talking about the people. If those people had rejected Turkey's occupation, they could have rejected it. They don't trust the Greek Cypriots, and they need Turkey all the time because they are part of the Turkish nation. They are also part of the greater Turkish nation across the world, and they are enjoying it too. So what I'm saying is, forget these narratives. Basically, you are Greeks and they are Turkish. And I am a proud Turk. I had a Greek wife for about 25 years with 3 children. So I know the Greek mindset, but this doesn't work anymore. We are into a new world order, and things are changing fast. And when, for instance, from 1919 to 1922, when Atatürk was basically driving the invading Greek army out of Anatolia, Turkey's population was just 1.5 more than Greece. Okay, today we are talking about a nation of 86 million. And in terms of economic development and growth and even GDP per head, Turkey is catching up. Now think about 10 years from now, 20 years from now. And for instance, you are saying we would love to have security arrangements with Turkey. That could come through the two-state solution. That's easy, simple. I can even write it for you.
With the militarization that we see...
Without any payment for advisory, don't worry.
No consultation fees? Thank you. We've got it on record. Look, we're almost out of time. I promise. We're almost out of time. Let me just ask you one final question to both of you. With the militarization that we see, with the tension...
With the what, Melinda?
The militarization that we see, with the strain, with the conflicts around the region, do you feel like conflict is closer than ever before on Cyprus, or do you still feel as if it's immune to the broader regional tensions?
Of course it's not immune to the broader region. Of course it's not. That is the problem. We saw one of the drones hitting one of the bases on the island, and we did not know where the next one was going to come. And of course, I mean, the region sneezes, we catch a cold. The Turkish sneezes, we catch pneumonia. That's why I keep repeating that, why we want to decouple. And I do believe it's doable. Today we're working in a totally different environment, which is the European Union. Despite its problems, the European Union has had a lot of problems. It has managed to survive. I'm confident it will do so and will become even stronger.
Okay.
But we cannot be the satrapy of anybody, and we cannot kowtow. I'm sorry. We are Cypriots, and we are proud of it. And we cannot write our own epitaph. Mm-hmm. I am sorry, with respect to the professor and his views, but I totally disagree with that, even though there are merits in what the professor is saying.
And just briefly, your response, Professor, do you sense conflict between the two parts of the island?
Well, in British English, I learned you don't express your agreement or disagreement. You say the professor has has said very interesting things. There may be another way of looking at it. So Mr. Evriviades has said interesting, well, not so interesting points. He has repeated the Greek narrative, but there may be another way of looking at it. So the best thing to do is to basically get a solution on the facts on the ground. That's it. And then you can get the hydrocarbon issue resolved through Turkish involvement. Whatever amount of hydrocarbon you can bring up would not be economical unless you bring Turkey into the whole thing. If you bring in Turkey, then Turkey has the interconnected system. Then the minute the hydrocarbons reach Turkey, then they become economically viable. And then, you do more and more tourism. You earn much more money. And it is also true between Turkey and Greece. But how can you get this to the Greeks to understand? Even all the people, the Greek political elite, I'm not so much in contact with the Greek Cypriot political elite as I'm in contact with the Greek political elite on this side, but they let's put this in perspective. The Greek political elite has played a very negative role in the whole saga. They have educated people against Turkey.
Okay.
We need a Venizelos in Greece, a proper Venizelos again. This on our side there would be no problem.
Gentlemen,
we don't need a new Atatürk to resolve all these problems, because for Turkey, Greece, and/or Cyprus question is not a big thing. But
it is.
We are determined.
I'm afraid it is.
But we are determined. But we are determined.
I'm afraid it is, Professor, and I think you touched it with the hydrocarbons, with the fact of the greatness of the Turkish nation, and I think that is the driving force, and not so much the security of Cyprus as a whole, or the security of the Cypriot Turks. I think Turkey is playing in the big league, and in the big league, when you look at the Cyprus through that prism, it becomes very little and indispensable, and it becomes an aircraft carrier. I'm sorry, we cannot accept that. We cannot kowtow to something like that.
Well, in an era of drones and missiles and what have you, you don't need an aircraft carrier in Eastern Mediterranean anymore. And the hydrocarbons, all the hydrocarbon-rich countries surround Turkey, and they sell their hydrocarbons through Turkey. We don't need any more. I mean, look at the Russians. Okay. They are so dependent on Turkey as we are dependent on their gas. But it is true of Azerbaijan, of Iran, of Iraq, and what have you. So let's not exaggerate the importance of the hydrocarbons in the Mediterranean. But
it is an important point. It is an important one, and we'll have to leave it there, unfortunately, Professor.
If we can make more money, let's make money. No problem.
Well, but how do you divide that money? That is the question. We'll have to save it.
We have a formula for that as well.
We'll have to save it for a debate on another day. We'll get you back and talk purely hydrocarbons. It's been a very interesting discussion. Thank you to both of you. Euripides Evriviades, former High Commissioner of Cyprus to the UK, and Professor Hassan Ünal from the Bashkent University. Thanks to both of you for being on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode. You can keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget, follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers.
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
An invasion or a peace operation? Reunification or a two-state solution? Cyprus's past is as complex as its future. The Mediterranean island has been divided for more than 50 years. But with a renewed push for UN talks, could a resolution be on the horizon? Stay with Al Arabiya English. That Counterpoints debate is coming up soon.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Pakistan says its new defence pact with Saudi Arabia and Turkey is not aimed at any specific country. Trump says he'll demand conflict compensation from Iran as part of any peace negotiations. And Israel has rejected President Trump's 15-point Board of Peace plan for Gaza. Now, Pakistan says that its new defence pact with Saudi Arabia and Turkey is not aimed at any specific country. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif says the Mecca agreement, which was signed on Friday, is entirely defensive and not aimed at aggression. Sharif also says the alliance is open to other countries in the region. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster and Freddie Gray, deputy editor of The Spectator and host of the Americana podcast. Freddie and Isabel, great to have you on the show with me. Thank you so much for joining me this Monday. Freddie, let's begin the conversation with you because Pakistan is reiterating that this isn't targeting a specific country. The agreement, of course, lots of people have been talking about it over the weekend, is being compared to NATO's Article 5 as well. What do you make of all the analysis and noise that's been happening?
Well, I think it's a fascinating moment in geopolitics. And I think, of course, Pakistan, which is, as a country, has been very involved in the peace negotiations with Iran, is going to be clarifying that this is not aimed to be a sort of an aggressive pact against Iran, nor is it intended to be an aggressive pact against the Houthis in Yemen. It's a defensive alliance, and so Pakistan is very keen to stress that. But it is nonetheless a very significant defensive alliance that is forming at a time when there's a lot of aggression and a lot of aggression going on in the region. It's probably too soon to, I know that Turkey were keen to talk about Article 5 NATO and it being comparable. It's probably too soon for some commentators, I've seen some commentators do, to talk about a kind of Islamic NATO, but that will certainly be that possibility will be ringing alarm bells in other major capitals. I'd be very interested to know what India thinks of an alliance, a strategic defensive military alliance between Pakistan, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia. I think it has the potential to be a very significant, important defensive pact. It also has the potential to upset rival power brokers in the region.
Yes, as you say, a fascinating moment, but all sides stressing it's a defensive pact at the moment. And Isabel, Saudi has also welcomed the statement issued by the UN Security Council. What more do we know about this?
Well, the UN Security Council were commenting on an increase of these Houthi attacks over the weekend, and of course Saudi very concerned to see that. And condemnation from the UN Security Council has been welcomed by Saudi Arabia, as you'd expect. But, you know, as so often we see with the United Nations, lots of warm words, but not an awful lot of action, you know, pointing to the need to follow international law and various council resolutions that they believe should be adhered to. But Saudi is pretty much sort of saying, well, that's all very well and good, but what are you going to do about it? You know, we've seen this increase in these drones and missile attacks, 7 dead over the weekend, 30 injured. And actually, as we've just been discussing, puts pressure on this brand new security alliance, and we'll be testing that as well, because, you know, Freddie says it's too early, as some commentators have described it, to call it a sort of Muslim NATO, but they themselves have described it as a shield of peace. And it doesn't seem to be doing that yet. Is this its first test? You know, will we suddenly see Pakistan leap to the defence of Saudi Arabia as they feel, you know, some of their interests are under threat? So it's a very interesting time. It's also interesting to see how America will respond to this. Will, you know, for decades, if not longer, the United States has had a very strategic and key role in the Middle East. And, you know, could this potentially change it? Absolutely fascinating. But at the moment, its intended consequence is to act as a deterrent. But there are lots of unintended consequences, and it's just unclear, really, as described, what it means for other power brokers in the region and if it actually gets tested more significantly.
Yes, indeed. And also, Freddie, let's just bring it back to you, because I think what Isabel said there is very true. Right now, we don't know what it means on the ground and how this defensive pact will work out. And maybe what's happening at the moment, and some of the guests we had on our former show suggested that the Houthis are trying to test the threshold of this agreement. And I guess this is the first major test for it.
Well, that could well be a large part of it. And of course, the extent to which it's a signal to Iran as well as the Houthis, because those two powers are, of course, connected. I think just sort of pulling back a bit more broadly, I think it's very interesting. Historians of the 19th century analysed it as being what they called the concert of Europe, where, you know, these emerging powers, emerging nations, with lots of money, lots of power, started to shape the world politics and particularly regional politics. And I think what you could say is going on at the moment is a kind of concert for Arabia. And I think Turkey's role, because Turkey, of course, played a part of the 19th century of Europe from the European perspective, but of course Turkey is the country that straddles that part of the world with the Middle East. And so I think Turkey is increasingly such a powerful and important player in that region. And the fact that they are involved in this alliance is hugely significant.
Yes, indeed, and hugely significant too geographically, adding Turkey in, because it obviously covers those major choke points, the Strait of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait in the Red Sea. So, yes, we'll see what the future holds. But let's move on to another story. Thank you for your thoughts on that. President Trump has said he will demand conflict compensation from Iran as part of any peace negotiations. In a post on Truth Social posted in just the last couple of hours, he said Iran Iran is asking for compensation for the damage done to them during the last 5-month military conflict, and likewise demanding compensation from Iran for all of the people that they have killed and gravely wounded with their roadside bombs and many conflicts. Isabel, Trump also says the US is low-keying it at the moment. He said that over the weekend, whilst a deal on the Strait of Hormuz, we know, between Iran and Oman is still being ironed out. It's said to be in its final stages, but we just still haven't had any news on it. So right now, where do things stand?
Well, on the face of it, it looks as though a sort of de-escalation from Trump's position around a week ago, when he wasn't he, threatening an increase in military action to try and force Iran's hand and get the Strait of Hormuz back up and running. As you say, over the weekend, he's given this interview with Axios, this American news site, talking about low-keying it, sitting back, letting Iran really think about the economic inflation and the pressures that they're feeling, rather than constantly dealing with bombardments. And, you know, he talks about the fact that they're really out of cash now, and meanwhile, American consumers are feeling a little bit less pressured, because although oil has risen slightly today, it was over the weekend anyway, down to around $75 a barrel, which takes the pressure off Trump a little bit in this situation. So he hinted that he was happy to sit back and low-key it for a while, and then, in a not very low-key style, he's gone on to his social media platform Truth Social and responded to some of the demands that Iran has been making in these talks with Oman, which have included that they wanted not only an end to sanctions and a freezing of assets, but they wanted compensation for the cost of the war. Well, Trump came back saying, what a great idea. Now you mention it, I think that would be good for us as well. But in fact, we'll go back to any deaths that have been incurred under General Soleimani, which we know has already been killed by the Americans. And he included in this post compensation to the families of the Iranians who have tried to stand up to the regime. So, you know, a fairly inflammatory and provocative post, and not really low-key at all, but certainly looks like a de-escalation from where we were a week ago. Whether or not you can read too much into what is being said on social media with actual American foreign policy, as we all know, it is anyone's guess. But as with all these things, the president is very aware that this war in Iran is extremely unpopular with his voting public, and he has the midterms fast approaching, and he's expected to lose heavily. So he really wants to wrap this up and move things on. And it is worth pointing out that some oil is still flowing through the southern channel of the Strait, so which is also sort of easing the economic pressures on America, if not on Iran.
But, you know, it's absolutely fascinating, because I was speaking to Adolfo Franco earlier, a Republican strategist, and he said, Freddie, I don't know if we can get your point of view on this, but he basically said Trump's option right now of the economic pain on Iran is the one that's basically going to work, because Iran's inflation is running at around 87.9% at the moment. And what will the naval blockade, America's naval blockade, will keep choking Iran to the fact that it just can't pay its civil servants, it can't pay its armies, it can't pay its generals, and eventually they'll come to the table. But I don't know what you think Trump's options are, because this is a valid argument, but at the same time, Iran can swallow that bitter economic pill, because it's taken a lot right now and it's still trying to pull the leverage.
Well, yes, I think America, over the last few months, it's been proven that America and Israel underestimated the resilience of the Iranian government. The Iranians have clearly sustained enormous amounts of damage to their military, to their infrastructure, to their economy. I mean, they've had a kind of sanctions war waged on them for a number of years, and particularly intensifying under this new Trump administration. But they are willing to absorb an awful lot of pain, and they are able to control their public through sinister means, and also through rallying, what we call a rallying round the flag effect, against Western aggression, against Israeli and American aggression. And so I think what you're seeing from Trump, particularly on Truth Social, is a kind of flapping around, and it's taking on this very repetitive nature, People in America are calling it the groundhog war because, Trump says one thing on social media, then 2 days later he'll say the exact opposite. The markets go up, the markets go down. It all becomes very sort of predictable in its unpredictability, if you like. And the actual peace process doesn't seem to be going anywhere. He's running out of road, it seems. Trump is running out of road diplomatically. And the midterms, as Isabel quite rightly says, the midterms are coming up, and it's likely to cause quite a lot of pain for the Republican Party, not just the cost of gas, petrol, oil, not just inflation, but also the lingering sort of disappointment with Trump among Republican voters for having got into this conflict that he doesn't seem to be getting out of. And his whole thing was to be a winner, and he's not being a winner at the moment, it looks like.
Yeah. Well, and no more foreign wars. And let's not forget not just the cost of oil, but the cost to the taxpayers of this war, wasn't it? 37 billion at the latest update to American taxpayers. It's just extraordinary. And there are reports in the Wall Street Journal over the weekend that Trump was reportedly willing to put aside his original desire to try and end Iran's nuclear capability in order to just get the Strait back open, which, reminder, the Strait was open before Operation Epic Fury even began. So all this money and expense and loss of face just to get back to where we were before makes it very, very difficult for President Trump to sell this as a win. Hence why you see these sort of increasingly erratic posts, because he is looking for any sort of ground where he can come out looking, on top in what has been an absolute foreign policy disaster for him.
And I guess this is the big question, because how does Donald Trump, Freddie and Isabel, sell this at home? Because like Isabel rightly said, at the moment, and you said, Freddie, it's the groundhog war. People just seem to be stuck in it at the moment. And as you said, gas prices at the pumps in the US is about 4.06, get it out there, dollars at the moment, which is obviously a lot higher. So everybody's watching that. And it just feels like, as resilient as Donald Trump is, he doesn't seem to be winning the propaganda war back at home, Freddie.
Yes, I mean, I think that Trump's great hope, or Team Trump's great hope, is that some sort of accommodation is reached. The markets will dramatically recover. Or go higher. Sorry, they have actually done quite well. That's the irony of this whole situation. But the oil price will come down dramatically, which will sort of turbocharge the economy in the weeks leading up to November, when these midterm elections happen. They, as I said, they're running out of time to do it. And the message that Trump will have to sell is that he took America. He took this very difficult decision. He caused a lot of strategic pain. But he had to do it to stop Iran getting a nuclear weapon. If it turns out that he can't convincingly convince the world that he has done that, then it is going to go down as the greatest mistake of his presidency and indeed his political career and perhaps his life.
And I just wonder, Isabel, if you think that the world is going to see that Iran now has some form of control over the Strait of Hormuz, and they might actually be prepared to pay some level of service fee in order to make sure that oil and gas are flowing into their economies.
Yeah, I mean, people won't forget that it was free before. But I think in order to get things moving and avoid, global recession, people are reassessing what previously was. And I heard some reports about the cost of insuring these enormous tankers coming through the Strait of Hormuz actually being offset by some sort of fee, and also looking for alternative routes. I mean, there's all sorts of contingency plans being put into place in order to try and protect home economies. And I think it's, we've talked before on this programme about, I think a lot of the pain of this crisis has been diverted by the fact that in summer months in Europe and in America. And just as that increase in demand for fuel comes in, the expediency, the demand, the need to resolve this will increase because that need for oil goes up so significantly.
Let's see where negotiations lead us to this week between Iran and Oman. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And Israel has rejected President Trump's border peace plan for Gaza. Prime Minister Netanyahu has said it will not withdraw any until Hamas fully disarms. Meanwhile, a Hamas official has reportedly said the US must pressure Israel to accept the next phase of the Gaza plan. Oh, Isabel, I don't know what your take on this is, but it seems to be another blow for President Donald Trump. And are you surprised that Israel has come out and Netanyahu has rejected this plan that was worked so hard for and praised by President Trump?
Yeah. Well, listen, this is a president who claimed he could fix the war with Russia-Ukraine within 24 hours or something similar, wasn't it? I think of all the conflicts that Trump has claimed to have solved or hopes to solve, this one has to be the trickiest. I mean, it's been raging, hasn't it, for so long before October the 7th. There have been huge problems between Israel and Palestine, and, this isn't going to be easily solved. Now, this 15-point plan put forward by the board of peace, as it's described, looked hopeful. Certainly Hamas came out on the front foot and said they were prepared to accept the terms of the deal. And Israel went suspiciously quiet. And with every passing day that we didn't hear that they were getting on board with it, I think hopes began to fade. And essentially, last night we heard finally from President Benjamin Netanyahu that they were not going to accept it, that they were rejecting it. Until Hamas had already laid down their arms. Well, of course, Hamas saying that they won't go first. It's the old chicken and the egg. Disarmament or withdrawal, who goes first? Neither prepared to do so. And so we're in this intractable problem. I think for Netanyahu, he obviously is seen as having, well, not only is he being pursued by the International Criminal Court for war crimes in Gaza, but he's also seen by many Israelis as having alienated and isolated Israel from other parts of the world, and seen as insubordinate by President Trump, who hasn't been able to get him to agree to things as much as he would have liked, given the enormous pressure that Washington has been putting on Jerusalem, on Netanyahu. And so Netanyahu's been resisting all of this from Trump because the right of his party is so unhappy, so absolutely adamant that they never withdraw from Gaza. So he's walking this tightrope. Again, another intractable problem and resolution. And he is also facing election later in the year. Now, he is unpopular. And the opposition is fractured and there's no obvious successor to him. But he is under pressure, and so's Trump, and they both need desperately to have a foreign policy win to try and boost their own personal electoral success later on in the year. So that alone gives me an iota of hope that this could be resolved because of their own personal ambitions. But I think, as I say, this is a really, really tricky one for all the reasons that have been discussed so many times over the course of the last 3 years.
Yeah, no, absolutely. In October the 27th, of course, that election happening in Israel. And many people, as you rightly say, Isabel, Netanyahu stuck between a rock and a hard place, between the far right of his coalition and obviously sticking to this plan and pleasing President Donald Trump. But Freddie, where does this leave the plan now, especially from a US perspective, and also from the fact that Hamas has come out yesterday and said, no, we're fully on board with this plan. We will disarm. They've almost won the PR war.
Well, I think the plan is in trouble, as almost all plans for resolving difficulties in the Holy Land. They almost always, sadly, come to an impasse that they cannot cross. I think this Board of Peace was a very Trumpian innovation to try and kind of rebrand the peace process and make it seem innovative and dynamic. But it is obviously running into problems immediately because of the intractability of Hamas and equally the intractability of Israel. Yes, Hamas said they'd be willing to accept that plan, but clearly Israel is skeptical about their actual willingness to disarm, and it's a kind of chicken and egg situation in terms of disarmament and withdrawal. Isabel's completely right that Netanyahu is playing a very difficult political game. He's got to walk this tightrope between Donald Trump and, of course, the Iran war, which is ongoing, and this Gaza peace process and his domestic agenda, his domestic politics. And I'm always just fascinated at the similarities between Netanyahu and Trump. They've known each other an extremely long time. They both have often had kind of threat of legal prosecution held over their heads. And yet they have survived against all odds. However, if polls are correct, it looks like Netanyahu may be running out of road quite quickly.
And Isabel, if we just shift this focus right now and we actually look at Gaza from a humanitarian point of view, we do know that a lot of the world has changed their perspective of Israel since the pictures of Gaza appeared on our screens. We know more than 70,000 Palestinians have lost their lives. And there is an argument right now that Hamas is rearming at a rapid rate, and that people inside of Gaza are living in fear of Hamas and also, of course, living in fear of Israel and continued bombardment. So right now, if you look at the humanitarian cost, it's been absolutely huge, and they haven't even started to rebuild Gaza. They're not even there yet, and this is the first hurdle that no one can seem to get over.
Yeah, I think genocide is the word to describe what's been happening in Gaza, and it's the loss of life of civilians and predominantly women and children who have suffered the most, and the use of all sorts of terrible tactics by the Israelis, including which they deny. The blocking of humanitarian aid and starvation of populations. Hence, as I mentioned, the International Criminal Court pursuing Prime Minister Netanyahu and others within Israel for what's been going on there. But as you say, whilst Gaza is in disarray and has been for 3 years following the absolutely unforgivable 7th of October attacks, it does give, it becomes a breeding ground. They don't have a functioning country. They have a lot of deeply traumatized people, and the longer it is left without a resolution, actually in a funny way, the longer they get a chance to become a more existential threat to Israel as well. So it needs a swift resolution. And as Freddie says, problems in the Holy Land have been raging for decades, and this is a very complex issue that is not easily resolved by two, I'm afraid, bombastic leaders who tend to go for headlines and pandering to the right.
And Freddie, just your thoughts. We've got these elections coming up on October the 27th. Of course, Netanyahu not popular in the polls, as you did say earlier. But do you think if there's a change of government, we could see a change within Gaza if we don't have the far right of the coalition propping up the government?
Well, it'll be very interesting to see what happens. And Israeli elections tend to be quite complicated, and they have to form coalitions, and different parts of different sides of the broad Israeli political spectrum can form a coalition. So we'll have to see what we get. However, I think any likely winner is likely to be pretty hardline on Israeli defence, and probably pretty strong in terms of in a sort of hawkish perspective on Israelis' involvement in the region. I doubt we're going to see any kind of peacenik future administration. However, with Netanyahu gone, if this happens indeed, and again, never write him off because he is this extraordinary survivor, if he goes, there could well be a kind of opportunity to reset Israel's relations with quite large parts of the world, because, as Isabel was saying, Israel has lost the PR war. We could get into the rights and wrongs of it and probably argue about it all night. But it is increasingly seen as a problem on the world stage by Western powers, and obviously in the region too. So I think Netanyahu going could mark a kind of turning point potentially for Israel, but it's very hard to predict which way it will turn.
Yes, indeed, as you do say. And we haven't heard from President Donald Trump, actually. He hasn't replied to what Netanyahu has said, Isabel. He has been talking at the moment, Donald Trump, and I'll just give you a few lines of what he said. He said, Trump on Iran, we still have the ability to escalate. And Trump on Iran, US is going to ask for money for damage Iran has done. So once again, reiterating his stance on Iran. But I wonder if we'll get any reaction to what Netanyahu said, because we've talked over the past about how openly frustrated Trump has been with Netanyahu.
Yeah, he's absolutely beyond frustrated with Netanyahu and really feels as though he was tricked as well into the conflict in Iran, which has backfired massively by Israel, which, you know, leaders in Israel have been trying to get the Americans to do for decades, and Trump was the first to agree to. So, you know, there's a bit of bad blood there, and yet those links remain strong between America and Israel and are also historic. So there will be back channels. Trump will be putting pressure on Netanyahu. But as you said rightly a moment ago, Leigh Ann, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place, between the hardline right of his country and, you know, his sort of backers, his financial backers in the United States.
And as Freddie says, parallels between two of them. They're going to go up for election later this year. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And local officials say a powerful 7.4 magnitude earthquake has killed at least 111 people in Colombia, prompting the government to declare a national emergency. It comes just less than 2 months after two earthquakes devastated the north of neighboring Venezuela, killing more than 6,100 people. Meanwhile, over in China, authorities have evacuated more than 1 million people from their homes, including the financial capital, Shanghai, after a typhoon has made landfall. Freddie, what more do we know about this earthquake that's happened at this stage?
Well, we don't know an awful lot. We know it's extremely significant in terms of the scale of it, in terms of the geological impact. And we can see videos online already emerging suggesting that damage is quite widespread and extensive. And the death toll is rising rapidly. It's now into the hundreds. The great fear, of course, is that as the days go on, in the next few days, it'll emerge that this is a major international incident. And we do also have a new Colombian government that is started, I think, actually on Friday, and has come in pledging to deal with cartels and to cope with Colombia's massive drug export problem. That's a massive international issue. The US administration, Team Trump, are very keen to work with Colombia to stop that happening. Will now the funds that were going to go towards the cartels or fighting the cartels, will that now have to go towards humanitarian relief in Colombia? It doesn't look good. We've just got to hope and pray at this stage that it isn't as bad as it may be.
And Freddie, we have actually been hearing from the European Union. Ursula von der Leyen has been speaking. She says EU ready to provide more support after the earthquake in Colombia. And also Marco Rubio said the US is watching what's happening and also prepared to provide support. But Isabel, also over in China, there's been this huge evacuation going on, and that's due to a typhoon. Mass evacuations underway, huge travel disruptions. What's going on in China?
Well, just before I talk about China, just a word on Colombia. I spent several months living in neighbouring Ecuador, and Colombia and Ecuador have many parallels in terms of architecture. There's a lot of high density, low sort of physical weight. I suppose in Brazil you describe them as favelas. In Colombia they're comunas, these sort of tin roof buildings. And so I think where there's an earthquake like this, they are very easily shaken, and I think it sort of will be part of the challenge in the coming days. But by stark contrast, in China, where this typhoon has hit, and you've got the financial capital Shanghai, which has of course got these skyscrapers, and as we know, architects in China build in for earthquakes, for typhoons, because these are regular occurrences, and they're in much better, situation in terms of the government defences for these sorts of disasters, natural disasters, and they've evacuated around 1 million people. That's no small task, and they have these regular sort of practice demos, if you like. And I think in July, on average, there are around 3 typhoons every year, but already they've had twice that number in 2026, just last month. And this one is significant because of its size and its lifespan. That's apparently the terminology when you're talking about typhoons. It's been going for several days, building up the coast from the Philippines, where there has been loss of life. It hit North Taiwan and also into Japan, where it cut off power and did huge damage to buildings there as well. Another country that's got resilience, architectural resilience, unlike in Colombia. But lots of flights disrupted, and we're not really sure how much damage or loss of life will be caused by this. But what is clear is there's going to be flooding. There's been a huge deluge of water dumped on the financial capital, and landslides, the risk of landslides. So we talk about all these man-made crises earlier in the programme, but here are 2 examples of things that you just can't plan for, can't predict, and come out of nowhere. Mother Nature strikes again.
And as a lot of people say, you can never really beat Mother Nature. And Freddie, we've seen earthquakes in Venezuela, typhoons. It sort of feels like there's been a summer of these natural disasters. But also just wanted to draw on something that Isabel did say. I remember in my former job, I used to cover the markets, and a lot of them in Asia, and Shanghai was always one of the markets that would close most years due to these typhoons and the mass evacuations China does do. And Freddie, as we know, they are extremely, extremely good at it.
They are. There are procedures and protocols in place for moving huge numbers of people, sometimes millions of people, in China. But I think, we can get into this habit of thinking that every summer is particularly apocalyptic. We don't actually have the stats on at the moment. It does feel, particularly with the geopolitical situation and war and so on, spreading in Ukraine and the war in Iran, that we are living through a kind of almost biblically terrible period. It'll be interesting to see at the end of the year whether actually there have been more natural disasters this summer than there were last summer. It looks at the moment like it is, but we don't have the evidence in.
And I guess, Isabel, one thing is, even if not really a natural disaster, but we have a look at the weather in the UK. A lot of it is suffering a drought at the moment. I think it's 3/4 of the country, and a lot of people are up in arms because they can't water their lawn and their hosepipe. There's been a real water problem.
There's a huge problem. We're actually facing our 5th heat wave, and whilst Freddie and I are both sporting unusual tans for English folk, there is a serious side to this. We're experiencing wildfires in the UK like never before. I used to not really have any appreciation of the risk of that here in the UK, but my brother is now an on-call firefighter and has been regularly over the last 4 to 6 weeks being called in the middle of the night, and been serving alongside full-time fire officers, as highly trained as they are, trying to combat these wildfires on foot. And very often there's no aerial support because there has been real-term funding cuts to the fire service. So we are actually facing major problems, and there's a beautiful part of the country called the New Forest, not far, but just between where Freddie and I are this evening, which has got a huge wildfire after a car caught fire over the weekend, but the grass is like a tinderbox, and they're battling that at the moment. It's the size of multiple football stadiums combined, and we're not used to this sort of thing in this country. It is climate related. We know that we need to build in more resilience to natural disasters that are actually also man-made.
Thank you.
Yes,
go on, Freddie.
I'm on the island looking at the mainland of England at the moment, and we see this huge cloud billowing off across the Solent, which is quite dramatic.
From the New Forest?
From the New Forest, yeah.
It's really shocking. Well, our hearts go out to all these firefighters and also those in the typhoon and all those getting involved with this earthquake in Colombia, because actually these emergency responders are real heroes.
Absolutely. No, I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, it's that time of the show where Isabel and Freddie have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And Isabel, your story's pretty amazing. We're going to start with you. And Harry Potter fans have actually managed to divert a power link in order to protect the grave of a fictional elf from the franchise. I mean, this couldn't get more British.
Yeah, well, we're just going to lighten the mood a little bit. And I know, Leigh Ann, you're an avid Harry Potter fan. You've read all of those books.
No.
I jest. But listen, look, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows had the death of one of its key characters that people grew to love throughout the series of books and, of course, the enormous films. And he was a house elf that died on a beautiful Pembrokeshire Welsh beach. And a makeshift sort of memorial to Dobby the house elf has been built up over the last few years by superfans. Well, would you believe that some developers had planned to put a huge £430 million power link between Ireland and Wales that was going to go right through the path of Dobby's ad hoc memorial, and a report was done on this on the BBC, which caused backlash and uproar amongst Harry Potter fans. And I kid you not, the developers were absolutely inundated with hundreds and hundreds of calls, so much so that they have had to reroute this huge and vast undersea power network in order to leave it intact. And the irony is that actually the new route now touches on Bronze Age remains from the 1700 BC. That's considered okay, but heaven forbid it goes near a fictional memorial elf site. I mean, as you say, you couldn't make it up, or maybe you could.
Freddie, I don't know what your thoughts are, but I kind of like the fact that they've saved Dobby. A lot of people can't remember the 1700s anyway, so, you know, Dobby's...
1700 BC.
Oh, BC. You know, Dobby's more relatable. Come on.
Well, I mean, I sort of understand that point, but I also think, you know, we wonder why we don't have any growth in this country. And that's because fictional characters can create such sentimental outpourings among our public that major projects have to be rerouted instead. I think at The Spectator, we call it Britain's empire of twee. And I think that's true. We've become very obsessed with things like Paddington Bear and sentimental, childish things. And I think to a certain extent it's endearing, but it also makes us quite a silly country in many ways.
I'm all for it.
I'm all for it too, except I'm actually quite sad that Dobby's dead. I didn't know that. I only watched the first Harry Potter.
Spoiler alert.
It's literally like one of the saddest moments, because I thought I watched the first Harry Potter, so I think I need to do my homework, but he was always my favourite character, so I'm pretty sad he died. Anyway, rest in peace, Dobby. Moving on. Freddie, yours is all about a flight being cancelled because a child just wouldn't sit down, basically. What happened?
Well, I thought this is an amazing story, actually. A flight in Canada was cancelled because a child, we don't know the age of the child, we don't know the sex of the child, but it was cancelled because the child wouldn't stay in its seat, his or her seat. And he was apparently standing on the chair. He was repeatedly told, he or she, I should say, was repeatedly told not to stand on the chair. They then hid under the chair. And then the flight had to go back to get the child off the plane, and then subsequently missed its slot on the runway. And then it was quite late, and the flight was cancelled. And I just thought, well, I had a couple of thoughts. Firstly, as a parent who's been on a flight with children, I know how difficult it can be. But secondly, and more importantly, I mean, what is going on when a child can successfully stymie a flight? And how angry I would have felt as a passenger if I had to go through the huge inconvenience of a cancelled flight because some appalling brat, let's say appalling brat, just couldn't be forced to sit in their seat and stay still.
Isabel, wasn't it an appalling brat, do you think? Or did you have any sympathy at all?
Can you imagine being the parent of said appalling brat? Even if, even if it's the fault of the parent for not bringing their child up properly, that will not have been a pleasant experience. A whole aircraft of passive-aggressive, rage as they were all disembarking the plane. You can only imagine how small and how horrendous they must have felt. And in all seriousness, there should be better ways of managing this. We've all, as parents, had young children who struggled with repressurising their ears and crying and, uncaring fellow passengers giving you the evil eye. Maybe it is time to just separate out the flights and have some for unruly brats and some for those who are lucky enough to fly solo.
I don't know your thoughts on that, Freddie. Obviously, I'm not a mum. I've never had children. I get flights. And I feel really bad that I get really annoyed with children on flights because, of course, I feel really bad for the parents. But sometimes I just think, why can't we just have an adult-only flight? And I don't need to sit next to someone's kids that I don't like.
Don't feel bad for being annoyed with their children. Children are annoying on planes. My own children particularly annoying. And I think a great idea would be to separate parents and their children on flights. And if it was affordable, to be able to just have separate planes, take them off, and you could meet your children at the airport where they've been looked after by some saintly staff.
A soft play aircraft which has got padding and they can just bounce off the sides and turbulence is seen as a plus, and the parents can go and have gin and tonics or whatever else on their flight, and it sounds like much more manageable.
Or a gravity-free one that goes through space. So they can just float around and then land.
No need to sit down at all.
No need, yeah. I think Richard Branson might like to have a look at that idea at some point. But it is a fascinating chat, except I saw one quick thing, actually, I must mention it, on social media that I loved this weekend. The video of these two Russian ladies missed their flight and they actually got out of the exit and onto the runway with their suitcases and chased the plane. I was like, that's next level, desperation.
Did they get admitted onto the aircraft or did they get sent on their way?
I don't know. I think they got sent on their way because as they were chasing the plane, it was sort of reversing.
I've seen that happen in quite a lot of films. I've never heard of it happening in real life before.
Yeah, maybe it does. I don't know. I don't watch many films, Freddie. I'm really sorry. Hence the Harry Potter films. I'm sure it isn't a few. But that's all from us on W News Extra. Thanks to our guests, broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster and Freddie Gray, deputy editor of The Spectator and host of the Americana podcast. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on XGNT. It's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm John O'Hays. Coming up today, we delve into the Mecca Joint Defence Agreement as Saudi Arabia, Pakistan and Turkey announce a landmark new defence pact that's already been compared by some to NATO. We'll ask what it really means and who's behind it, and whether it truly signals a shift in the region's security landscape. Also on the way, hopes are growing that a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz could be within reach. But with key sticking points still unresolved, we'll examine just how close Washington and Tehran really are to an agreement. All of that is coming up on this edition of GNT. Hello and welcome to the programme. All eyes are on Saudi Arabia, Pakistan and Turkey after they signed a landmark defence pact in Mecca on Friday, bringing three of the region's most influential players closer together on security. The agreement is already drawing comparisons with NATO, and like NATO, it includes collective defence principles, meaning that an attack on one could be treated as an attack on all. The door is also reportedly open for other countries to join in. So are we seeing the beginnings of what has been called a regional NATO? Will this be a temporary arrangement, or is it the start of a lasting alliance? Let's get more on this from Dr. Aziz Al-Ghashian, who is joining us right now from Riyadh, Senior Resident Fellow at Gulf International Forum and Specialist on Saudi Arabia's foreign policy and Gulf-Israel relations. Dr. Aziz, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, tell us about how significant this pact is. Like, how important is this for all three signatories who are on board?
Well, firstly, John, thank you very much for having me, and it's good to join you again. I think it is definitely very significant. I think there's a lot of naysayers out there who don't want to see some sort of alliance between Turkey and Pakistan, are immediately trying to dismiss and reduce this this alliance as merely symbolic. This is far more than symbolism. This is really an investment in increasing deterrence capacity, but not only this. It's not only about deterrent capacity or defensive capabilities, notwithstanding, I think, the emphasis on defense. In my opinion, I think what gives this trilateral alliance an immense amount of longevity is really the economic and defense nexus. This is not merely about just deterrence, but it's the capacity to build deterrence. And when you have the capacity to build deterrence, this means that there are economic issues or economic angles and factors that come in addition to, in my opinion, creating a diplomatic front that makes the situation for Saudi Arabia and others in the region, I think, more robust to really begin to assert their vision of stability in the region. So I think the naysayers can say all they want, but I think this is indeed a very significant juncture in the history of the international relations of the Middle East.
Dr. Aziz, a lot of attention on this deal over the weekend. Some analysts have been talking about it. They've compared it to NATO's Article 5. That's the collective defence clause. Others are saying, look, that's getting a bit ahead of ourselves. Is the comparison with NATO a fair one? Do you think maybe we're reading too much into this?
I mean, it's a good question. Personally, I think a lot of people don't understand NATO very well. I think the whole point of an Article 5 NATO-like treaty assumes, as I think my friend and colleague David DeRoche mentioned on a TV interview we shared a few days ago, that Article 5 is seemed to be understood as a tripwire, that any kind of attack on one state means that the immediate attack on the state that had initially initiated the attack. This is a misunderstanding. Article 5 is not about that. Article 5 is far more about consultation. Article 5 is about treating a state, yes, treating an aggression as an attack, but it's how to respond to the attack. A lot of the times, as we've seen throughout this war between Iran and the United States, that while Saudi Arabia and Gulf countries have been attacked unfairly and cowardly, if I would say, the response wasn't that there was a Saudi attack. Countries and states have the right and also have the obligation to really begin to plan how they respond. Now, that response may be diplomatic, may be military, and may be economic. Whatever the response may be, this is what an Article 5 is. It is to treat an attack on the other on the signatories of an alliance as the same. So it's far more coordinative of the best response and the most response forward. So I think personally, the legacy of NATO, and a lot of the times people will use the term of course, NATO and NATO-like and close to NATO. I think it's just misunderstanding NATO, and I think misunderstanding also the dimensions of this alliance. This is a multifaceted alliance, and it's certainly not linear, and it's certainly not a direct alliance. And I think we could see that even in the language that has been issued by all three signatories of the alliance.
Let's talk a bit about the wider reach on this, Dr. Aziz. Does a deal like this say that potentially all three parties, all three signatories here, are looking to rely less on the US from a security point of view and a standpoint?
It's a very good question. I think this is one thing that I think a great deal of the analysis out there likes to rush or likes to exaggerate, in my opinion. Let me just be very direct here. This is an alliance between three major U.S. allies. Now, while these allies have their own issues with the United States, it is becoming more and more clear, and especially for Saudi Arabia, that Saudi Arabia does not wish to move away from the United States. I think they've made that clear in the past months with the Crown Prince's visit to the United States and also Donald Trump's visit to Saudi last year. Instead, this is creating more alternatives. They are diversifying relations. And in fact, I think given the fact that they are three major allies of the United States, this is actually very good for the United States. This is something that I think the security establishment in the United States have been arguing for a long time, that they want their allies to be working together. And this is an example of that. Now, where I think, in my opinion, people get this wrong, or one of the reasons that I think, fogs the understanding of getting American allies to work together, was that this was kind of used as a code or as a cover or an excuse to get Saudi-Israeli normalization going. This was kind of what they wanted to do before, to get this the term, we've heard it time and again, regional security architecture. And it's a very sexy and attractive term, and no one really understood what the hell it meant. But when it came to, because if it involved Israel circumnavigating the Palestinian issue, then this was really problematic. I just did not see a regional security architecture with what Israel is doing. However, when it comes to Turkey, a NATO member, when it comes to Saudi Arabia, a major non-NATO ally for the United States, as well as Pakistan, you have three American allies working together. And I think while they have their own issues with the United States, they're creating more alternatives, as I said earlier. So I think, in my opinion, this is not going against relations with the United States. This, in theory, can supplement it. It could actually provide options for the United States. It could actually share burdens with the United States. This is something that I think the United States is actually wanting to have for a long time. So while it's moving away and diversifying relations from the United States, the relations with the United States is still the primary security partner that Saudi has. And I'm sure both Pakistan and Turkey will have as well.
It's an interesting insight on it, Dr. Aziz. Now, Turkey says this isn't aimed at Iran. But let's talk about this, because surely Iran is part of the conversation here. Surely that was instrumental in the formation of this pact, do you think?
There's no doubt. In my opinion, the war and the Iranian behavior illustrated the limitation of diplomacy with Iran. This is, I think, very clear. And today, even the spokesperson of the Iranian foreign minister or the foreign ministry of Iran, said that, he sort of welcomed the Mecca Pact and said, this is something we want good relations with these countries and friendly relations with these countries. This is something that I think we've heard time and again here in Saudi. And of course, all the members of this alliance will not really believe that. And I think the actions speak louder than words. But what the Iranian behavior has done, and what I think the IRGC's behavior has done, is that it amplified and accelerated these bilateral discussions that were happening anyway. I mean, you're talking about a relationship between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan that goes back for decades. It's very historic. The relationship between Saudi Arabia and Turkey has evolved in the past few years. And so I think right now this is a relation that Iran caused them to accelerate the relations, and it also created an understanding of how to approach Iran. And maybe here I may say a few words, if you may, if you could allow me to say just a few words on the approach. In my opinion, I think this alliance need not be looked at as merely defense and deterrence. The first line of defense here is diplomacy. I think it is creating a diplomatic front in in the region, to counter any kind of attempt by the Iranian regime to gain regional legitimacy. And the fact that it is called Mecca, Islamic, having basically the three largest Muslim countries in the region and around the region, by saying, listen, you cannot say that the Iranian actions of targeting civilian infrastructure, that by taking basically the economy hostage as Islamic. This is very un-Islamic what they're doing. And I think what this trilateral alliance is doing is really trying to control the identity of what an Islamic alliance should look like. And in fact, it is actually communicating to Iran that, listen, this is not against you. And in fact, you could be part of it, but you need to be working for the stability of the region. So I think this is the role that Iran played here. It is really trying to diplomatically corner and delegitimize Iranian behavior in the region.
Let me pick up on something you said there, Dr. Aziz. Who do you think could, because this could grow, it could be a wider regional defence bloc that we're seeing forming here. And if that becomes the case, who would you see being part of that expansion?
Well, here time will tell. In my opinion, we have to look at this differently. I think there's a lot of discussion on Egypt, but there's also a lot of discussion on the non-Saudi Arab Gulf countries, as in Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, of course, and Oman. Now, for me, while I think this is something welcome, and they're all not the same, this has to be mentioned, in my opinion, they have a different calculation. While they may welcome such a new framework of defense cooperation, their calculation is different, because just like how we in Saudi Arabia do not want to be on the front line of an American and Iranian war, they also do not want to be on the front line of a Saudi and Iran war or a Saudi-Iran conflict. So their calculation is different. And in my opinion, their calculation is predicated on how the Iranian response will be. So I think there's a lot of wait and see here. When it comes to, I think, Egypt, in my opinion, I think there is a great deal of calculation and maybe uneasiness when it comes to working with Erdogan and kind of the Islamic associations that he may have. This is something I think that's going to make them feel uneasy. Moreover, I think also when it comes to the calculation within Egypt, is that I think there's a Saudi-UAE dynamic here, because the UAE, of course, is one of the biggest now supporters and is really making a big push to invest a great deal in Egypt. And in my opinion, I think, with the UAE is trying to really position itself, or is positioning itself as the utmost anti-Islamist Muslim country in the world. And so I think, in my opinion, this is the calculations that I think both the non-Saudi Arab Gulf countries and Egypt will have. But what I do say is I think it's a wait and see. It will see how this framework develops. It will see what kind of presence it will create in the region. Will it create a calming presence, or will it create an antagonistic presence? And I think this is when I think the countries will then begin to entertain this discussion, because I'm telling you now, I think I think the potential for it to be a defensive bloc, a genuine defensive bloc, not an anti-Iran or even anti-Israel or even anti-India bloc, to be big. The potential is there, but it has to evolve.
Let's talk for a second about Washington, Dr. Aziz. Let me get your take on something else that's hitting the headlines today. Israel's rejection of Trump's Gaza plan. Did you envisage that stumbling block? Did you expect that to emerge today?
I think a lot of people that know Israel and know Netanyahu will say, I think this was, expected, and it's not surprising. And I'll share my analysis on why. The timing here is very important. And I think here, the rejection of the 15-point plan was deliberately postponed. And it was deliberately postponed to a time where there is an undisputedly or kind of it's known widely that there is now, or in Israel now, there is election season. And so what I think will happen is that while the rejection is there, I anticipate that Israeli diplomacy will then start to work in DC and just say, listen, you have to dismiss this as just election talk, hot air. As I think the former Saudi ambassador said to the United States, Prince Bandar said, this is silly season. So I think people will then say, hey, listen, this is silly season. Benjamin Netanyahu has nominated you for the Nobel Peace Award and et cetera, et cetera. And so I think, in my opinion, this is a move that I think was very calculated. And I think behind this calculation is that it will not deter or not influence or hinder Israeli-U.S. relations as much, while it is very big. But I think the management of this rejection is already there, and it's very, very calculated. So I think it is expected.
Let's talk a little bit more about Washington, because I want to find out what you think, or if you've heard how Washington views the Mecca Joint Defence Agreement. Positively, with some caution. You did allude to this a while ago, mentioning how it's an investment in deterrence more than anything else. But what do you think the feeling is on the ground in Washington?
Well, in my opinion, I think time will tell. I haven't really seen much about what they're saying, but let me just say this. I think it will very much depend on how this is framed and what kind of angle they are going to use. If there are people in Washington, D.C., there are lobbyists that really are very anti-Islamists, and those are very, very pro, this is the pro-Netanyahu group, not even pro-Israel, but this is the pro-Netanyahu lobby. They will immediately say, listen, this is a loss for Israel, and this is actually a danger for Israel. I think, in my opinion, generally, this will be viewed positively. It is everything that I think the security establishment in the United States will want to see, which is partners, American allied partners working together. Now, this will require a lot more definition. And let me just say this. I think the fact that they did not make that I think this alliance made sure that this is not against anybody, which also includes Israel, suggests that this will have some sort of resonance in the United States. So while we will see some concerns about so-called Islamic tendencies and an Islamic alliance, or even very, very silly analysis such as the Sunni bloc or the Sunni alliance is very sectarian and just very, very inaccurate and just wrong and also very offensive. This is an alliance that should speak very nicely, or should speak not very, very, very complementary to American interest in the region.
Dr. Aziz, you spoke about this earlier on, and you very skillfully separated why this is different from NATO Article 5 and what the terms and conditions of that are. But let me ask you before I let you go, if one of these countries was attacked tomorrow in a conflict and escalation, what would the others actually be expected to do, and how quickly would they jump into action?
Well, according to this document, very much they will respond. The question is two main questions here. Who or how will they respond, and who was the perpetrator? Because right now, I think, in my opinion, we have to begin to separate. And I think implicitly here in this alliance, there is somewhat of a separation between state actors and non-state actors. And as I mentioned earlier, there is diplomacy. I think this group will then use far more of a diplomatic approach to Iran, the state, the institute of Iran. And I think it will treat the non-state actors, the Iran-backed militia, differently. I think we could see more of a robust response and a robust posture towards Iranian-backed militias than I think Iran itself. So this is part of here the multifacetedness of this alliance. There is an agility to this alliance, and I think, in my opinion, this is where ambiguation of this language it has served, I think, strategic interest. It has enabled, I think, this alliance to be agile. And I think here we can see more of a military, robust, defensive presence of this trilateral framework when it comes to non-state actors, violent non-state actors. So I think this is, in my opinion, the test. And we will just have to see how will they approach these kinds of threats and attacks, etc.
Dr. Aziz Al-Ghashan, thank you so much for your insightful take on that, and thank you for joining us on GNT.
Oh, my pleasure. It's always a pleasure joining you.
Now to Iran, where US President Donald Trump is shifting the focus back to economic pressure as strikes remain paused. Trump says Washington is now, quote, low-key negotiations with Tehran, but Tehran once again insists there are no talks with the United States. Meanwhile, oil prices remain high after Iran said an Oman deal would not be enough to reopen the Strait of Hormuz unless the US meets a list of conditions. For more on this, let's speak to Jennifer Gavito, who's the former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Iran and Iraq, who joins us from Washington, D.C. Jennifer, pleasure to have you on the show. We keep hearing this. We've had through the whole weekend. A deal is close. How close do you think we really are?
It depends, I guess, on how you define close. If it is a deal between Iran and Oman that provides a framework for what administration of the Strait of Hormuz might look like, then I think reports are probably correct that a deal is quite close. But as you note, Iran is up to the ante on the United States as far as what it would require to actually implement that framework and reopen the waterway. There, I think we are still quite far apart as both sides seem as if they're ready to dig in a bit more before coming to some sort of way forward.
And that's, you mentioned the waterway, the Strait of Hormuz has become this huge bargaining chip. Perhaps it's actually the only chip that's left for Iran right now.
Absolutely. The Strait of Hormuz has become Iran's primary strategic objective, its primary strategic tool, and it is signaling that it will protect that at all costs. And so I think that is why we're seeing this kind of maximalist demands being articulated again, similar, frankly, to what we saw back in March and April. President Trump is absolutely correct that Iran's economy has been deeply depleted. The U.S. has had significant military success against Iran as well. But the Strait of Hormuz remains that one thing that the U.S. administration has not been able to reopen or deal with, despite, I think, that being probably President Trump's primary objective at this point.
Jennifer, we don't know the framework for this deal, this potential deal that's on the table, but we do know that Iran is asking for sanction relief and other concessions as well. What do you think Washington realistically could agree to? That is, without rocking the political boat at home too much, especially ahead of the midterms.
Right. So the idea of reconstruction is probably off the table for the U.S. administration. But again, if you recall that the list of demands that Iran put out this weekend look very similar to what they did a couple of months ago, it should provide some reassurance that we were able to reach an MOU with Iran the first time around, despite these maximalist demands on both sides. And I think that we'll be able to get there in due course again. What really remains required is some sort of face-saving set of measures for the U.S. and for Iran both to claim victory. What that formula looks like, I think, remains a bit elusive. But for Iran, some sort of package that provides significant economic relief, having suffered, as noted, those significant economic losses, I think really is the crux of it. What that looks like specifically is probably slightly less important.
I want to cast your mind back to the MOU that was first in place, because that looked like a lot of concessions to be made by the US in order to somewhat get this past the line. Do you think the US could make concessions in the Strait of Hormuz? That is, without it looking like it might be rewarding Iran at this time?
Yes, I think that there probably is a formula to be found where the U.S. concedes essentially that Iran is going to, moving forward, have some degree of authority over the Strait of Hormuz. And going back to this proposed deal that seems to be on the table between Iran and Oman, that might be quite nuanced in how it could potentially, for example, collect fees for administration of the Strait of Hormuz. That will be a bitter pill for the U.S. administration to swallow. I don't believe that President Trump is quite ready yet to make that concession. But ultimately, I think that Iran is moving forward going to retain some degree of authority, and that probably is going to have to be accepted by the United States in order to find a longer-term ceasefire or exit from this war.
Jennifer, Iran is very reluctant to say that this is direct negotiations with the US. Does that distinction really matter at all, or is that just kind of the optics from an IMO point of view?
I think on both sides, this is simply optics. The U.S. and Iran have negotiated indirectly for years. That is pretty normal for this relationship. It was rather more extraordinary during earlier phases of negotiations in this conflict that there was actually direct communication between the U.S. and Iranian sides. So certainly both parties, both the United States and Iran, are positioning themselves for domestic audiences, trying to demonstrate that they're negotiating from a position of strength. But the nuance of how they're talking to each other, how those negotiations may unfold is I think, pretty insignificant.
You mentioned these talks, of course, are taking place in Oman. How important is Oman in all of this? You know the region very well. They've always been seen as somewhat of a peacekeeper within the region and, of course, as a mediator as well. But they've actively been hit during this conflict. So that, at least I think, blurs the lines somewhat. But how important are they here?
They've been tremendously important. They have maintained, despite, as you note, the fact that they have taken some hits from Iran, they have maintained open dialogue with the Iranian regime, both throughout this conflict, but also in the months and years preceding this. So they don't quite have the same difficult relationship that some of the other Gulf states have historically had with Iran. I think what's really interesting about Oman's position at the moment, though, is that fundamentally, Oman is in ways negotiating on behalf of the other Gulf, on behalf of the other GCC countries, carrying water, as it were, for the interests of countries like Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar. And so I think it is hard to overstate Oman's importance in figuring out a way forward for the region. Setting aside the relationship with the United States, these Gulf countries are going to have to find a path back to stability in their relations with Iran moving forward. And Oman, I think, is very much key to that.
Jennifer, let me ask you what they actually are doing, because are they simply passing messages back and forth? Does it have an influence over the outcome? And also a two-parter to this question, but why are Pakistan not part of the talks this time round?
The U.S. And the region has used a variety of negotiators over the course of years. In this conflict alone, we've seen Pakistan, Qatar, and Oman. Oman, in this case, shares responsibility geographically, as it were, for the Strait of Hormuz. And so I think Oman is just the natural interlocutor on this particular issue.
Let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz, as you mentioned there as well. If they can agree something on that very first sticking point, that crux of this agreement, do you think that then makes the wider nuclear talks more likely to happen?
No, I don't. I think that the nuclear issue is by and large off the table at the moment. There are reports coming out of Washington this weekend that I should note are not verified as far as I know, but that suggests that President Trump is prioritizing the reopening of the strait and is willing to some degree to set the nuclear issue aside. Administration officials have noted again that the United States would have visibility should Iran start taking steps towards expediting or moving forward its nuclear program. somewhat decreasing, I think, in the administration's eyes, the need to deal with that nuclear issue at the moment. So I think for the Trump administration, the Strait of Hormuz is the priority. And getting back to some semblance of normalcy, getting out of this war, is potentially at this point more important than reopening nuclear talks for the time being.
What do you think Iran needs from this deal? It has to sell it at home. Domestically, it has to sell this deal as a win for Iran. So what do you think it needs in order for that to be the case?
So I think it's important to remember that this conflict arguably started with protests back in January that were based on economic reasons. And so for the Iranian regime, which has been hit economically very severely, it needs economic relief. It needs a way to bring in additional revenue and start to relieve some of the pressure and suffering of the Iranian people, not for any reason of compassion, but to consolidate power and avoid an uptick in protests, frankly. So for Iran, the number one priority, I believe, is first of all, securing its strategic tool by maintaining control of the strait, and then getting economic relief that it can pass on to its population.
Likewise, I want to flip it to the US. We're 85 days, so just under 12 weeks away from the midterms. On the US side, what do you think President Trump needs to be able to claim this as a win without it appearing like he's conceded too much for Iran?
I think that President Trump is in a difficult situation when it comes to being able to frame this as a strategic win for the United States. So I think that for him, he will settle for getting the global economy back on course. And that means getting the Strait of Hormuz reopened, even if it requires some concessions on the part of the United States. Again, we may not be there quite yet, but I do think, as you note, with the midterm elections looming and the economic costs of this continuing to be felt, the administration needs to show that it can end this chapter, pull itself out of this war, and get the global economy moving as it was before February 28th.
Jennifer, while we're on that topic of the US, Israel have rejected President Trump's Gaza plan. We've heard that news emerge earlier on today. What does that tell us overall in terms of where we are right now in that deal, which may or may not be on the way?
So there is a bit of a chicken and an egg situation when it comes to Gaza. For Hamas to relinquish its weapons, as it ostensibly agreed to do last week, it has demanded a full Israeli withdrawal. And for Israel, with its own elections looming in October, withdrawal is not politically tenable without Hamas disarming. And so I think that this is an important step forward. It is good that Hamas has indicated willingness to disarm. I remain quite skeptical, though, that there is a formula in place at the moment in which Israel would follow through on the idea of withdrawing from Gaza. That leaves the Gazan people, of course, in a very difficult ongoing humanitarian crisis. But I do think that Israel will prioritize what it believes to be its national security objectives, and for the time being, resist pressure from the Trump administration to follow through on this next phase of the Board of Peace plan to reconstruct Gaza.
While we were talking about the Iranian negotiations as they continue, and we hope that we're closer to a deal, how much freedom do you think these negotiators, who are currently in Oman, actually have in order to make a deal? Because I think the question from a lot of people is, who do they have to run a potential deal by before they sign? Because who's in charge of things right now? Is it the IRGC? Is it Muslim al-Khamenei, who we saw videos of over the weekend? Where does the book stop with in order to be able to get this deal passed?
There was a reshuffling at the top of the Iranian regime over the weekend with the appointment of a new Supreme National Security Council head, who is a longtime IRGC leader. I think that this speaks directly to that question and the need to put somebody in place that can coordinate the positions of all of these different bodies that you just mentioned. So I don't think it's so opaque, but I do think that the regime is feeling harder line. It feels like it's negotiating from a position of power. And you do have to get the buy-in of the military, of the IRGC, and of the political wings in order to conclude a deal. So I think this reshuffle is an attempt to be able to speak with one voice. We'll see whether or not that is successful.
Jennifer, if you were watching out for the first signs that diplomacy was starting to fall apart somewhat, what would you think that would look like? And have we maybe already seen it? Because both sides have said that diplomacy is, of course, the key to us moving towards any sort of a deal here.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that diplomacy has largely fallen apart for the time being, and what we're seeing is kind of a freeze in the conflict. A week ago, I was much more optimistic that we were on the brink of having at least a renewed long-term ceasefire. But with these new maximalist demands of Iran, I think it's much more likely that diplomacy continues very quietly, not terribly aggressively, for the period to come. And there's no resolution to the conflict. There's no resolution to the economic blockades. But maybe there's a little bit less threat of military escalation than what we've had over the last couple of months. So I do think that diplomacy in some ways has already been in retreat. At some point, it will have to be resumed because I think it remains true that there is only a diplomatic resolution to this conflict. But for the time being, neither party seems interested in full resolution.
And that's my final question to you, Jennifer. Do you think both sides genuinely want a bigger agreement here? Because that is the ideal scenario. Or are they just trying to simply avoid another round of fighting that neither party wants to get involved in?
I think it's more the latter. I think both parties are probably not eager to go back into open conflict, but it looks quite bleak for prospects for a broader deal at the moment. And so finding some way to reduce tensions, to let things get back to normal, and punt, as it were, some of the bigger issues down the road seems to be the direction that we're headed in. The Strait of Hormuz, of course, remains key in all of that, and trying to figure out if there's a way at least to get that resolved and then deal with the rest of it down the road.
Jennifer Gavito, former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Iran and Iraq in Washington, D.C. Thank you for joining us on GNT. And that's all we've got time for on Global News today. Thanks for watching. Be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. But until then, goodbye.
And now for some sports news. FIFA is once again in the spotlight after President Gianni Infantino faced criticism over proposals to bring private investors into the commercial side of the game, including selling stakes in major competitions such as the FIFA World Cup. Well, the backlash quickly fueled speculation about his future. Would he be forced to step aside, or could he survive the storm? For now, it appears that the answer is yes. Despite the controversy, Infantino has secured the backing of senior FIFA executives following a meeting in Morocco. He's also apologised for what he described as the errors he made. But is the issue now behind him, or has the episode done lasting damage to his credibility and authority at the top of world football? Well, for analysis on this, let's bring in David Davies, former Executive Director at the Football Association in England, joining from Birmingham. David, Gianni Infantino has apologised for what he described as mistakes. Is it enough?
Is it enough for him to survive, I assume, is your question. And I don't think anyone can answer that question immediately with total certainty. His position, in my view, is precarious, mainly because of the outright opposition that exists in the 47 member countries in Europe, but also in parts of Asia, parts of North America as well. And I think we have to decide here, you have to understand here that it is very difficult, actually, normally, to replace a president of FIFA. Mr. Blatter came through an awful lot of storms, but I have to say that the pressure on Mr. Infantino over the next few months, certainly up to November, assuming that he survives that long, will be intense.
So do you think that this could just be delaying an inevitable leadership challenge against him? And why is it so hard to challenge a sitting president?
It will be very surprising if there is not. I'm sure Mr. Infantino would agree with this at this stage. It will be very surprising if there is not a challenge to Mr. Infantino at the latest next March at the FIFA Congress, which I think is in Morocco. Mainly because of the intensity of what has happened since the end of the FIFA World Cup in America. I mean, the feelings have been immensely strong in several parts of the world, and it will be, as if you ask my opinion, I think this is a huge opportunity. There will be, in my view, a challenger to Mr. Infantino. This is a huge opportunity, not least for the Asian Confederation, and I think of people like Sheikh Salman, who was narrowly defeated by Mr. Infantino back in, I think, 2015, 2016, when Mr. Infantino succeeded Mr. Blatter. But there are other people as well in Asia. I think particularly of Prince Ali, who has stood twice now and is an outstanding football statesman with enormous integrity, in my view, and he would be a very serious candidate too. But there are other candidates in other parts of the world. Mr. Victor Montagliani in CONCACAF, which is North America and the Caribbean, he is under significant pressure to stand as well. Now, having said all that, there is no doubt that Gianni Infantino, who I was lucky enough to know reasonably well at one stage of my life, chaired conferences with him, interviewed him several times. My astonishment is still that he has allowed himself to get into this position, because one of the reasons he was elected back in 2015-16 was that there was going to be transparency, and these sort of own goals were not going to be part of the Infantino period of office. And how on earth this has happened, who on earth he's been listening to, who's been advising him, has he been listening to these certain other people? Not just the proposal, which is controversial enough in Europe, but also the process by which it was introduced. I think Gianni Infantino himself, after this meeting in Morocco yesterday, says there have been mistakes. Well, there's been more than one mistake in this whole episode.
Well, the reports suggest that Infantino reached out to President Donald Trump for political support during this crisis. If that's true, how unusual and how concerning would that be to you?
Well, none of us really know how it came about that the President of the United States was as involved in the build-up and the actual event itself, how that all came about. I mean, the defense of the relationship with Mr. Trump was fairly obvious. To have held an event of the magnitude of the FIFA World Cup in America primarily, without the support, the active support of the president, this particular president of the United States, would have been immensely difficult. Having said all that, the extent of the coziness, apparent coziness, between Mr. Infantino and the president of the United States startled an awful lot of people. And that started, back around the inauguration time. There was the president of FIFA at a number of those events and in the West Wing and of the White House. And then there was the Peace Prize, which clearly upset a remarkable number of people as well. So for somebody with Gianni's experience to have got involved in this, as I say, was beyond the comprehension of some of us.
Does this crisis, even if he weathers the storm for now, does this crisis expose deeper concerns about transparency, about accountability and governance in FIFA? I mean, I know those concerns have been around, as you say, since the Sepp Blatter days there was a crisis, but is this bringing them right back to the fore?
Well, it is bringing them back to the fore, and that is what has upset so many people, as I say, not least in Europe and other parts of the world. But Mr. Infantino's ticket on which he was sold to the 211 nations of FIFA, more than are in the United Nations, by the way, was that this was all going to be from the past, and a new page had been turned in the history of FIFA. Well, clearly the page was not turned successfully, and we shall see how it develops from here. But as I say, I think even Gianni Infantino will be surprised if there is not a challenger to him.
Let's change topics slightly and look at the latest news that we're hearing. Mo Salah has arrived at Istanbul airport wearing a very distinctive blue and burgundy kit of the Turkish Super League side Trabzonspor. How significant would this move be in your mind?
Well, let's start with Mo Salah, the player. Mo Salah, the player, is one of the world's great players, and his performances for Liverpool over many years have been quite outstanding. I happen to have a view that people, not just in football, but in life, have a shelf life, and I think he had his shelf life, by his own estimation, and others at the club at Anfield, it had reached a natural end. Am I a little surprised he's going to Trabzonspor? Yes, but Turkish football, as some of us who've been lucky enough to be in Istanbul and Trabzon on a number of occasions, and Izmir, I remember, is tremendously exciting, and he clearly sees it as the next step in a distinguished career. And I'm sure he'll be welcomed by those fanatical supporters in Trabzonspor. I think he was today welcomed fantastically well. And I think he's going to have a very exciting time.
Well, I'm a Beşiktaş girl, so I can't speak to Trabzonspor too much. But do you think this is a little bit of a coming of age for the Turkish Super League then?
Well, I hope so, because Turkish football is quite something. Anybody who's been to international and big club matches in that part of the world, I'm trying to think of the first one I ever went to, which I think would have been in Izmir. But, I've been to those super clubs in Istanbul, as well as in many years ago, going to Trabzon. And I've always felt Turkish football has not achieved its full potential. And who knows, bringing a superstar like Mo Salah to Trabzon may well lift not just the club, but the league.
It will be really interesting to see the developments there. Your analysis has been very valuable to us. Thank you, David Davies, former Executive Director at the Football Association in England. It's great to have you on the programme.
Gori is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean, just a few miles from the Senegalese capital, Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade. although islands and ports in other African regions were dedicated to the same purpose. Gorée remains the most famous for what its small area preserved of the horrors and degradation of human dignity. One of the most famous landmarks on the island is the House of Slaves, where thousands of Africans were crammed into its dungeons over 4 centuries in preparation for shipping them by sea to America. Before export, the prominent selection was made based on weight and physical strength. Those weighing less than 60 kilograms were directed to African markets and kept as servants on the island. The curator of the House of Slaves takes visitors on a tour during visiting days and explains how the slave trade was managed over the 4 centuries.
Les Portugais avaient été les premiers Européens à prendre possession.
The Portuguese were the first Europeans to take possession of Gorée Island. That was in 1444. For a very long time, this island was at the center of rivalries between European nations that fought for its occupation. The House of Slaves, where we are today, crystallizes all the memories of the slave trade. And further along, at the corner but to the left, you will see the children's cell. It had the highest mortality rate, a small cell, but with a corridor leading to the back. They were laid directly on the ground, bare-chested, packed like sardines in a can. But once inside, what is peculiar are the windows, all shaped like loopholes, wide on the inside, but narrowing as you move towards the exit. While in the very last corridor on the right and left were the guards. But guards that could have easily been dispensed with. Well, the enslaved individuals were inevitably chained together by the ankles, 2 by 2. Even in the middle of the chain, a 10.3 kilogram iron ball had been attached, to tell you that each time one of them tried to escape by jumping into the sea. He coached the second. Because of the ball, they sank and drowned. In the absence of any doctor, and especially due to the fear of epidemics, the sick were thrown into the sea. The truth is that on this small island of Gorée, an island measuring 900 meters by 300 at the height of the slave trade, there were more than 20 houses like this one.
The pink building in the background is the House of Slaves and the infamous door of no return, from which, over 4 centuries, 1 million African slaves left to become the engine of production across the Atlantic. However, in reality, the House of Slaves is not one. Every house on the small island was a house for slave owners and also witnessed the horrors committed against humanity during the slave trade period on this island. A Senegalese citizen inherited from her family a house overlooking the beach, from her grandfather, who came from Guadeloupe to work as a signal operator with the slave traders. She lives today without any complex about her grandfather's past working with the whites. We accompanied her to the house that has become a reminder of the family whose members are now scattered. In European immigration,
like my great-grandfather, who was a station chief, so he worked with the whites because he spoke French, so he was the one who conveyed the message. So he was the post chief, he was the one who carried the messages. That's why we lived here during the time of slavery. So it was my grandmother who told us about him. So he explained to us what he did there. So he told us to hold our heads high because we are not slaves. Lived here, but we are not slaves, you see.
These were nations that had agreed, obviously, to undertake this slave trade. Therefore, well, the acceptance by all. I mean not the protagonists, but those who organized this trade. Was the understanding they had that was put forward. It was to consider the slaves not as human beings, but rather as objects, furniture. So there was no respect. But what should also be remembered is that most of the houses, at least concerning Gori, most of the houses were built for women. The women called Signor, Signor from Signora. Madam, these women who originally here could very well have been black. It must be admitted that they became mixed over time due to their relations with Europeans. Obviously, these women, well, they witnessed or allowed the existence of two types of slaves. There were domestic slaves who, because they were the property of the woman, were not destined to be sold and sent to the Americas. These domestic slaves, well, were the property of the woman, and because they were her property, she was able, at that time, to rent them out for public or private work, but for her own benefit.
Many visitors visited Gori Island in recognition of the horrors committed there, and as an expression of human solidarity, even for ordinary tourists and many visitors. A visit to Senegal is not complete without passing through Gori, where the tourist boats from Dakar Beach do not stop all day.
The descendants of the victims, as well as those interested in this history, which should only be considered as an integral part of the world's history. Obviously, people come from everywhere to remember what happened. There are others who come simply because, having heard about this history, they wanted to experience a bit of what the slaves went through. But also, there are undoubtedly historians who, in the course of their research, need this to know more. But it is only when this history is better known and considered by everyone as an integral part of the world's history that we can move together towards forgiveness and reconciliation.
It is one of the most prominent tourist destinations in Senegal, although it is the smallest municipality. The people of the island do not accept that this small area becomes a complex for them, in their view, and so they proudly say it is a continent for spreading tolerance and the values of human brotherhood. Muslim imam and a Catholic priest stroll through the island's corridors. A familiar scene that does not attract the attention of the island's residents, where people of different religions and ethnicities live together in rare harmony and coexistence.
Here in Gori, harmonious relations prevail between Christians and Muslims. We hope to spread this peaceful coexistence throughout the world. God alone is the judge. And as humans, we have the responsibility to spread peace. Our role is to convey the message of the Holy Quran and the hadiths of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and to condemn any acts of violence committed in the name of religion. No rational person can attack places of worship, which are places of prayer, tranquility, and contemplation.
The limits of tolerance among the residents of the island do not stop here. The former Imam of Gori, Sheikh Tidiane, was buried in the Catholic cemetery in the suburbs of Dakar, according to his will to be buried among his Christian friends.
Gori Island is a rare example of peaceful coexistence, where Muslims, Christians, and other communities live in complete harmony. Therefore, it is not surprising to see a deceased Muslim buried in a Christian cemetery.
This highlights the importance of Gori Island's history, not only in relation to the slave trade, but also to colonization. From my perspective, there was no Muslim or Christian slave trade. The trade in black people, the slave trade, was organized by individuals, as most revealed religions. In any case, the known revealed religions had prohibited the practice of slavery,
which lasted more than a century, during which the island was under French administration, to return to Senegalese sovereignty after more than 5 centuries. Our guide takes us to the most prominent landmarks of the island across the 3 eras. The era of the slave trade, the colonial era, and the stage of Senegalese national sovereignty.
One of the most iconic buildings on Gori Island is the former governor's palace from 1880. This building is currently unoccupied. However, due to its historical significance, with its courtyard and panoramic view of Dakar, it has been the venue for various community cultural events, like the Gori Diaspora Festival. So, this building is part of the colonial heritage. After the abolition of slavery, colonization took place. After gaining independence, we inherited these buildings and infrastructures. We are at the place of freedom and human dignity. Right next to it is the Historical Museum. Before it became a historical museum, it was the old Fort Diestry. Even before that, after the colonial administration, it was a detention center, which means a prison. The famous activist Blondin Diop was imprisoned there. And he died in those prisons. This shows that Gori's history didn't start only with the naming of European places, where we are now, which has always intrigued its visitors. And this reflects the entire island of Gori, as it's often said that in Gori, every alley, every small window, every house has its own story. Gori is a shared heritage for all. All the countries in the world have the right to have their name here in Gori, due to this classification. It is quite normal for Gori to play a role in this world. And that role should be one of reconciliation and forgiveness. Indeed, reconciliation and forgiveness should lead the way. Which is why this place now symbolizes those words, to say freedom and to say let's respect human dignity. And on the occasion of the 150th anniversary of the abolition of slavery, our Guadeloupean brothers gifted us this statue you see behind me, which symbolizes freedom. So those who are used to visiting Gori knew that this statue was previously placed before the House of Slaves. Now, for the sake of coherence, this statue, after establishing this place, the place of freedom and human dignity, it was decided to install this statue that symbolizes human freedom.
Today, the men of Gori, like all men of Senegalese coastal towns and villages, live from fishing. They ride the sea freely, with no authority over them except the law, while the women of the island work in trade, taking advantage of the tourist features to sell handicrafts and African clothing.
Now, there are many vendors and fewer tourists. So we try to manage. Now, we go to Dakar to find tourists and bring them back to the island. Every boat has variety. There are girls who come to sell on Gori Island, who come to Dakar, who come to the island Pau Grande. So with every boat, we can go see the boat to find clients and organize the places we are. So there are many men who fish. And we make wax fabrics with dyeing. There are days it works, there are days it doesn't, but we manage because we've been living with this for a long time. We work on this. With the money we earn, we pay for our children's school, we pay for retirement and water at home too. We help others, our family too.
Gori remains a tangible witness to the horrors of the slave trade era, which represented a stain of shame on the forehead of humanity, and at the same time, a proof of ability to overcome its dark past and build a future characterized by tolerance and the embodiment of its values.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Bali, home to some of the warmest, most welcoming people in the world, Bali. Travel the city and you're sure to be greeted with friendly smiles and accommodating locals. The people of Bali are known for being patriotic, and they would go out of their way to make tourists feel comfortable and make sure that they get to see the best of the city. For one, Bali is known for its rich culture and heritage. For the Balinese, religion is integral. There are in fact over 20,000 temples on the island dedicated especially for spirituality and community. The city is also alive with festivals and ceremonies characterized by traditional Balinese dance, music, drama, and local cuisine that every tourist would definitely want to be a part of. Bali is also known for its breathtaking natural resources. You should see its picturesque rice terraces, soaring volcanoes, pristine crater lakes, sacred caves, and lush tropical forests. Many visit Bali for its tropical beaches, while its dramatic coastline never fails to impress. Waterfalls are also popular in Bali, as the city has a lot to explore. Visitors also like to try whitewater rafting in Bali, try the high ropes courses, or visit the Kintamani volcano. Kuta is a mecca for surfers and backpackers looking for lively nightlife and great waves. The botanical garden is also said to be one of the best in the world. Bali is also great for shopping. Popular marketplaces are found in Kuta, Ubud, and Sukawati. You're sure to find endless rows of stores selling a variety of knickknacks. For more unique finds, you should visit Seminyak. Seminyak is Bali's answer to the hipster movement, where eclectic bars, cool cafes, and chic international boutiques fill the streets. Food in Bali is just as amazing. Almost every warung or local eat shops offer the best local dishes, from satay ayam to soto ayam to nasi goreng. It's where you get to eat delicious meals for very affordable prices. But there are also fine dining restaurants in Bali that will serve all kinds of food. The city, after all, takes on many influences from all over the world. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
VAR out. VAR out.
Yeah,
we want our game back.
Yeah. Do you know I've managed in a professional game?
Where?
In Tampa. I was a player.
That's not professional. I'm going Danny DeVito for you, right?
Welcome to the Dressing Room Podcast with me, Joe Cole, Wayne Bridge and Carlton Cole. There's only one place to start. It's at West Ham versus Arsenal and the VAR decision, which is probably the biggest call, certainly controversially, that we've seen. Cole, you was at the game.
Yeah.
Heart was in your mouth.
I couldn't believe it. I celebrated.
Yeah.
But the reason I celebrated is because of the whole day. So
right.
I didn't plan on going. So I was just going to have a little walk around London with my sons. And got to London Bridge.
Yeah.
And I see 3 bikes perched. The boys looked at me, I looked at them. He goes, Dad, you want to go to the game, didn't you?
Yeah.
Because I was trying to take my mind off things, right? He goes, what do you want to do? Ride there from here? Yeah. He goes, might as well. So we rode from London Bridge all the way to the game.
Did you? How long did that take you?
Half hour, 35. Well, I wasn't really fit. Yeah. But we was just going, cruising. But didn't realise how cold it was, so my hands were frozen by the time I got there. When I get into the stadium now, everyone's happy to see me rolling. Yeah. And then...
bet you wish you never went now, don't you?
It's just like... But the thing is, game starts, kicks off, we're there, we're rolling, playing really well. It was the first 20 minutes, I'd say Arsenal on top, but we're still in the game. Then we start to get involved, and we get a chance, we start moving up the pitch. I'm thinking, here we are.
Declan Rice went to right back, didn't he?
Yeah.
It was a strange decision.
So
that was a change in the game, I thought.
Yeah, it was. So we started getting involved in the game. I'm thinking, this is it. Yeah. There was a little flying header. I don't know what it was. I couldn't see Castellanos, little flying header. Bang. Wasn't bad. Good save. And then the whole place started to rock, saying, we're in it. So the whole stadium now was starting to believe like we could get something here because they're not at it. They're supposed to be like true champions are supposed to be. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Because we've been in receiving end of when someone needs to get something over the line. Yeah. You're never really in the game, especially if we're at the position that we're in. We're fighting for something, but I was expecting us to be run over in this game, but it wasn't that. And we was like, we're giving them a good back and forth. Anyway, they score. I actually went to go and get a stiff drink. Right. Yeah, because I was so nervous because I was walking up and down the boxes.
What did you order?
A nice smoky whiskey, backed it.
Yeah.
As I'd done that, I heard the chant. I heard like you can hear it in the distance, the cheer. Yeah. And I was thinking, that's them. They've scored.
Did you miss the chants before as well?
What, for who?
West Ham had.
No, I saw all of that. I saw all that. It was just their goal.
Right.
I missed.
It's a horrible sound.
It's a horrible sound.
When you're at a stadium and you're at home and
you're like, you're looking up into the air like that.
Who was it? Who was it went through? For West Ham. Missed that chance just before Arsenal scored.
That was Fernandes.
Yeah, oh mate, he's got a slotted bottom corner and he's gone near post.
Yeah,
and then I felt when he missed that, I thought they're going to score now. It's what champions do, isn't it?
Yeah,
but it happens. Was that what champions do?
Well, I think
champions do.
They do. They end up finding a way to just win.
I think it's the world. Like I think sometimes it's the world willing. The amount of times the great teams, whoever's scored late goals.
And they get decisions that go their way.
I blame myself though for trying to get that stiff drink.
Yeah, I do.
Because whilst I was out there, everything was
your fault.
Everything was cushy. I took my eye off the ball.
Yeah. Do you into that? He's the same as well.
I do that. Yeah,
the same as well.
What?
Sometimes if I do something, I do it get like.
To get a result.
I feel like it's the world. Yeah, I don't know, just the way of thinking. Like I went to the toilet.
I feel I'm that powerful.
Scored, so I kept going to the toilet over the Saints get.
I feel I'm that powerful. I can affect the game on the pitch. That's how I think. I don't care, mate. It's my fault. I went for a stiff drink because I'm greedy. Yeah. I've already had 2 beers. Before that. So I thought I got greedy. I said I'm going to the bar, get another one, and then that's what happened.
And then the moment happened, Coley.
Oh yeah, then we'll talk about that moment.
I see where it's my wife's birthday, so we was out having dinner. So had my father-in-law had the game on the screen, so I'm watching it on the phone, slippery. What's going on? And me and my son.
Oh, that's why you dropped me out then.
Mate, listen, do you know what I mean? I love you, but
it's bang out of order, mate.
Yeah. Anyway,
you said you were coming to the game with me the week before.
I know. I forgot it was my wife's birthday.
That's why I didn't want to go.
Okay.
You dropped me out, so I said I'm going to walk this off with my sons in Central London.
I've got to live with her, right? I'm not going to say to her, I'm not going to your.
She's got to understand party. This is a massive game. Say, listen, mate. Babes,
anyway,
I'll make it up to you. Can't let Coley down.
Yeah, well, listen. Anyway. So we're watching the game. We're watching the game, and then my son's like my son.
Yeah.
He's just gone. They've done it. They've scored. Yeah. And then we bounced a little bit in the restaurant.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hold on, VAR. And my son has watched it. He's gone, nah, Dad, it's all right.
Yeah.
But
I thought it was all right.
Like that. And then we're engrossed in it. It took them a long time.
Yeah.
Tell us from how did it feel in the stadium,
mate? I tell
with
you
the
what,
VAR, the emotions.
Coley, like I've never been so emotionally invested in something like this before. So. I've seen it happen, but it's never been us. Like, and when something so big's riding on it, like, so obviously Callum Wilson puts in the net. I looked at it first, and I see it go over the line because the player that I think he heads it out or he clears it, he's over the line. So I knew the ball was over the line. Right. Where I was sitting, where my angle was, I knew it was over the line. So I said, it's a goal.
Yeah.
And then when the referee points to the centre circle, I was like, yes. So I done a running jump into the glass window, right? If I was younger, I'd have done a backflip as well, right? Because I was that excited. And then
you've never been able to do a backflip.
Oh yeah, it's true.
Yeah, go on.
Well, I in my head, right? So anyway, I go and bang on the glass. Yes. So I'm there. I'm involved now, innit? As a fan.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I was like, I can't believe it.
Was the place rocking?
Rocking, Coley. Yeah. Like, imagine me there. Yeah. Energy, bro. Like, energy god. We're on it.
Energy.
Yeah. And then it goes, VAR. I'm like, don't worry about it. You know what I mean? Positive. No, they ain't going to find nothing there.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Then it takes longer. Then it's taking longer. And I'm thinking, then he's getting called to the VAR point, and then all the players are lined up behind him, and they're all chanting at him. Jared's chanting at the ref, saying, "Nah, obviously you can see what's going on. Everyone's nervous. Callum's like that. Come on, ref." You can see them talking to the ref's back.
Yeah.
But the ref's looking at the screen, and I'm like, "Look at this. This looks surreal."
Was it so? To take us there, right? So. Emotion, bang, the goal's gone and the whole place is rocking.
The whole place is rocking and then there's a dampener.
Pops up, then it's that feeling, and then it's the intensity.
The intensity now, we're there, we're like, we don't know what's going to happen next. The suspense.
Yeah.
It's just too much.
So and then take us into when the ref disallows the goal. So what's the stadium like? What happened?
All right, so the ref's disallowed the goal now, and he's come off on the mic and he's explained himself.
Yeah.
And we're saying that is bang out of order.
Right.
They want Arsenal. So everyone initially saying like VA Arsenal.
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Everyone's saying that, so like they've just everything's in their favour, whatever, whatnot. Because I didn't actually see the incident. I only saw obviously the goal go in.
Yeah.
And obviously there must have been something that's happened. And I didn't realise until I went inside to the box.
Yeah.
And I looked at it and I was like, well, yeah, there was something there. I've got to be fair. Definitely his arm's gone across. And they're looking at that. But I'm like, how's it taking that long for you to come up with that decision? Like, obviously you're looking at other stuff leading up to that.
Yeah.
So there must have been other things. So I'm looking, but they didn't show us that part on the replay. They just showed us that part.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So everybody was kind of confused to saying, and then everyone was had, the people around was having a little go at Pablo, the poor lad. Yeah. But when I looked at it, he goes, why is Pablo even doing that? Like, what is he? Typical strikers. Like, so I was looking at it, I was like, well, it looks like he's being pushed into him. So he has to have his arms up. Like cool. to balance and try, you know what I mean? I don't think it, and when you analyse it, have they not seen that he's being hugged into Raya's position? So he's been pushed in there. So obviously your natural thing is you're gonna put your arms up, and then it just happens to be that Raya was underneath his arm. He didn't line him up and go like that. Do you know what I mean? He didn't even. It could have been anyone there.
Yeah.
But because it's the goalkeeper, it makes it sensitive.
Right. So Darren England, who's in charge of VAR, this is what they said. He's identified that Pablo's arm was in an unnecessary position across the Arsenal goalkeeper Raya's chest, clearly impeded his ability to move and catch the ball. Darren England believed this action had a direct impact on the outcome of the goal and therefore a foul should be awarded. VAR is to identify any contact that has or is likely to have a direct impact on a key outcome. In this case, a goal.
Who is this guy? Who's this Darren England?
Darren England.
Has he ever played football before?
Listen. Has he
ever walked on a balancing beam?
I don't know if we got that information on him.
I need to know, because this guy says he's on an unnecessary position. Who deems it unnecessary?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the problem, right? So let's take this back, right? Because I looked at it, and I've looked at it multiple times, right? So first of all, the goal's been disallowed, right? The ref for me is in a situation where this is their fault, VAR's fault. They've allowed this to go all season, right? You footballers and football managers, we will bend the rules as much as we can for our own advantage, right? So straight away, VAR is supposed to be for like, if you think about how we were taught to defend from corners, right? You can't grab if you grab a shirt, it's a foul, right? Okay, you know, if you hold someone like that, it's a foul. You can put your arm on someone like that, right? Just so because you're feeling them, and you're supposed to be. If you're marking or blocking, you're supposed to be
always watching
the ball and watching the man, right? And that's the art of defending, right? That was what you get taught, right? Now, first thing I saw when I saw it was a Trossard not even looking at the ball. Like, I mean, it just blows my mind how that's allowed, right? Arms like that. So two arms.
Focusing on the player.
Declan Rice, like that, right? That. So like, I'm like,
who's the other geezer? I'm holding Mavropanos' foot.
Yeah, there was like,
it's a tag team.
Tag team action.
Where's the W?
I don't know what it's like. I don't know. Do they discuss and go? You grab his foot.
I don't know what they're doing.
Don't worry about these cameras. We're all right.
We're all right because we'll get away with it.
And this ain't us battering Arsenal, Bridgie, because Arsenal are just the best at pushing it to the limit, right? And I think it's pathetic from the referees and VAR. We'll get into that in a minute, but we'll just look at this incident, right, to say why it's wrong. Yeah, they're saying his arms in his face, right? There's 3 fouls going on before that by your players, right? So basically they've gone. If you would have got the cameras on every one of Arsenal's or any club for that matter of fact, but with Arsenal's case, their corners and gone right. The goal's gone in. Someone's headed the ball in. Right, we need to find a foul. You will find a foul.
Definitely.
You will find a foul because they're not doing that. And this is annoying me, right? The referee, like, I'd much prefer to lose a game because it hurt, right? I'd much prefer to lose a game, right? And I've lost big games in our career, right? The ghost goal at Liverpool, Lampard's goal with England where it's gone over the line, right? Worse than this, right? But it almost feels worse because you've got these bunch of these referees and VAR. they're all in it, right? The referee's given it. He knows what, you get a feel for the game. Every corner's gone in, everyone's wrestling, right, we're letting it. But this one that's gone in now, which is massive implications on the title race and relegation, right? And then what it does is it opens it up to like conspiracies and thinking like that. But it's not, it's just incompetence. It's like the same way that referees, right? So imagine you put yourself in their shoes, right? Referee, VAR, they all get together. I don't know how many of them there, 100, 150, right? And every time the referee misses, the referee thinks, well, that might be a foul. I'm going to leave that for VAR, right? And then bang, VAR. Then VAR call him to, they find something, so let them free. So they all stick together.
Yeah, they always stick together.
They're not pushing each other like, mate,
you make a decision.
Like,
it's like at school. It's like at school. My son, he might say something wrong to a teacher, but another teacher might not think it's wrong. Do you know what I mean? But because that one teacher complained, right? They've all got to stick together because they've got to look like they're on the same team.
Yeah.
So it's us v them.
Yeah.
And that's what they're doing.
Bridgie?
Boring, isn't it? Like, mate, when the corner comes in, right, as soon as the corner comes in, where's the first foul?
That's it, isn't it?
So it's the first foul. You're not allowed to hug, so they give a penalty or give a free kick the other way, but it doesn't happen, does it?
No.
So just get rid of it.
Yeah.
Let a referee just make a decision. He gets it wrong. That's it. That's what if you have VAR, if it's going to work, and you're going to do it right, but no one's doing it right. They've messed up all season. Arsenal got away with scoring goals. Other teams have probably got away with scoring goals. So it ain't worked, is it? No. So they should stand up and just go, hasn't worked, sorry, see you later.
They're not man enough. They're not man enough to do that.
But let's go back. So goal line technology, we all like, yeah? It's there. It's black and white. It's there. It's in and right. Even this semi-automated offside stuff, right?
Even that. We like toenail.
Yeah, but even that, we're not arguing like this. Okay. If the goal's gone in and his foot's offside, we go, right, it's annoying, but it is what it is, right? And we'll swallow it, right? But this nonsense that's going on.
This is down to interpretation as well.
It's outsourcing the decision making to somewhere else.
Do you know when he watches it back, the ref? Does he watch the whole clip? From the start, before the corner's coming in, he's watching everything going on.
Yeah, they should do.
Yeah.
Right, so he should be. So how has he not noticed the shirt pull
because they've gone for the part where the easiest part because the goalkeeper not the rule, though, is it? It affects the game. So because the goalkeeper was impeded, it affects the game. So they've gone for that decision where. To get to that point, when it did affect the game, there were fouls leading up to that point. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
The game's
I think but I feel it's a cop-out because you need to eradicate the start of that because it's a chain reaction. You foul that person, that fouls them, and then it gets to the goalkeeper when the goalkeeper's being fouled, and then that's the one that they want to blow up. That's where it's wrong because I'm saying, and you're saying, stop it at the source. Stop it at the source. Don't put your hands on him. Don't put your arms around his waist, pushing him into the goalkeeper. There's too many things going on. And then obviously, as I said, he's got his arms out.
Yeah.
So what are you supposed to do? Just be like that. What's the natural position?
Darren England, right? Who was pushing him? Who was pushing him again?
Trossard.
Right, Trossard's not a big lad, but he's a professional footballer, right? Yeah. You know, if he comes in and he's nudging you, and you put your arms by your side, you're falling over.
Yeah, of course you are.
What are you going to just...
We're not cones.
You've got to put your arms up.
We're not mannequins.
And you put your arms up in a box, so I've got no problem with an arm going there. Yeah. What I've got a problem is that and that. Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
Because when you jump like that naturally. Yeah. When you're trying to hold balance, you've got to move your hands. Yeah. Someone's pushing you and you're trying to go and trying to head a ball, obviously, he's not looked at him and says, it's the goalkeeper. Yeah. It's too quick, happens too fast. It's the goalkeeper. I'm going to put my arm around him. It doesn't work like that. So it needs, something natural has to happen here.
Can I put another layer on this, what I think's happened? Like, if we're going to be, like...
but it's a foul.
It's a foul, right? It's a foul. West Ham got stiffed. Arsenal had a right touch. Anyway, but I want to say, the reason I think this won't get changed is because FIFA, UEFA, the FA...
Useless.
Right?
You can say that. Premier League,
right? They've all got together and they've gone, we want to put this technology in because they've looked at tennis and gone, right, that works, and Hawkeye and all that, and they've gone, right, we're going to put that in. So there would have been some kind of... committees, companies, lots of money involved. We're going to change this. We're going to do this. It's going to get football better. They've all pat themselves on the back. How clever are we? We are the leaders. We're going to make football better, right? It's been there for 5 or 6 years now, right? The fans have spoken, right? If you're in a democracy, no fan and no players and no manager want this, right? But these people were making money out of it and it's put their name to it and their reputation to it. They can't turn around and go, you know what? We tried. It's okay. We tried it. It's taken away from what we love about football. West Ham have got taken away, and fans in that stadium got taken away a beautiful moment where they've fought, they've dug in, and they've got a point and they're in the game. Arsenal would have been a bad moment for them, but it would have been the right. You're losing the moments, basically. You know,
even Arsenal, sometimes there's no point in celebrating a goal.
Well, you do. You see players on
Do Arsenal want to win or lose games like that? Do you know what I mean? Do they, in this era, do they want to win? Don't they want to win it cleanly?
You want to win anyway.
If you are them, by the way, if you are them.
If you're Arsenal today, you are buzzing, right?
Yeah, but you got to give them credit. Do you know what I mean? Know where they are.
Yeah, no, got absolute credit. Like, I've made my peace with them. I think they're a brilliant side, and I think they're going to win the league.
Made my peace. What have they done to you in the past?
It's only because he's got a few Arsenal friends now.
No, I've always had Arsenal friends. I'm happy for them, right? I'm not one of them that like really don't like. Do you know what I mean?
It's about time they won something.
It's been a couple of decades.
VAR's just got to go because it's too inconsistent. So it's just got to go. They're useless at doing
that's why
they're never going to admit it.
When have you ever seen anyone in power go, you know what? We made a rick there. What I mean. It'll be like they'll
come out of a statement just basically saying they're right, and
until whoever's put their names on it is ready to retirement, and then they'll go
get rid of it.
And because listen. It makes football worse to watch, right? Yeah. Ultimately, it's an entertainment business.
What would you do?
What would I do?
Yeah.
What, if I'm president?
Yeah.
Of FIFA?
Yeah.
Oh, mate.
What would you do?
I'd go, right, see...
So, you tried it, so don't
I go, listen, if I'm president, I go, listen, we tried this, we tried to do this, but I'd say the beauty of football is in between the lines, it's in the mistakes. It's in the rawness of it. It's in the human error. Like we goal line technology, that works. I'll keep the semi-automated offsides. I mean, because we want to make it more. We want the better teams to win more often.
So how would you explain?
I'd say, listen. Part? What do you mean? I'd just say, listen. Whoever put their names to it, come up here.
The jury's out.
Come here. Yeah. Right, you thought this was a good idea. That's all right.
You still got your job.
Yeah. But you ain't going to be...
You're not making decisions, right? No more ideas. It didn't work.
Go and
back in the queue.
Put the kettle on or something for the rest of us, right? I say, listen, but that's what it should be about. If you've got a meritocracy, if you come up with a good idea and you smash it and it makes football better, great. You're going to go up the ladder. If you're putting your name to... You can't just be in power, keep ruining everything, and you're still in power. No. Get rid. That's what I would do in the nicest way. And I'm sure they ain't going to be on the streets, are they?
Listen, so that's my first Premier League, I've got your new president. Coley, I think you're down to take Richard Masters' job. President of the Premier League. And then I think you should be changing a lot of things.
I would love
Richard,
that job.
Look out for you. I'm voting Joe Cole.
Yeah, I'd love that job.
So Coley, Bridgie, like before VAR, it was like referees are getting 92%.
Okay.
Go and look this up. I might be wrong. 92% of decisions right.
Yeah. Okay.
Now VAR comes in it. Now it's gone up to 98% of getting it right. Yeah.
That's them saying they get it right.
That's what I'm trying to say. So
it's opinions.
That 6%, is it worth it?
Yeah.
No.
To take the fun out of the game. That VAR, taking the fun out of the game. Is that 6% really worth it?
Absolutely not, mate.
It's not, is it? So we need to there needs to be a petition. There needs to be a petition, and it's starting on this dressing room today. Yeah. We're going to start saying in or out. Yeah. VAR in or out.
Yeah.
I think we should get...
I reckon most of you go voting out.
We should do a poll.
Mate, imagine how weird you've got to be if you've gone, I love VAR.
Listen?
Mate, no.
We'd do a vote for.
Mate, do
we want it in or out? And if we vote out, will they listen?
I'm going on a march. I'm going to go on a march in the summer if you join me.
VAR out.
VAR out. Yeah. We want our game back.
We want our,
Yeah? Why not? Would you want to do that? You do that with me.
I'll come with you.
Would you do that?
I don't know where we're marching to.
We'll go around Hyde Park.
Right, moving on from what was a real sort of emotional incident. We've got to put that to bed now. It's still not done, Coley, right? It's still not done West Ham would have to win the last 2 games, that's for sure. And we'll have to hope. But anyway, we're moving on. I wanted to talk about these 3 clubs, Bournemouth, Brentford and Brighton, because all very similar in the stature. You played for Brighton, Bridgie, and they've been incredibly successful in buying and selling players, the same as Bournemouth. Bournemouth sold their whole back 4, more or less, and they could get Champions League position. Brentford lost Thomas Frank, Keith Andrews. They look. We talk about West Ham and Chelsea and how poorly run they are. These 3 clubs, unbelievably well run, aren't they?
There's a continuity in who they put in at the helm. So as a manager, so it's like they've got a system that works. They might tweak it here and there. They might they'll bring in because when Areola come in, we were questioning it.
Yeah.
Because we can give Gary O'Neill the job.
Yeah.
So why haven't you, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they obviously know and what they're bringing in and the style of play the players need. So they are looking at the set of players they got. They're thinking, what type of manager is going to work with these players? And it has to be the right motivator as well. So they're producing a lot for the little they have.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? They're maximising their football club. I feel, and the Brighton's been doing that. The Brighton,
it's Tony Bloom there, isn't it?
Yeah, but
Tony
since
Bloom,
when you were there, was it like that too?
Yeah, it was like that.
It was a growing club, wasn't it?
Growing club, but I think he's got his own strategy and how he buys them.
Oh yeah, because we know that he does like the money ball kind of thing, innit?
Yeah,
it's worked for him. You look like they've just crawled up there and they're just doing really well. Like the time I had there, I loved it.
Yeah,
is it like is it a patient club? Do they just put time? The fans
are
don't
great.
Because
I was at City at the time, so I was having a terrible time. And then I kind of had enough of football and went there and I loved it.
Is it?
Yeah, they were brilliant to me. The fans were great.
What was training like?
Great little training was good. They got a new training ground and that. I had Gus there.
Yeah,
I always forget about Gus when I talk about managers because he was probably one of the best I had as well.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them players at Brighton he had brought up through the leagues.
Yeah.
And he had no disrespect to them, but they started lower down the league. You say average players playing really good football. He was so good at getting his point across how he wanted people to play. Playing with confidence, just helping each other all the time.
Yeah.
So would you say that Gus was the
had
start
everyone moving around different areas, depending on what teams you're playing. He was really good, but Tony's he's been brilliant for them.
Would you say?
I don't know if they go a lot on the stats as well. Sometimes when they buy players, they work. Brentford did that, and he was doing the same as well.
They were partners,
because Matt Benham and
Tony Bloom.
Tony Bloom sort of
partners,
is it?
Yeah,
Tony Bloom. They were mates.
Yeah,
partners in a business.
Yeah, but they were mates.
Yeah,
but they obviously parted ways.
Yeah,
one went and bought Brentford.
Yeah,
and he stayed there. Yeah.
But as much as they're businessmen, obviously.
Yeah.
You can see they want the club
to do well,
do really well, and that comes. I think that probably does come first. When they're looking at buying, they're looking to progress, not
not just buy and sell.
No,
I mean,
but they made a lot of money as well
because they get these players and they do really well, and it's hard to keep hold of players, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, when you're at that type of club, it's hard because as soon as
but what happens when they start getting in Champions League?
Yeah, they have to get to that next level to then not have to sell.
Do you think that will work for their format?
Mate, if they get there,
Coley,
if they get up there, why not?
This is
to retain players now.
If they get up to that level,
to retain,
I think they can start retaining because it's a nice place. It's a great
nice
stadium,
part of the world to live
nice training. It's a nice place. It's not far from London either. It's just an attractive place.
Like I said, if your son's a professional footballer and you want him to have a really good environment to learn and develop, you're sending him to Brighton, Brentford, and Bournemouth, right? Because the difference between them 3 clubs. And let's say West Ham, because we've just been talking about West Ham, is the expectation and the history and the sort of at West Ham is so it could be
cultures.
It could be so hard for players to play there. Do you know what I mean? But it's the opposite there. Their fans are almost sort of like they're happy to be there, right? In the most respectful,
lovely
nice
people
way.
as well.
Do you know what I mean? They're happy to be there. They get behind their players. So they got that. That's the angle. But you're saying
organic the way it's happened. It's organic. It's not like they're up there now and then. We expect all of this.
Yeah.
It's organic. It's been because they were small. Then they go up. They've been going up slightly, ever so slightly, and now they've got this format that works for them. and now they're getting into Europe. They're so happy. They're thinking, oh my God, this is we're blessed. Do you know what I mean? We haven't got all those problems and palavers that some of these other bigger clubs, but we're going to be a bigger club soon if we keep on going in this direction.
Like that next step to go, I believe, like obviously these three clubs are heavily driven on data, and that's how they've built up their business and got better and better and got the marginal gains here and all the things that they've done really well. But I think the last step, the real greatness, we've seen the margins. I think there's something untangible that data hasn't quite got hold of yet. So I think that if they get into Europe by finishing 6th place, I can't see how that club can go from 6th place to 3rd place, because I think the margins are so small. It becomes more like what the manager's saying to players. You know, there's something like, do you know what I mean? Like, to get the best, like that's why Pep's a genius.
That strategy take you to the next level? Can it take you
to the next level? I don't think the data's there for it to do that yet. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, Chelsea's regressed.
Exactly. Chelsea's tried to use it because they're thinking. I think the owners at Chelsea have come in and gone, oh, let's look at. They've got people from Brighton. Let's try and do what Brighton's done and all that. But when you do it at
we don't know exactly everything they've done, though.
They've definitely done that. They've definitely done that, but it's just you can't do that with a club at Chelsea, like Chelsea. Mate, Champions League winners, all of this. Yeah. Like you can't tell the fans to start lowering their expectations all of a sudden. So we're going to go that way. Like, what was the point? What's the point? Yeah. We're already here. Why are we going back? So it needs to be addressed. Yeah. So this is not the format that's going to work for the expectation of this club.
Okay, so I just want to ask you this quick question. So the three managers, Fabian Herzler, Adoni Areola and Keith Andrews, outside of whoever wins, Mikel Arteta wins the league, he's probably got to get manager of the year. And then three in the running for manager of the year for what they've done at their clubs.
Areola definitely is.
Yeah. Why do you think him more than the other two?
Who were the other two again?
Keith Andrews.
Keith Andrews had a system there that was already there, that left by Tom Frank.
Yeah.
Herzler had a system there.
Yeah.
But what sets Areola away from them is that we already know about those two systems, Brentford and Brighton, and they're going scout up. But Bournemouth still had to strip it back a little bit and go again. They had to sell a load of players and go again. And you can see he's talented.
Yeah, but Brentford sold Visser and Buemo.
Yeah,
Norgard,
but they've got that system in place. That system, that Moneyball system's not a joke, you know, bro. That's like they got someone lined up already to come in and do that same job. That probably not to the extent, but give him some time, he'll get back up there, and it just fills in that void again.
Okay, so who would I pick?
Yeah,
like I'll tell you in a minute. Like if we had Moneyball in a dressing room podcast, who would be lined up to replace us then? Who would the gaffer? Who would Tell bring in?
Me, I think with me, definitely someone. Like
I've thrown you there, haven't I?
Yeah, I'm going Idris Elba. you're going. I'm going Danny DeVito for you. Right?
Come on, mate. This guy. He had to
I don't know what you are.
Oh, Tell's
your bag of tricks. Your bag of tricks.
Adam Sandler.
Yeah,
I'm not that funny.
Okay. Anyway, I'd probably give manager of the year to Keith Andrews. Because I think that was a big Thomas Frank coming out, and they sold 4
Is that
players.
because of?
Because I'm close to that.
It's close
Maybe.
His son plays for a minute. Trying to get him in the first team already, isn't he? I know what he's up to.
Max Downwood did it at 15.
And would you say probably because you weren't expecting it?
Yes, I didn't see it, and I hold my hands up. Listen,
see, we see it coming, me and Cole.
Obviously, we see things.
Listen, like what I said about. With VAR, the people that have made the mistake, I made a mistake on Brentford. I got it completely wrong, and I've held my hands up.
From the managers that are doing great to the ones that are struggling a little bit, you were at Liverpool at the weekend.
I was. Arne Slot.
He's under pressure, isn't he?
I'm massively under pressure, mate. And do you know what? We had I had great seats, so I'm sitting literally 2 seats away from the manager. I'm listening to him talking to his backroom staff, and we're chatting to the bench. Like Andy Robertson's on the bench, great lad. Joe Gomez, like, so you're really in it, right? I've never been to Anfield and felt it so restless with a manager. You speak, obviously when we go to the game, we do our own work, we're speaking to people, they're like, they're not happy. I'm like, blows my mind. He won the league last year. all of the incidents that have happened, Jota, Isak being injured, Ekitike being injured, Wirtz, nobody saw Wirtz not saying this. So I'm like, this is so un-Liverpool where they're restless, right? And no more so when he took the young kid Rio Ngamoa off after 70 minutes.
A strange decision.
I clocked it, right? So we're sitting there and Rio Ngamoa's looked over at the bench and gone, like his muscles are tightening up, right? And Crouchy's nudged me and gone, listen to this when he takes him off. They're going to go mental, right? I've gone, what do you mean? Like, so he took him off because he said he's struggling, and the whole
and he's young as well.
They're fuming because they love Rio, right? Yeah. So, but I've never heard that. They've always backed the manager at Anfield, and so
it's always manager first before
it's
player.
Always manager. It's the only club I feel like it's like Shankly, Paisley, Fagan, Dalglish before any player. All the great players they've had. Yeah. Klopp, obviously.
Yeah. The slot is just slot don't slot in.
Mate, but Klopp won the league once in his tenure. Slot's one in one. 1 in 1. He's still 1 in 1. No one's taken off him yet.
Yeah, I know.
And I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it.
There's not a lot of patience in football, is there?
No, but Liverpool usually have patience.
No, I think it's a character. I was listening to something the other day, and it just made sense.
Go on.
He's a bit cold, that Arne Slot, isn't he? He's not like a charismatic guy. So you're going through.
But it's hard when you're going through it.
No. You're going from because he's won the league, so he's got a bit of
he's having a tough
leeway.
Season, though, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's not like that anyway. So
how did he look?
Look, you've gone from Klopp.
Did he look like a man that think, oh, he's struggling a bit here?
No, do you know what? He looked like he lost a bit of weight. He looked all right. He looked good. He looked like he's beach ready. Slot.
Mate, he was on RB for like 3 weeks before the season finished last year.
That's what I'm saying. Well, he's obviously spoke to Wayne.
He ain't doing that this year, is he? He's not doing that this year.
He looks all right. I must admit.
Yeah.
He looks all right.
I'll tell you what. So as I was saying, look, Arne Slot is Arne Slot, but he's a little bit of a dry personality, isn't he?
He's not.
Klopp is charismatic. Yeah, do you know what I mean? And before the ones before him as well, apart from probably there's a few that didn't get along. So Rafa went through it a little bit, didn't he?
At the end,
he did. They got a bit toxic.
Yeah.
Who else was there?
Roy.
They loved Houllier, didn't they?
Yeah. They loved Houllier. But I'm saying like they backed the manager.
They always backed the manager. Found it quite strange. Going from Klopp to Slot is, I think, is always going to be a recipe.
You think it's done? Time's up.
I don't think it is.
So the reason I think the time's up for him, and I don't necessarily agree, but this is the only thing that Xabi Alonso's available. And it just seems like, like when you just see, when you see a couple together and they're in love and you're like, I can see that. That works. I can see it.
Yeah.
I think Xabi Alonso and Liverpool are just that. I just think they just are, yeah. And I think that's the problem for Slot. I think it's going to be harsh on him, but I think...
Without that, do you think he goes anyway?
No, I think they stick to type and go, let's give him a bit. But the only reason is because Xabi Alonso's available. I think they'll go with him.
Is this an insight?
No insight, man.
No. You just think?
That's just what I think.
It does make sense, but at the same time, I think they stick with him.
In the opposite dugout, Callum McFarlane, we spoke to him again. They needed that, Coley, Bridgie.
Yeah.
6 games in the league on the bounce without a result, and they went 1-0 down after 10 minutes. And I looked over and I was like, you're just like, this is going to be a long day. But they played well. Casado got on the ball. Santos got on the ball. Cole Palmer he worked his socks off. He looked better. Pedro was brilliant. And they got back in the game and they deservedly got a point at Anfield. And we spoke to him afterwards and I was chatting like, you can't help but root for him. And this is something that struck me. I think there's a lot of noise around Chelsea in regard to the ownership and how bad they've been in the structure and everything. And Callum's in the job, right? And no matter what you like, Chelsea are used to Conte, Mourinho, all the great managers, right? Tuchel's of this world, right? Ancelotti. So, but he's in the job, right? And it's an interim second time in the season, right? So things have clearly gone wrong, but he's in there, right? And his story, he's managed Croydon. He didn't make it as a footballer. So I just think it's such a great story. He's going to be leading Chelsea Football Club out in an FA Cup final against Manchester City and Pep Guardiola. Put yourself in his shoes, like,
mate. For the average man on the street, that just gives you hope, innit? It's inspirational.
Chelsea fans should lean into that, because I look at him on the sideline, right, and I think to myself, what what an opportunity he's got. You've got to get behind him. And if I look at him, he even looks like a football fan. And I mean, in the nicest possible way, he's one of your own. Like, you know, he's come from nothing, and it's a David and Goliath, and the FA Cup has been built on them type of stories throughout its history. I think it's not enough been made of it. This kid's going to go, and he's leading Chelsea Football Club. He's in his late 30s. He's got.
And you calling him a kid?
Well,
not a kid, bro.
A man.
No, but he's a kid in the manager's game.
In the manager's game,
young,
yeah. Right. So, but it doesn't matter. He's paid his. Whether you listen, I don't like people saying he shouldn't be there. He shouldn't be there. Right. He's there, mate. He's there, and from his will, he's got himself from academy football and a bit of luck. He's a dreamer, and he's there. Yeah. And it's the FA Cup. I love it. So I'm just like, now I'm rooting for him.
I don't love it.
Why?
I think you need to have the minerals, bro. We don't know.
You just sound like me willing for like fairy tales.
Yeah, I love a fairy tale.
Listen, you're wishing it, but
I wish him all the best. I wish him all the best, but
it's a very tough ask because of the way they have been playing.
It's Chelsea Football Club, bro. Like, honestly, like it's different levels. You got to manage that type of team. You've got to have some credit in the bank. Do you know what I mean? You can't come from can't go from nothing to something like that. You've got to put in the work. Do you know how many people out there put in the work for 10, 15 years and they don't get an opportunity like that?
No. He's put in the work though.
The level I'm talking about, the levels, like the levels. Like they've travelled, they've gone different lands to go to do this. Do you know what I mean? So now when I look at the whole scenario, I'm not saying that he's just gone from Croydon to Chelsea. I know he's put in work, don't get me wrong, but that's at youth level and then doing, you know what I mean? But this is a different kettle of fish. This is like Premier League, bro. Do you know what I mean? This is like, some people don't even get opportunities.
Yeah. All right, I know exactly what you're saying.
Ashley Cole has had to go to Italy, bro.
Cesena, that is very true.
Do you know what I mean? Like
that is very true. Like, I agree with you there.
We've got to think about, opportunities, but I'm not giving my mate just an opportunity because I just think, do you know what I mean? Like, he's my mate.
Okay.
And I've seen his route. And I know him
this one, it's fallen into place. I know it's fallen into... get rid of Liam.
But what is it?
That happens in football. You get a little bit of luck. You get a break.
Yeah. Bridgie, what do you think? What is it in the world? Like I said, all of them young coaches out there trying to make it, basically. Ex-players, Ashley, trying to make it, right? What is it? What's Callum done that's made him in them? So what's the universe? The universe has conspired to put him in the dugout for the FA Cup final at Chelsea, and he's going to win.
Yeah, but it's right place, right time. That was like me when Saints played City in the semi-finals. 50 years on since they've won it. I live in that fairy tale. Oh, they could get a result here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's. I know the way you're thinking.
Yeah.
But the way you can't. You're talking about like manager. That's just right place, right time, mate. I don't think Chelsea are ready to go. Right, we're going to get a manager.
But I don't think some people are making enough of the story. Like, look, Jamie Vardy, for instance, right? Jamie Vardy went from like...
No, but listen, he's going to want a movie made after this if they go.
You're going to be producing a movie.
He's already working with Netflix.
I know, something going on with this guy. It's like, we need to make a movie about McFarlane.
He's like,
I don't know if anyone's buying into that idea, geez.
If he's saying it next pod if they win it.
I think I'm the only one thinking along these lines. Everyone else is more worried about the owners and all the trip
You're going with your heart.
That's it. Well, that's the best place to go.
Yeah, you love the underdog.
I do, man. Right. Whilst we're in the FA Cup, quick predictions. What do you think is going to happen, Bridgie? You've played for both clubs.
What do I think? Going with my head?
Going with whatever you go with what you want. Your head, your heart,
I just think it's too much for... I think Man City should win.
No. They should. Everyone knows they should win. What do you think is going to happen?
You just asked him.
He's dodged it.
I just said to you, I think City will win.
What do you think's going to happen? Well, they should win. That's not committed.
I'm not saying they will win, because if I knew, I'd come and bet on it.
I'm not calling... You're not Mystic Meg.
They should win.
What does your heart say is going to happen?
Septic
not
peg.
what you want to win.
Septic peg.
I said my head says City will probably win. That's
right, maybe Bridgie will answer the question next week. After the game.
My head says City will win.
All right, his head says City will win.
He's so angry at my answer.
Go on.
What does your head say?
Chelsea win.
Yeah. Where's that coming from?
My heart.
Yes. Okay.
What's your head say?
Chelsea win.
Yeah, exactly. You can make your head think with your heart.
We're trying to teach him how to think and use your heart and your head. It connects.
Does, mate.
Leave him alone. He doesn't have to go with the way you want it.
Lead me. Are you working?
Am I working? No,
At the game.
I'm not.
Are you working
kids
at the
all
game?
weekend.
I'm working.
I'm doing the
game.
boxes.
I'm at the game.
I couldn't do it because I got the kids.
Well, yeah. What suit you wearing? We talked about
You'll wear a personal suit, so
I'm wearing the green one.
Yeah, I've stepped it up a little bit.
The
for
green
cup final.
Percival, yeah.
I feel you should do on a cup final. I feel like I love know what I love about the cup final? The manager walking out.
All right, this is what we're going to do. So you wear the blue one, I wear the green one, and then you wear a white t-shirt underneath.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
It's anyone's
trainers.
game, isn't it? That's the beauty of the cup. That is the beauty of the cup. It's anyone's game.
It is. It is.
One off.
It is.
Anyway.
He's up there. Right, we're talking jackets, and he's back, Quizmaster General, with his jacket. What you got for us this week?
Yeah, lads. Got a good one.
Okay.
So welcome to Colt and Cole's quiz. All right. We had that bit, sorry. All right. So rules, very simple. I'm going to read out the name of a football team. Yeah. Right. Is it a real football team or a fake football team? All right. Whoever buzzes first gets to answer. Get it wrong, and the point goes to the other person.
Okay.
All right. Number one, the strongest.
Fake.
No, it's a real, and it's a team in Bolivia.
The strongest.
The strongest.
Yeah.
What? Just the strongest?
That's what they call it, the strongest. The strongest FC.
Stupid name.
Well, stupid name. That's someone's football club you're talking about. Yeah?
Sorry, it's not really. It's strange now. I'm not used to that.
It's a team in Bolivia, all right?
I'd like to go to Bolivia. I would like to go to Bolivia.
Going to be.
Well, you're not welcome now.
They're all going to be fake, aren't they?
Number two, who got that right?
Me.
You got that right. Well, you didn't. You got it wrong. Mysterious dwarves.
That's got to be fake. It's got to be fake.
If it's true, Harris survived the cancellation period. Do you know what I mean? Harris survived woke. I don't know.
It's a real club.
No way.
In Ghana. It's actually a real club.
No way.
Yeah, the Mysterious Dwarves. I've heard of them.
Oh,
you ain't heard of them.
I've heard of the Mysterious Dwarves. Real. It's a real team.
There's no way it's a real team. Mate, I'm going the stewards.
Mate, they're all like
professional.
They're all 2 foot.
A professional.
I'll tell you what, they wouldn't deal with Bartez.
Let's run through their legs. Is
it a professional team? Yeah.
Yeah. Mysterious Dwarves. Why are you laughing at my team for? Anyway, all right. Next one is Swingers City.
Fake.
True. I'll go true.
It's fake.
No, Swinging City.
Yeah, Swingers City.
It's
a
bit fruity, isn't it?
I'm going to let you have a go at this one.
Bit colourful, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. The next one's up.
Right, okay. Spurs.
Get ready.
Spurs.
Real or fake? Wanky FC.
Oh, mate, no chance.
True, and I think they're from the Far Eastern region somewhere.
What do you say?
Well, I'm faking. Oh, he's gone in.
You're right.
Yeah. Am I right where they're from?
No.
That's got to be a point deduction.
No, it's all right.
When you have the gold jacket, you start making the rules. Until
Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe.
Yeah, it's a team in Zimbabwe. Wanky FC. Oh, blimey.
Wanky.
No wonder you got that right. Anyway, there's another one.
Imagine me as manager there. Wanky Wank.
Shagger City.
True.
Shagger City, yeah?
Yeah.
What are you saying?
Mate, it's not going to surprise me if it is now, to be honest, but...
Yeah.
Can we guess the region?
Yeah, go on if you want.
The Caribbean region. Am I right?
No. South Africa again. Shagger City. Shagger City. Top Shagger.
Conversation with a missus. I've been offered a job.
Shagger City. And I'm going on my own.
Go from there to Wanky.
Go from Wanky to Shagger.
By the way, if anyone's out there and they support any of these teams, please follow us.
Yeah.
And please send us some merchandise.
Yeah, we need it.
We need to see if this is real.
Oh, mate, merchandise would be brilliant.
We're going number 6
We need
now.
to Google the shirts.
We're going number 6. Get ready.
Go on.
Tax Dodgers United.
Bridgie. I want it to be true, but I reckon it's false.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
No, there's no such thing.
I thought it was.
We should start our own team.
What was you going to say?
It's Man City, innit?
No! Shots fired! Shots fired!
They know.
So angry. Just you got them in the final.
Oh, gosh. So it could be sent to Chelsea, though.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Number 7. Go Ahead Eagles.
True. Dutch. Bang. I know it is.
I was first, though.
No, you weren't.
Yes, I was.
Yeah, it was him.
Can we have a video replay, please?
VAR. Let's go back to VAR.
That's the only one I knew. That's the only one I knew.
No, we need human error. Sorry.
Are they Dutch?
Yeah, they're Dutch. Well done. And the last one, fart.
There's him again.
Just off the back of this, some wild names. I'm going to go true.
You're right.
Really?
Yeah,
Is it Dutch?
No, it's a team in Norway.
Fart, mate. Like,
Fart.
They just can't sign English players, can they?
Mate.
You wouldn't want it on your CV.
Mate, I need to get some pictures of their kits.
Yeah, we need to get them up for the people.
Yeah.
Please, if there's any fans, please contact us.
If anyone's in Fart FC, let me know.
We'll come to a game.
And Joe, in this week's quiz, you're the winner. Well done. Give yourself a round of applause. Well done.
Stupid quiz, though. Right, before we go, I need to pick up on saying on socials last week, you chose Gaza as leadership, as in build a player. You chose Gaza as leadership. I think as in lead by example on the pitch. On the pitch.
Don't. Let him explain himself.
That's my thinking he's gone with. I'm just going to ask him. Because he's got a bit of stick for it.
I couldn't believe my ears.
Just justify your answer.
I couldn't believe my ears.
For the people.
Really?
I couldn't believe my ears.
You couldn't believe it?
I couldn't believe my ears. Like,
I would have thought you'd know where I'm going with this. Right? I would say, I tell you why, right? I'll break it down for you.
Go on then, mate.
Because football's become too sanitised, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's all PR, this and that.
Yeah,
you know, and when you go to win a World Cup or to win anything, I think now you need somebody wild to follow. You need somebody that first of all, is going to be there.
Yeah.
Spiritually and emotionally in the game.
Okay.
Right? And I just think if he was there and he turned up in all the big moments for England, right? And you just we can't be sanitised. You need that wild spirit leading England, because that's what we are.
Does he have to be the leader of that group?
Yeah, I'd follow him.
Would you?
Yes, 100%.
What, to the nightclub a night before a game?
I have to believe in him. That's how much I love him. That's how much I love him.
You'd go?
I would go. I'd be questioning myself.
I think you will be questioning yourself a lot.
I think there's something magical about him.
Yourself.
I'll tell you why, though.
You think that works? You think that technique works with professional footballers at elite level?
Listen,
I don't think it does.
I think it's only certain people.
He was the reason I played.
He's
the reason I played. He's the reason I played for. I remember it specifically. But I remember watching him when he captivated the nation, and when that semi-final, when he started crying, when he got booked, and I just had everything. He was in the game,
heart on his sleeve, and
I was like,
I don't mean he's a leader.
He led me because I was like, I want to play for England.
Who's your best ever captain, Coley?
My best ever captain. Do you know what? It's a hard one to say. I'm probably going to go. Do you know what I think is a really good captain? As Kevin Nolan.
Yeah, he was good.
Do you know, in terms of the group? Because remember,
he's not. Is he your best ever captain, Coley? And you just got to say it.
No, I say Kevin Nolan. I think Kevin Nolan was. I think he's a because Kevin was a very, very good player. He wasn't he'd say himself. He wasn't a top player.
Yeah.
But he made the best of. He was a very, very good player. A very good player.
Of course he was.
Right, but as a captain, in terms of holding the dressing room,
he was very good at that too.
At his level,
he was really good.
He said the right things, the right people. If anyone, you've seen West Ham. Think of the West Ham dressing room.
If we didn't have him that year, it wouldn't have come up into the Premier League.
And also stay up as well, because he was very good. People can go sideways at West Ham because the type of players that they bring in were always waifs and strays.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Who could like go,
No, I know what you're saying.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
I look at that. I think captaining at the top level, when you've got great players, I think it's a bit more easier because they take care of themselves.
And there's usually loads of captains in the dressing room.
And you're more.
I'd say for me, Lucas Neal.
Yeah,
I used to love him.
Okay.
Lucas Neal was unbelievable for me. Look, JT was a captain, very, very good captain. But I'd say Lucas Neal out trumps him because of what he brought. And we had the great escape season that year as well. And
so you got...
He kind of... Obviously, the club was in disarray because of the manager changes.
Can I change
and
my
then
mind?
you had to captain someone like Mascherano and Tevez. And then you got... there was a strong dressing room personality-wise. But he kind of steered the ship into our favour at the end. And it was a hard dressing room to control. Yeah. But he's top. He's such a good guy, likeable person.
Yeah.
And that's why I say Lucas Neal's probably one of my best captains.
That's good. Change mine. Not change it. Nobby's still up there. But there's a kid called man called Rio Mavuba at Lille when I played with him. Played a few times for France, right? And he was a very, very good player. Wasn't the top, wasn't Makelele, but he played for France, so he was a good player.
Yeah.
But he had a way about him with people. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? It's bringing. I think it's just something different.
Yeah.
A leadership on the pitch, but also bringing the whole group together. Young players, old players. You've got to be able to talk to everybody. I think you can't be within yourself.
Would you be a good captain if you got given the reins?
I was too young when I got it at West Ham, but I never really wanted it. I didn't want to be captain. I never really.
You was the best player, so they had to make you captain.
I think I was probably the only player who was playing close to his
potential
at the time. Everyone was having a bit. So I think Glenn just went, "It has to be you." Do you know what I mean?
Michael Carrick.
Michael weren't a captain.
Was he?
I don't know what he's like as a manager. He's too introverted, Michael. He kept himself to himself.
But that's quite funny now because he's. But that's why you have backroom staff to help you with your probably deficiencies, and he's probably doesn't say much. What about you? What's your best ever captain, Geese?
At Southampton, I like Jason Dodd.
Jason Dodd,
just because he was good with everyone.
That's it. What people don't realise today.
Good with everyone. Do you know what I mean? You can have a captain that like you kind of follow.
Yeah.
Who like leads by example and stuff, but he was just good with everyone. And then maybe Vincent Kompany.
Yeah.
Vince,
Yeah, he was young. Do you know what I mean? But he's so mature for his age.
Yeah.
He was always talking to people. Captain Chelsea, yeah.
You captain Chelsea?
Yeah, one of the games, yeah.
Did you?
I missed the penalty as well.
Big dog.
Brilliant. Well done, Wayne.
I've only been captain once.
Jason Dodd, he was just brilliant with everyone. So that relationship with all the players and to be able to go around and talk to everyone. Talk to everyone.
Problems come to you when you're captain. I didn't like that.
I was captain for about 3 or 4 England games, under 21s.
Really?
Yeah, mate.
Big ups.
I can imagine some of your speeches.
I know. There was one time, I think it was Peter Reid. Peter Reid.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think we had a game, I can't remember, it was like somewhere in Ukraine or something like that. Or Moldova, I don't know. And I come in half time and I just had a go at everyone.
Did you?
I don't know who upset me, bro. So I'm using the calmest in the group, innit?
Yeah.
But I was like, you lot, this ain't good enough. I was quite new to the camp, by the way. So I shouldn't even be doing that. And I just come in, I just had a go at everyone and I lifted out and then we go out and we win.
Yeah.
And then
was it natural? But you just felt like you needed to.
I just thought I needed to do it.
Probably worked them.
And then I got the captaincy for like 3 or 4 games.
Yeah.
And then after that, then I progressed on the 20s and 21s.
Yeah.
So I weren't captain ever since.
Okay.
About Scotty Parker?
Scotty Parker was never my captain.
Oh, was he never know?
He wasn't our captain.
Oh, wasn't he?
No, it wasn't.
Was it
captain.
Nobes?
No, it was Matthew Upson.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
No,
Scott Parker wasn't.
He felt like a captain, though.
He felt like a captain,
especially with the tough times.
Yeah, but he wasn't my actual captain.
Yeah. Like I said, what I didn't like about being captain was like all of the problems that come to you. I've got enough problems that come to my way through naturally without everyone else's problems. Like, you know, it just didn't sit well with me. I'd love to be a manager because because
you could delegate. You could delegate.
No, but like, I like.
Oh, mate, being a manager's at hard work. I played a charity game at the weekend.
Yeah, go on, speak to us.
Nah, they're not for me.
No,
I would quite happy to be a coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's very different, isn't it?
Why?
Just like
What is it about
look at some
management?
players, oh, mate, I need to drag you off here. Like, do you know what I
you
mean?
feel bad about
I need to get these videos. I felt bad, but it's only a charity game.
I don't feel bad.
But I was like, it's just
I
the
would've
headache of like, we're going to play this way, we're going to do that. I was thinking, I could do without this.
No, I'm telling him, mate, you're not doing it. So
I was like,
you got to
Jimmy
get off.
Hasselback was manager of the other team. We played a little bit as well.
Yeah.
Is it, yeah?
It was a charity for getting a AstroTurf 3G pitch built for this school, like autism dyslexic kids.
Yeah.
But me and Jimmy both played a little bit, mate. Jimmy, he's still so competitive.
Is he really?
Can he run?
Mate, he can move a little bit. Jimmy's done well.
He
scored a few.
Did he? Of course
And
he
a
did.
free kick. Yeah, he plays
He's still
well.
banging them, like, not the same.
He
like,
can still move a bit, Jimmy. Not like me, he can move a bit.
because he's
Jimmy,
got an artificial knee now as well. So I'm looking
he was
at that.
moving well, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bionic knee.
Bionic.
You two could get a double up, couldn't you?
Yeah,
one each.
Yeah. Buy one, get
I'm
one
not
free.
sure I
Get
can be
one
bothered
free.
with the recovery at the moment. I'm
Yeah.
still recovering from the weekend though. Just
Are you
about
hobbling?
walk. Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Do you know I've managed in a professional game for one game?
What?
Yeah.
Where?
In Tampa. I was a player.
That's not professional. Sorry,
Really
mate.
nice for the Tampa-
So I'm
Tampa
joking.
fans,
So I'm
is it?
joking. I just
Tampa, he
wanted
didn't
to
mean
put
it,
him
obviously.
down. I wanted to put him down. That's
you
all.
enjoy that at the moment, don't you?
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's all right now.
I'm a bit, yeah. Cause
How did that go?
I'm upset at the moment.
We lost 1-0.
We'll cut there. Let's not go into the
Can I make a case for myself quickly?
Go ahead.
Right, so I'm player assistant manager. Manager gets red carded, so we're going to Canada. I'm actually I missed the game through injury, so we're going to have to take the team. So I'm in the back and I'm practicing my Churchillian speech for the lads. I'm getting him fired up. We're playing on this AstroTurf in Ottawa.
So you're looking in the mirror?
I'm looking in the mirror doing it.
Imagine someone walking into that.
Right, and I've gone in there. We've prepped it. Like I didn't have to prep the training, but I was in the coaching stuff, so it was all sort of part of it. And I've gone bam, 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 bam. Right, we've done it right. I've thought of everything. The night before, I couldn't sleep. I'm like, every eventuality. I'm thinking, right, bang, bang. If they start well, I can switch it around. If they do it, I can switch it around like that. Everything. I think I've ticked every box. I stand up, shake the opposition manager's hand, right? Come back round, the game kicks off. Right, I've gone right, bang, right at the front, right. I turn around to walk back to the thing. They scored after 20 seconds. Right. My goalkeeper's thrown one in. I still remember his name. Lovely kid, Cody Mizell, his name was. So I remember his name.
You don't like him, really?
No.
That's why he remembers him.
It
annoyed you.
It annoyed me. It annoyed me.
It did annoy me because it's like, but as a manager, I'd done everything right.
Yeah.
I turned over everything right, and then bang, and we're down 1-0 away from home. Then I tried to change the system a few times, right? And I was just, it all went wrong. And do you know what the worst thing was, right? The other manager, Dutch geezer, I can't remember his name, right? Mate, like, I don't know what possessed him to, like, I thought we go into the other managers afterwards for a glass of wine or something. I thought he's inviting me for a glass of wine. I thought it was tradition, right?
Don't tell me to give you some advice.
Mate, this geezer got the laptop out and said, "This is how I beat you."
I bet you were nice man and just stood there and listened to all of it.
Oh my God.
He's got
you used to drop me out of all the time.
Right, it's not the type of energy you're giving off. He's just trying to coach you through it. So listen,
that's hurt you a little bit.
That's hurt your pride.
That's hurt you.
a little bit, yeah. Mate, because he's,
I wish you said
he's a
something.
pretender.
You kept this to yourself. I love that you're figured this out now.
Of course, I don't listen.
Did you take what he said on board?
Mate, listen, he ain't managing Holland or anything now. I don't know what he's doing, so he ain't no cop, is he? But I thought to myself, I've got to do better next time.
Yeah, there you go.
Right, there you go. Right, thank you for watching and listening. Please rate, review, and subscribe. We are back on Tuesday. You can watch us on YouTube or listen to us wherever you get your podcasts. Please follow us on all socials, and we'll be back next week. Thank you, boys.
Cheers, mate.
See you later.